Good morning. I'm just checking sound and we'll begin in a moment. Thank you so much. Jamie, we can take down the slide. And Chair Hopkins, we're ready to begin.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click on the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, or English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of our translation team please share this message in Spanish. And I believe that's Lorna today. So welcome, Lorna. We're unable to hear you. So.
Lorna, are you on the translation channel right now? Are you able to swap back?
If I'm reading lips, I think she said that she's on the English channel. So maybe we'll figure out what's going wrong. No worries, we can take a few seconds to troubleshoot.
Jamie, I'm wondering if there's a way to unassign someone as a translator temporarily. Thank you.
And you'd like that to be Lorna, correct?
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'm checking. Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes,
perfect. Para las personas que hablan español, pueden usar la función de interpretación de Zoom. Si está en su computadora, la va a encontrar en la parte de abajo de su pantalla. Hay un icono de un mundito, ahí selecciona su idioma, español, y si no quiere escuchar el inglés, silencia el audio original. Si está en su teléfono celular o en una tableta, lo encontrará en los 3 puntitos al lado de su pantalla, donde accede a las funciones de audio y de ahí funciona igual para acceder a interpretación. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorna. So with that, we will begin with a roll call for those in attendance. Marcy, would you please lead us in a roll call?
Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, before we do the roll call, I'll share, we had a note on our agenda that we were experiencing issues with our live stream, but it is up and running now.
Great.
So with that, Supervisor Gorin.
I am here, but please let the community know that I will be here for just a few items as I'm getting together with my family for the first time in 1.5 years. So thank you, and I beg your indulgence.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Here.
Supervisor Corsi.
Here.
Supervisor Gore.
Here.
Chair Hopkins.
Present.
County Administrator Cheryl Bratton.
Here.
County Counsel Bob Pittman.
Here.
Thank you so much, Marcy. And thanks to everyone who helped us resolve our technical difficulties this morning, and apologies to the members of the public for the delay. We did have some technical challenges that we needed to navigate this morning. So with that, I will move on to the approval of the agenda. There is an amendment to the first agenda, item number 17. Sadly for West County, the engineering and design services for the Green Valley Creek Restoration Mitigation 2021-0429 project has been removed from the agenda. As I understand, it is hopefully coming back in July for some critical work on a flood-prone area. So with that amendment, I would ask for a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda, please.
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. And so with that, we will move on to the consent calendar, which is items number 1 through 16 and 18 through 41. There are no joint actions with the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District this morning. So with that, I would ask the clerk and public comment on the consent calendar, please.
Chair Hopkins and board, we received no prior comments on the items on our consent calendar today. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on items 1 through 16 or 18 through 41, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And there are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. So with that, I would bring it back to the board for a vote. Just for the public record, items 3, 7, and 21 do require a 4/5 vote. And so with that, I would ask for a roll call vote for items 1 through 16 and 18 through 41. Please, Marcy.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye. It's 18 through 29, correct?
oh, is it 29? Pardon.
Well, just before it's consent.
Yes, just consent. 18 through 29. Thank you.
And aye there.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes, and thank you for catching that, Supervisor Abbott. I have my 2 different agendas, and so I'm looking at the chair notes, and then I have the other one, and so I can't switch back and forth. I appreciate that. All right. So with that, then we will move on to our first regular calendared item, and I will be introducing our presenters, which are today, I believe, Ethan Brown from the business from EDB.
Good morning, Chair Hopkins, members of the board. I'm Ethan Brown, Director of Business Development with the Economic Development Board. We are here this morning to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that governing body approve the proposed financing. Republic Services has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority be the issuer of tax-exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $703,700,000. This amount is to be used on facilities in approximately 13 other counties throughout California. A portion in an amount not to exceed $32,700,000 will be used in the county of Sonoma to finance certain capital projects at the facility located in the unincorporated portion of the county at the Sonoma landfill, 500 Meekum Road, Petaluma, California, 94952. The California Municipal Finance Authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the California Municipal Finance Authority will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the county will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the county. The county will also bear no costs in the issuance of the proposed debt. This is a private loan with the borrower and the bank. We are asking that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purposes of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the code, and California Government Code Section 6500. That concludes my presentation. Rick Downey from Republic Services and Ben Barker from California Municipal Finance Authority are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ethan. I appreciate that. So this is a public hearing, so we will entertain questions from the boards before opening the public hearing and accepting public comment. Does anyone have any questions from members of the board?
No.
Supervisor Abbott?
And I know this is, and we're not on the hook for any of this, and I'm fine with it. I was just curious, the overall number is quite large. And can you tell us how that was derived? I'm just curious. Is that the overall value of the franchise agreement going forward, or do they pick something in order to achieve the, what was it, 32.7 million for the capital improvements?
So I know the larger number is the totality of the projects they have in California, and the 32,700,000 is what is going to be deployed. Look to either Ben or Rick Rick from Republic Services or Ben Barker from California Municipal Finance Authority to answer the specifics on that. And they are in the audience, but they'll need to be promoted.
Rick or Ben, can you please raise your hand in Zoom? If you're on a phone, you would press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand.
You know, I don't want to hold up the proceedings, and I know that we're not, the important thing here is that we are not on the hook. So that number can be whatever they want it to be. And I just was curious on how they came up with that particular number, because it is quite large.
I'm trying to figure that out. I apologize, Supervisor Rabbit. He's trying to figure out how to raise his hand. So, but you're correct. We are not on the hook for either of those numbers.
Yeah, and to me, that's the most important thing. And actually, I like to see the investment made in our facility. So I think that it prolongs the use of the facility. Hopefully, makes it environmentally better going forward with the new cells and everything else. So I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any other questions from members of the board? Seeing none, with that, I will formally open the public hearing and ask Marcy to please lead us in public comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. And this is item number 30 on today's agenda. If anybody would like to make a comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9. I also, before we begin in Zoom, I'll look to Ethan, who has the toll-free line open, to see if anybody on that phone line would like to comment. Ethan, you're muted.
It does not appear we have any comments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I will go ahead and bring it back to the board and close the public hearing. And I would seek a motion on this item.
So moved, Rabbit.
Second, Gorin.
And with that, I would ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes, that motion passes. And that will bring us on to item 31, which is the Law Office of the Public Defender rehire of retiree extra help. And so we do have our public defender, Kathleen Posey, with us this morning, and I would ask her to introduce this item. And by the way, I do want to say congratulations and also our condolences at Sonoma County for the announcement of your retirement. So I think this is the first public meeting you've attended in which that news has been public.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, that was an extremely hard decision for me to make. So I'll start crying. I don't know what I'm going to do. I get up every morning and somehow or another I get dressed and I end up sitting here in my office. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do after 35 years. Thank you. Today I bring before you a request for a rehire for an extra help employee. He is our investigator who retired. He is a Spanish speaker. It's certainly a critical need. We've had 2 of our investigators retire during COVID. He is one of them. And also, we did not fill a half-time position investigator because we were ready to hire in January of last year. And then COVID hit and we just put it on abeyance. Our jury trials now are up and running, and we're in desperate need for not only interpreters, translators, but also investigators due to the uptick in jury trials that have been put on abeyance. And if I didn't say so earlier, good morning to all of you, Madam Chair, members of the board, CO Bratton, and also County Council Pittman.
Thank you so much.
And anybody else who's listening, good morning.
Well, thank you so much. Any questions from members of the board before we go to public comments? I don't see any questions. You know, I think that we know that when Kathleen says she needs help, she really needs it, because you are a person who will work yourself to the bone and not ask for help and just get the job done. So I don't see very many questions from my colleagues. With that, I would ask to go ahead and lead us in public comment on this item, please.
For the members of the public, if you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you've joined the meeting by calling in order to raise your hand. There are no hands for comment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Marcy. So with that, I would bring it back to the board for a motion on this item.
So moved, Rabbit.
Well, that was simultaneous. I don't know. I guess we can give it maybe sort of Supervisor Rabbit for the first, Supervisor Corsi for the second, and Susan Gorin was also in the mix, but maybe the next one. So with that, I would ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye, and our very best wishes to you, Kathleen. And you're right, you may not know how you're going to move forward. We don't either, because I can't remember a time that you weren't in that office. Congratulations on your tough decision, and thank you for this item moving forward.
Thank you. And I don't remember a time when I was not in the office either, so.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye, and ditto.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes, and just everything that Supervisor Gorin said. Thank you so much, Kathleen, this morning. So with that, we will move on to item 32, which is introduction of an ordinance to delegate authority for certain real property acquisitions. See you later. And I believe that we have Director of Transportation and Public Works, Johannes Hoverts, here to present on this item.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Johannes with the Department of Transportation and Public Works. The item before you concerns authorization to the Public Works Director to acquire real property or right-of-way for projects approved by the board. The authorization that we are requesting is up to $25,000. And it came about when we realized that we had some projects, some disaster projects, and the extent of work required to acquire the land was going to exceed some of the deadlines that we have for FEMA. So that's why we're bringing this item to the board. I'm available to answer any questions that we may have. And I promised Marcy that this was going to be a quick item. So hopefully we'll be good on that promise.
Thank you so much, Director Hoverts. Any questions from members of the board? Seeing none, I would go ahead and ask Marcy to lead us in public comment on this item.
Supervisor Gore, or pardon, if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, it is 32 on today's agenda. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And we did not receive any prior comments on this item. And there are no hands raised for comment.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So I bring it back to the board for any comments on this item prior to moving on to a vote. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion on this one.
I move that I move the resolution.
All right, Supervisor Gorin with the motion.
Gore second.
More with a second. And before we take that vote, I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this forward, Johannes. This is, I think, an example of common sense government where we're actually streamlining the process, and I really appreciate that. Still totally reasonable limits for the delegated authority, and yet it will save you a tremendous amount of effort to have to come back before the board, which ultimately incurs staff time and costs the taxpayers. So I appreciate that. So with that, I would ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. That motion passes. So with that, I am going to actually turn it back to Johannes, Director Hoverts, for the next presentation, which is our 22 and 23 pavement preservation program funding and Tier 2 PG&E settlement funds list of projects, a moment that I know many constituents have been waiting for. So Director Hoverts, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Johannes with Transportation and Public Works. We are really excited to bring this item to the board. This is an unprecedented amount of projects for an investment in infrastructure for the county. We have worked numerous hours with staff and your board to bring this list of projects. If you remember, we had Tier 1, Tier 1 Plus, Tier 2, and Tier 3 projects that were funded with the settlement with PG&E. Today, we bring to you the Tier 2 projects, which are generational projects, and they include a broad list of projects from retaining walls, bike striping, feasibility studies, design studies for projects to try to get us to shovel or shelf-ready state on those projects. So we're really excited to bring that to you. You may hear back from us in July 13. We have heard concerns about Tier 1. If you remember Tier 1, we are still waiting on a decision from FEMA to move forward with those projects, and we're working with the CAO and Cal OES and FEMA to try to get an answer to that so we can move forward with Tier 1 projects. Our plan is to come back to the board in July 13 on those projects. The PPP program, Janice has prepared that list with the board. I think Janice has, I call her the paving queen, and we feel the beat of the tambourine because she really has done a tremendous job on that list. And I think that while we don't have all the funding to do all the projects that we need to do in the county, I think this list is a huge improvement, and it will benefit the county immensely. So I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to go first to Supervisor Gorin for questions.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I really appreciate that. I expected a long list of projects to move forward on May 25th, and then I was disappointed that Tier 1 roads, which we agonized over, was not included in the item before us. And yes, we can wait until FEMA responds, but we've been waiting for FEMA to respond for the past 3.5, almost 4 years. So the constituents in a number of districts, but especially mine in the debris damaged roads, are anxious to get those roads repaved. They are in rough condition. And I think the board heard from many of them, and we will have a number of them comment. But if I heard you correctly, and I just want to confirm, Johannes, you are planning on bringing those roads forward that we already discussed on July 13th. And then what is the process?
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. The plan and my suggestion would be that we move forward on July 13, whether we have a response from FEMA or not, because I agree with you. Those were the initial projects that were submitted. And if we don't assign them along with these projects that we're approving today, it may bump them out to 2 to 3 years to go to construction. So our plan is to continue with the design of those projects and come to the board on July 13th, recommending that the board approve we move forward with the projects.
So the actions that we probably will approve today are the tier 2, which seems a little strange because they were the tail end of the projects, as well as the pavement preservation program. Those are the 2 action items before us today. And then tier 1 and tier 1 plus will come forward in July.
Tier 1 plus already came to the board, and we're actually working on those projects. The
Good.
only thing that is pending is tier 1, and we'll bring it back on July 13th.
Okay, it seems a little strange to me and the constituents because tier 1 were the worst of the worst roads, and we expected them to have priority, but we'll have a lot of good conversations, and I'm satisfied that we are moving forward on all of those categories, desperately needed repavement programs, designs, and when will the contract come back to us?
Supervisor, we get the approval to move forward in July 13th with the projects, then we would see contracts for these projects in, but let me ask Janice. I won't take a guess. Janice, are you available?
Yeah, good morning. Chair Hopkins, members of the board, Janice Thompson, Deputy Director, Transportation and Public Works. And our plan is kind of a 2-year plan. So depending on the difficulty of the road frame of 2022 and 2023.
Okay, and just a comment, I know I heard from a number of constituents saying, what, 2022, 2023? That is way too long to wait. So I'll have some more comments after that. Thank you so much for the scrambling of the work, both for CEO Bratton as well Janice and Johannes. We want to get these roads paved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit, questions?
Well, first off, just thank you, Johannes, and thank you, Janice, for all the great work and your patience. 12 years ago or thereabouts, we didn't have the dilemma of having to go through and select roads to pave because we weren't paving the roads. So this is a problem that we have, a challenge that we have. And you're right, the resources still are less than what's needed, but it's not a bad problem to have compared to where we were in the past. So thank you very much for all the work there. And to your point, my understanding with the tier 1, and I understand Supervisor Gorin's point, but the tier 1 dollars are there. We're just hoping that FEMA should pay. I think we all agree FEMA should pay for those roads. They were a direct result of the damage occurred from the fires and the debris removal, which are synonymous really with the event. And yet FEMA has opted out of that responsibility, in my opinion. I think it's worth, and I know that we supported giving it one last shot to see if we can get FEMA to step up and fulfill that responsibility. But the money is there to get those roads paved, and as the contracts roll out, while it might be in a next cycle, it's not any slower than if the roads were even in today's agenda item, as far as I understand. That's correct. We're getting a nod on that one. So I do appreciate that. And then for myself, I know that the other thing, and I appreciate, we also talked about whether it was the Grayton, we have the concentric circles around the Grayton Casino to deal with road issues there. And knowing that that's not part of the PPP program, but at the same time wanting to make sure that we take advantage of contracting, opportunities, as it were, in bundling projects together. So I take it that same July 13th-ish deadline would apply to kind of move forward there. And then the same thing is true, I believe, with, I give credit to the city of Roanoke Park when they added the developments over on the east side of their town, that they actually, I think for the first time in this county, put traffic mitigation fees into the unincorporated areas where that traffic was going to occur. And I know that we also were talking about what those projects would be going forward. They're identified in the EIR, and some of them are signalization issues and perhaps some other. And I suspect as well that is a separate project. And I just want to make sure that to the extent that we can bundle contracts to get better pricing, we do at that July 13th point going forward. So I know one of the roads that we talked about on the casino dollars was Langer over by the casino, which is not in great shape. And if there's a way that we can move forward on that, but we can come back and talk about that, add it in, and I just wanted to raise that issue about making sure that we bundle the contracts to the best extent possible, especially this year when we're paving so many roads. That I hope, even though the cost of construction is going up each and every day, I hope that because we have so many miles of roads out there that we can get a very competitive price and maybe stretch those dollars even a little bit further. But thank you for all the work that you're doing. And thank you to all my colleagues for continuing to put an emphasis on paving roads within this county. This year will be a banner year with the addition of the PG&E settlement funds. And soon getting back to those tier 1 roads as well. And we could only hope that there's enough asphalt available to be able to put down on the roads. And that's a great problem to have. Again, another problem that we didn't have 12 years ago. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking through some of the numbers. It really was interesting to me. I mean, so I've got a couple questions about this. Number one is Johannes and Janice. One of the last attachments I saw was general fund contribution by county. Any way you can bring that up? Do you guys have that, or just in our board items?
Are you talking about the amount on the exhibit, Supervisor?
Yeah, it was attachment. The last attachment G. Anyways, you have basically general fund contribution by road to roads by county, top 15, and we've always measured. The reason I ask this is that we've always measured ourselves. I know that San Francisco was the other one that was close to us. I'm wondering where this chart came from, because it says that we have $25 million going to roads out of general fund for 2018. It says we have for 2019 about 20 million going in. It lists us above basically everybody else. I'm just wondering how that a little bit of the detail of that, because from my understanding, I mean, is that really does that mean for a 2-year cycle, or are you bundling together? When you say 25 million in 2018 or 20 million in 2019, are you bundling together our general fund contribution with our sales tax, which is not general fund? Just wondering.
Janice, can you tackle the exhibit G?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Okay, while you're looking for that, I got a couple other questions, maybe Johannes and Janice for follow-up as well. Is that so we have some stuff listed on District 4 particular that I'm just interested. One of them is East Side Road, the last section of East Side Road. We'd had a conversation, 2 different conversations about connecting with the City of Santa Rosa and the Public Utilities Commission about that section. Supervisor Hopkins probably knows this. She's got a family farm that's close by. Understanding is that that's where the Geysers pipeline goes, and that's one of the major issues on that section of the road is a subsidence in and around it, and that there is an MOU or a contract with the City of Santa Rosa. So we said we were going to allocate this, but we were going to consult with City of Santa Rosa just to make sure we understood what our contracting requirements were and our partnership on that, if anything. Just wondering if there's any feedback on that.
Yeah, we've reached out and we haven't heard back yet, Supervisor Gore, but we're definitely working on.
Okay, well, I think you can understand from my perspective, $1.6 million into an area, even though we're authorizing this, I mean, I would almost put a caveat here as I didn't tell you here. I mean, we're talking about FEMA as well, right? I'm not trying to just, but if there is, I'm looking not for a negotiation, I'm looking for a contractual, agreement or obligation or whatever that is. So I guess I would put a caveat next to that one that that one doesn't go out until you have maybe confidence that it is 100% of our responsibility, or there isn't anything to discuss. as I said, is that when John McCarthy was back with us in Transportation Public Works, there were negotiations about that section and about improvements on the manhole covers and other things like that. So that's a large expenditure. So I just want to make sure that that's covered. So any thoughts on how you'll address that?
Just with reaching out to City of Santa Rosa, and there'll be an agreement when that was constructed, and we'll go over the details of such and get back to you. Okay. Well, I just want to have clarity. I mean, we're approving a big expenditure, right? That's 1.6. So I'll work directly with you guys on follow-up. I mean, I don't think you should be in if you don't have City of Santa Rosa responding to your calls, then definitely let us know. Don't wait. We should get some clarity on that. Thank you very much. So on a couple of the other ones, if you look at it, we're at 6.7 million this year in SB1 and 7 million next year. And I just want to remind myself that the reason that those are single-digit numbers is because we put half of the money into your maintenance program. Is that correct? That is correct.
That's correct.
Is it a clean 50-50? I'm trying to remember our policy. If we switch to a 60, we considered up in that at one point, but have not done so, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, I mean, it's just, I think it bears witness that I remember when we indexed our general fund contribution to property taxes, and that's now gone from 8 million a year to 12.7 or 12.9 million a year. I think it really shows our commitment. I also think it's a good conversation we need to have going forward about growth. So I appreciate that. And a lot of great roads on this list. It's amazing. Excited about road paving.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Corsi? Oh.
Supervisor Hopkins, the data for the attachment G came from the State Controller's office, and it's probably likely from the road reports from all those counties.
I mean, it tells a good story. We're like double anybody else, so let's just say I'm going to start posting it. It just doesn't match with the numbers that you're telling me. So that was my question.
Right. I like to show the data because you're right. It tells a really good story on the commitment of the board to transportation infrastructure.
Supervisor Abbott, follow-up question?
Follow-up road spiel. Just really, I think, again, it does highlight the unique circumstances of Sonoma County. The fact that we have so many roads, 1,369 miles of roads, when our neighboring counties have a fraction of that, 421 miles, 426, 630, and we have this much larger number. And then it goes back to, while it's been better the last so many years, we're still at a disadvantage in terms of the way that the counties get the allocation of the gas tax money. So I think it shows that there's counties that don't put general fund in because they don't have to. Because they get plenty of money through their gas tax. That was not the case here in Sonoma County, and we had to step up. And it's inherently unfair, but it's the reality. And the reality in Sacramento is that those that are in counties that receive a benefit are not necessarily going to vote against their own, their own well-being there either. So I'm glad you called it out. I'm glad it's an attachment here, and whatever the number is, we're still at the tops of those contributions because we have to. We have no other choice. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi, any questions?
Thanks. I don't have any questions. I'll have some comments later.
Great. And I don't have any questions either. I appreciate Director Hobart's, your staff briefing us along the way and working with us very closely to identify the top tier roads and share all the data from your engineers and maintenance crews. So thank you very much for that. With that, I would ask the clerk of the board to please go ahead and lead us in public comment on this item.
Chair Hopkins and board, we did receive 2 comments that were forwarded to the full board, and they were from Barbara Gallagher and Steve Johnson. If anybody would like to comment on this item, which is number 33 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. Chair Hopkins, presently we have a couple hands for comment.
Great, we can go ahead and give them 2 minutes, please.
Okay, for our first commenter, please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Hi, my name is Larry Fishkin. I live in Glen Ellen. I'm a survivor of the 2017 Nuns Canyon fire. I'm calling to you today to ask you to please today to release the PG&E settlement funds so that the Tier 1 roads can be put out to bid and be constructed within the 22-23 PPP. I'm urging you please not to wait on funding from FEMA, which has been reported at prior board meetings, is very unlikely to materialize. And to do so threatens to push out the repair of the Tier 1 roads into the 24-25 PPP. As you know, Tier 1 roads are amongst the worst in the county and are in the highest fire danger areas. While we're being asked to wait, other lower priority roads are proceeding. Asking us to wait for several more fire seasons with roads that are essential first responder routes and evacuation routes is very unsafe for us. Waiting for FEMA is not free. Every day we wait, it comes at a cost to our safety. It's great to hear Johannes report that he's going to bring this back up at the 7/13 meeting. The key essential thing is that I asked the board today to authorize that at that meeting, 7/13, if the FEMA funds are not in hand by that date, then automatically release the PG&E settlement funds to TPW to repave the Tier 1 roads. I'm asking you to do that as soon as possible because my concern is that come the fall, the ability to reconcile issue, which might occur in the middle of a terrible fire season, will definitely be very difficult for you because it will take away your time and attention to revisit this issue. So please act today. Thank you so much.
Our next commenters are David, followed by Catherine. Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. I'm David Gleba, a 2017 fire survivor who lives on Cavedale Road and drives over the largest and longest segment of zero-rated pavement in Sonoma County. I traverse 2 miles of zero-rated pavement every day to get to and from my home. I greatly appreciate that your board approved repairs to the Tier 1 list of roads at its December meeting. The minutes from that meeting stated that you directed, quote, staff to return to the board for an update on the status of the FEMA reimbursement claim in 4 months, unquote. I'm disappointed that materials for this roads discussion posted in advance by county staff made no mention of the Tier 1 roads, had no update about the status of the FEMA claim, which I believe is still due to the board and certainly due to those of us who are being asked to wait through how many more fire seasons living on the worst roads in the highest fire danger areas. Maybe we hear from staff today with some facts about the status of this final FEMA appeal. Perhaps some of you saw the New York Times article 3 days ago highlighting staffing problems at FEMA. It reported that fully 1/3 of FEMA's senior managers have been redirected to work on more urgent activities like the COVID vaccination effort. The school district in Florida that had been working with FEMA to rebuild from a 2018 hurricane said that work had ground to a halt lately and, quote, negotiations with FEMA have repeatedly been set back as the agency staff who are working with the district get reassigned to other missions, unquote. In today's consent agenda, your board approved TPW's recommendation for a $13 million intra-departmental credit line that will fund disaster repair projects until reimbursements received. This creative solution ensures that repairs to the roads damaged in the floods of 2017 and 2019 won't have to wait for FEMA. We ask that you take whatever action is needed to ensure that repairs to our Tier 1 roads damaged in the 2017 fires won't be delayed by FEMA either. Please take action to ensure our roads are included in the 2022-23 contracts. Thank you very much.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine O'Kane. I'm a resident of the Trinity Road community, and our property burned down in the 2017 fires. Thank you to the board for looking into protecting our community from fires, and specifically the road quality issue of both Trinity Road and Cavedale Road. Road quality is really and very important to our community to keep our community safe on a daily basis, but especially during a fire. And unfortunately, fire season is once again upon us. I feel very unsafe on these roads. Our roads are among the tier 1 roads that were most damaged by the 2017 fire and the debris removal. We have waited almost 4 years for these roads to get fixed. These county roads are in the worst condition and in the highest fire danger areas, and it's very unfair that they will be paved last. Please do not make us wait another fire season. These roads are essential to our evacuation. Please help our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Jennifer O'Mani. I'm a resident of Cavedale Road and a victim of the 2017 fires. I would also like to echo previous comments. Our roads are among the worst in the county, tier 1, and we are in one of the highest fire risk areas, being what's called a WUI, wildfire intersection with more developed areas. The PG&E funds were secured by documented evidence of the damage we suffered during the fires of 2017 and the post-fire debris removal. And waiting for FEMA, I believe, is a very dangerous game. We've been turned down multiple times already. When we look at statistics, the glass fire burned 1 acre every 5 seconds. If you calculate, and this is just a rough estimate, that rescue vehicles may be slowed up to 10 miles an hour, you're talking about 60 acres being burnt just because you have refused to develop the roads and pave the roads. You should also be aware that CAL FIRE and the local fire prevention authorities created a wildfire break at the top of Cavedale Road to prevent fires that come up from the Napa side from crossing down into Sonoma. If that wildfire break is not easily accessible by our vehicles, then we are further damaging the efforts we made to protect our area and the Sonoma Valley. So I would ask you, please don't play around with lives and property. Please be aware of what the importance is of the decision you're making today. Thank you.
Before we close public comment, I will look and see if we have any additional people who want to speak, and I do see at least one right now. Please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
This is Allison Ash, and I am a resident on Cavedale Road and a survivor of the 2017 fire. I also have been a board member of the My Campus Volunteer Fire Department for 11 years and last served as their board president, though I'm no longer on the board. Because of that history, I'm very well aware of the fire risks in this area. In addition to all the other comments that have been made today, I wanted to just point out that after the 2017 fire, Cavedale Road was dramatically damaged by what I call the 3 armies. The first army was the army of fire trucks that were up and down the road, needed and up and down the road. The second army was the army of PG&E trucks, large trucks going up and down the road, repairing and restoring service. And the third army was the army of 10-wheelers going into properties, removing tons and tons of debris from burnt homes. And all of that was because of the fire. And so I am grateful that FEMA and or PG&E is giving Sonoma County funds to use specifically to repair those damages due to the fire. It is a unique opportunity to use funds to aid Cavedale Road. And I'm grateful for the wisdom of the Board of Supervisors for putting this project on the planned calendar. It is my great hope that in addition, you will take the further step to in advance of the FEMA decision, spend some of those funds now so that this Cavedale project can be shovel ready by your next fiscal year. So I think that's kind of the main point, is to be shovel ready and get the engineering work done. So thank you all for your service on the board.
Thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. And there are no additional hands for comment, Chair Hopkins.
Thank you so much, Marcy. I appreciate it. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for comments and then a vote. Any thoughts to share from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin?
I want to thank you all, especially Janice and Johannes, for your great work as always, on our roads. We're anxious to get them repaved. I guess the question that I still have is the question that I posed to you a while ago is, there was some confusion about Tier 1 and bringing it forward. I'm really glad it's coming forward. And is there any way to jumpstart and move some of that work up so that it's earlier than 2023, given the fact that those roads are in such horrendous shape? And you're muted. Okay. Go ahead, Janice.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Supervisor
Gorin.
Yeah, go ahead,
Joe.
Like you got your twins,
I can tell
you know?
Yeah, I can tell you that we're going to bring the item to the board, Supervisor Goring, to move forward with Tier 1. In between now and then, we are going to proceed like if we had the green light, because we are going to start to need the design of those projects. So we'll move them along. At least they will be designed and ready to go to construction. However, on July 13, we will have board authorization to move with the funding so we can program them. How quickly we can plug them in, I will let Janice answer that, but they do need to be part of what Supervisor Rabbit described, big contract, so we can get the economy of scale and be programmed with the PPP projects, and we'll get better pricing on them. But that would be our plan. Janice, do you have any comments?
Yeah, no, just echoing those thoughts. We'll do what we can to get it done as quickly as we can, but we have not yet determined which projects can go in 22 and which can go in 23. But we'll do our best to deliver a balanced program as quickly as we can.
And I appreciate your best efforts. I've driven on some of those roads, and boy, they're full of potholes, not just little potholes, but great big chunks of pavement missing, as some of our roads are. So we're going to have to get the pothole patching crew out there on those fire damaged roads. So it's like a two-prong effort, which is somewhat of a waste of resources, but we'll try to identify, and I'm asking the community to identify where those sections are that desperately need attention for the pothole and the patching, knowing that it's going to be a year or two. Don't tell me 3, a year or 2. So thanks so much for all of your efforts, and we'll work with you on the potholing and the patching needed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. And other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I want to thank the board for the, and staff. I mean, this has been a glorious mess. But the great thing that we have going on here is that we have substantial money going into infrastructure. And so I'm confident with coming back on July 13th. I mean, obviously, this was a long discussion. I want to thank the board for the commitment to go back and to rebuild the areas damaged, and then also move into Tier 2, which is for future investments throughout the county. So I'm supportive of that. And I just want to make sure that we get the right kind of response or whatever we need out of FEMA or Cal OES. So Johannes and others, if you need to get in touch with Bob Fenton or others, let us know. I know he's talked about this numerous times. It's one of those where he's like, that there's no way that we're going to fund that, but it's like, then sign a damn piece of paper that says you're not going to fund it, right? instead of having it sit there forever. I do on the other side. I think the board knows this. Is that like my understanding was 2 years ago was the final invoice processing for the 1987 earthquake in Alameda. So it's just crazy to see how this stuff can sit around bureaucracy hell forever. But I want to thank the colleagues for honestly, it's a reminder of something that we went through very detailed last year, and this kind of infrastructure investment from the PG&E fund. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit?
Just one last comment before we move on. And I, again, appreciate all the work and the discussion that we've had. And I think, stepping back, looking at big picture, yes, FEMA definitely should be responsible for paving these roads and more, quite frankly. And at the same time, it is great that the county took the initiative to go after PG&E. But as we all know, we did not recoup 100% of the losses that we incurred and so you don't go through a disaster and not have it hit home and expect finding money in other sources all the time. And just the reality of where we're at. I do appreciate, shaking the tree one last time. And Bob Fenton is a great individual, but this is a lousy policy at the federal government level. And they probably don't want to change it because it would mean billions throughout the country after disasters. So this is, quite frankly, ends up being the local share, and we have to take it upon ourselves. But I, again, appreciate all the work that the TPW has done in order to exhaust the possibility of getting something, at the same time not losing the time frame involved with getting projects out in a way that is economical and inefficient. And it is, frustrating that it's 2021 and the fire was in 17. But we'll do better than Northridge, and we'll do better than most places going forward. And that's thanks to the great staff work. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. I want to acknowledge the frustration of the folks who live up on Cavedale and Trinity area. And I'm glad to hear that will be coming forward within the next couple of months. Glad to hear that this delay between now and then will not affect the timing of those projects. But I don't want to overlook what we're doing here. Getting things done in local government is hard. And when the federal government is involved as well, it makes it harder. But what's happening right here today is a huge accomplishment and a huge benefit to the entire county. Let's celebrate that a little bit. Let's give thanks to the staff and thanks to this board that somehow, even without me over the past 12 years, has been able to get us to this position where we're really doing something beneficial for the residents of Sonoma County.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. And I would just like to, echo the thoughts of my colleagues and the gratitude to Transportation and Public Works staff, and also acknowledge the frustration. I think that it's very challenging when essentially bureaucratic policy makes it feel like we are not able to respond as quickly as we can after disasters. But I would also like to acknowledge that the gift of the PG&E settlement funds actually means that we are able to address those concerns regardless of the stance that FEMA takes. And I think that that's extraordinarily lucky. I know that the floods were brought up by one of the East County residents. We still have, damage from the 2017 floods, which occurred 10 months before the 2017 wildfires that has gone, unaddressed, and that we're still working on addressing. So it does take a long time. And unfortunately, also all disasters aren't created equal. And I think that's another conversation. We've been rejected from flood damaged road resurfacing by FEMA as well. And we didn't have another source of revenue to really go after that. And so I'm grateful that some of those PG&E funds are going to be repairing those flood damaged roads that we otherwise would have had no way of addressing. Roads like Neely that were underwater for days on end, which caused the pavement to really erode from sort of the inside out. And those roads, of course, were in rough shape before, but that just was really the straw that broke the camel's back. So you know, we have a huge commitment to roads as the Board of Supervisors, and we do need to celebrate this. And I think we also need to acknowledge that there is always still more work to be done, and this board is committed to the long haul. We have not backed off on our roads funding commitment. We will continue to push that general fund towards roads and make sure that we are preserving and protecting that infrastructure for future generations. So a huge thank you to all of the amazing staff at Transportation and Public Works for bringing this forward, for working with us on prioritizing those roads, for working with the community on prioritizing those roads. And I really appreciate that we have a commitment from the full Board of Supervisors to ensure that there's no delay for those fire survivors in terms of, you know, the construction of the road in a future season. So I look forward to seeing those items return in July and making sure that we're full steam ahead on getting those roads in Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Gore's district repaired. So thanks to those of you who called in to share your concerns, and hopefully they're ameliorated by this conversation. With that, I would, unless there are any other comments from members of the board, going once, going twice. All right, I would seek a motion on this, and I am hoping that one of our disaster impacted supervisors, which is really all of us, might throw that down.
Gorin, so move.
Second.
Go. And second from Gore. With that, Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call vote on this item, please?
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you so much, Director Hoverts, and thank you so much, Janice, for your work on this. Really, really appreciate the collaborative approach and all of the data, all of the complaints from the constituents that you analyze and put into developing this list. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Looking forward to some, you know, stop traffic in the next couple of years while we repave those roads, right? Folks do complain about that, but I think they're grateful in the long run.
Thank you.
So with that, we are going to be transitioning to our COVID-19 emergency response update and also our environmental health COVID pandemic offset to the permit fees. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Interim Director of Health Services, Tina Rivera. I believe that we were also joined by Dr. Mace, our Health Officer, Dr. Shende, as well as Dr. Baldwin. And also Denia, Ken, Andrea, Darcy, Paul, and Kelly, I believe, are all in the wings as well.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Yes, Tina Rivera, Interim Director, Department of Health Services, and we are here to present our COVID-19 emergency response update. And just as Chair Hopkins mentioned, also our environmental health COVID pandemic offset to permit fees. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mace, and as well, we also have Christine Sosko, our environmental health director, who will be later presenting on the environmental health pandemic offset fees as well. So with that, I will begin our presentation with Dr. Mace. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you to Chair Hopkins and the board for having us present on the COVID-19 update, as well as the environmental health topic by Christine Sosko. I'm going to pull up my screen and share it. Here we go. Okay, can you see that all right? Okay, fantastic. All right, so hang on one second. Might be the wrong presentation, just a sec. Let me find. Okay. Okay, so I just want to go over our metrics. As we all know, these metrics are only going to be with us for another 3 weeks or so, because the state will be doing away with the blueprint for a safer economy as of June 15th. As of this week and today, our unadjusted case rate remains 2.4. Our adjusted case rate is still about the same, 2.2. Our overall testing positivity is 0.7%, which is as low as it's ever been. And our testing positivity in the lowest quartile is 1.2%. And The threshold for meeting the yellow tier, which we did a couple of weeks ago, is 2. And we've sort of hovered on that brink of somewhere around 2 to 2.4, actually 1.9 to 2.4 over the past 6 weeks or so. So we're right on the cusp and remain in the orange for now. Again, just quickly to show us our testing and positivity, you can see our testing volume has remained about 360 tests per 100,000 people per day. We are still above the state testing median, so we are getting an adjustment factor of about 0.9 or so. The good news is our test positivity for adults 75 plus is 0%. No cases at all in that group. We've been very successful in vaccinating that group. Less than 1% for all age groups, except for the 18 to 24 age group, and that is kind of where we have been seeing some more of our cases. 1.6%. This is the group that still is up for vaccination and should be getting vaccinated soon. And our testing altogether is lower than it's been, as you can see, over the past several months. As far as the source of infection, again, as I noted, unvaccinated individuals account for the large majority of our cases at this time. And household transmission, gatherings, which has always factored in as a source of transmission, and travel within state and out of state remain the primary contributors of transmission. At this time, you can see that this light green is workplace, active cases, and all time. Small gatherings is this color, large gatherings, the darker red. Household transmission still accounts for the majority of our cases. And you can see the other healthcare, travel, congregate care settings have really decreased over time. And then an unknown, because a lot of people aren't really telling us where they're getting infected any longer at this time. So I'm going to stop there and turn this over to Dr. Shende, our vaccine chief, to present on vaccination.
Thank you, Dr. Mace, and good morning, all. Thank you for the opportunity to update everyone. So we've reached a couple of milestones recently. So as of yesterday, we administered 532,933 doses of the vaccines. And we actually reached 2 milestones in terms of percent of population vaccinated. So we had gone above 70% about a week and a half ago, and then we added in all of the over 12-year-old, the 12 to 15-year-old population. We dipped down to 67%, and now we're back up to 70% of those, including those over the age of 12. So we continue to make good progress. 30% of our Sonoma County population has not been vaccinated at this point. So next slide, please. So here, the age breakdown shows clearly that the age group that has less of a vaccination rate are those over the age, under the age of 45. We've made great progress in those who are roughly over 45 to 50. Notably, those over the age of 70, now more than 90% are at least partially vaccinated, and close to 80% are fully vaccinated. And this is reflective of, as Dr. May said, that 0% those over the age of 75 have tested positive for the first time. That's really notable. Our morbidity and mortality has significantly decreased in this group. So all age groups have a test positive less than 1%, except for the young, the 18 to 24-year-olds, for whom it is 1.6%. Also of note is that over the last 10 days or so, the proportion of 12 to 15-year-olds who received at least 1 dose of vaccine has gone up to 26%. So that's a significant progress in a very short amount of time. Next slide, please. So this is a new slide on our website that shows the breakdown. And as you can see, even though it's not complete, this is an underestimate, but it does show that at least 54% of the Latinx population, roughly 66% of white, 68% of Asian, 68% of Black, 83% of American Indian, and 69% of Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders have been partially vaccinated or fully vaccinated. So with these 2 slides, what's notable is who yet has to be vaccinated. And of course, one of the biggest groups is those who have been underserved and those who've been most impacted, as well as the healthy young, those who are in the over 18 age group up to about 40, and then the youth in our community, so the 12 to 18-year-olds. So that really becomes our focus as we move forward. Things have really shifted in our vaccination strategy. And if I can have the next slide, please. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ken to talk about where we are and what our strategy is going forward as we reach this new stage of vaccination. Thank you.
Sorry, unmute. Thank you, Dr. Shendy, and good morning, everyone. I'd just like to go over the slide showing some of our equity measures. And so one of the things that we focus on is ensuring that vaccines get out in an equitable way to our lowest healthy places indexes. Those are places that generally are the places that are most underserved by healthcare or that have been most impacted. And you can see how on the chart on the left, we have a fairly flat distribution of doses going out to the healthy places index quartiles. And by the way, these quartiles are based on each are 25% based on census tracts. And so this just shows that we're doing a fairly good job of getting doses out to the tracts equitably. What I'd like to show you here on the right is that we, again, have made good progress in getting individuals within all these tracts vaccinated. As a matter of fact, if you look at the first quartile and the second quartile, in the first quartile, we've delivered 44% of the individuals in those tracts with 2 doses of vaccine versus the state that's only on an average of 37%. And in the second quartile, we're at 51% against the state's 44%. So we're doing very well there. The other thing I'd like to point out is while you see a trend up towards the higher quartiles, you'll see that here where only 1 dose had been delivered, which represents what's been happening in the last month, you'll see that's very equal across the quartiles. So it shows the progress that we've made in our focus on the lower quartiles as well. So now I'd like to update you on some shifts in vaccine mission strategy. Over the past several weeks, our demand at vaccine centers and those across the state has dropped significantly. As a result, the county and our providers are transitioning from a primarily fixed site clinic strategy to a more decentralized mobile and event-based strategy. So what that means over the next month is that the county and our providers will be demobilizing many of our existing vaccine centers. And by the end of June, we'll move from the current 12 clinic system down to 4 clinics. The remaining clinics will be at Grace Pavilion at the Fairgrounds, at Roseland Library, at Laluz Center in Boys Hot Springs, and OptumServe at the Rohnert Park Community Center. And so I mentioned that we'll move to a mobile and event strategy. Supporting that strategy are the Curative Mobile Van that delivers vaccines through around the county, and our community-based organizations and other organizations that are hosting events throughout the county, and also the Sonoma County Office of Education that's organizing events at our county schools. Concurrent with those strategies, and Dr. Shendy mentioned this, is our focus on priority populations. First is our continued focus, of course, on groups that have been historically underserved and most impacted by COVID. But in addition, you saw the slide showing vaccine by age, and now we need to focus on our younger residents. Our strategy is to use the Curative Van to focus on those underserved and most impacted communities by prioritizing trusted sites such as churches and parks. For example, yesterday we had a really successful mobile van event at Andy's Unity Park. Then for our younger populations, we're partnering with the Sonoma County Office of Education to hold events at local schools for school-aged youth. We're prioritizing our young adults who are also generally healthy and busy by coordinating events at locations where young adults traditionally congregate. Our hope is that focusing on these priority populations will help fill the current gaps in vaccine administration. Of course, all of our residents will continue to have lots of options for getting vaccinated, such as the many pharmacies across the county administering vaccines. Our local hospitals, our community clinics continue to do their job, just a great job of getting vaccines to the communities, especially those least served. And then there's several private providers across the counties that are also administering vaccinations. And then lastly, we're working on a program to get vaccine to local pediatricians. As the cold handling requirements of the CDC are relaxed, we feel that we can get the vaccine to those pediatricians, and the goal is to have them be prepared to deliver the vaccine once the 2 to 11-year-old kids become eligible. So our vaccine strategy will continue to support our residents' vaccine needs. With that, I'll turn it back over to Director Rivera. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. At this particular point in our presentation, I would like to defer back to you, Chair Hopkins, if there are some questions prior to us moving into the next phase of our presentation.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and open it up to the board for questions, since it will be a different topic.
So at this point, Dr. Mace, if you would stop the screen share for a moment so that we can see if there are any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you so much. Any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Corsi?
Yes, thanks for this update. Still going in that positive direction. Glad to see it. I wonder if someone can give us a 90-second primer on mask wearing and mask mandates right now. I hear a lot of confusion around it, and I think it would be helpful for the public to hear it from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. There is a lot of confusion about the mask mandate. As of until June 15th, California State has decided not to completely align with the CDC recommendations that were put out about a week and a half ago, and stick with what we're doing in preparation for our complete reopening June 15th. And so that people, here in California can sort of get prepared to move to the next step. And it just seemed, I think for the state, reasonable to wait until the blueprint was lifted. So right now, there's still a requirement for unvaccinated individuals to wear a mask when unable to socially distance, that 6 feet of distancing, outdoors or in any crowded events outdoors, where there's multiple, large groups, that kind of thing. And also indoors, in any setting, where they're with people that are not of their own household. Now, people who are vaccinated, on the other hand, if they are getting together with people who are vaccinated also, even if they're from different households, do not need to wear a mask in the indoor setting. Now, the CDC recommendations extend to other indoor settings, like restaurants, retail settings, things like that, and state that really both the vaccinated persons certainly don't need to wear a mask in those settings for CDC, and in some instances, unvaccinated people as well do not need to wear a mask in those settings. So it's a little confusing, but we haven't aligned fully with the federal recommendations from CDC. And we're hoping that the state will put out much more detailed recommendations as we move closer to the June 15th date. Now, I'd like to see if Dr. Shende or if Paul would like to add to what I've said, or go over in more detail on any of this.
I'd like to just add one thing, and that is that end of school and graduation season is upon us. And we know that there are events coming up that are, it's worth celebrating, of course, and particularly after all that we've all been through. That being said, this is exactly the population that has not been vaccinated yet. So it's so important for us to continue to use preventive measures as we go forward. We know there are going to be gatherings. We know there are going to be parties. We know there are end of school year, or rather, senior events coming up. And given that that population certainly is not fully vaccinated yet, it's going to be important until we get a higher rate of vaccination to continue to use masks and social distancing as much as possible. It's very, very understandable that people want to celebrate, but at the same time, we want to make sure that people stay healthy and realize that young people are oftentimes the ones who can transmit the infection, which can then be passed on to those who are unvaccinated and may have much worse outcomes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Shende. I just want to quickly jump in there, Paul, and just say this is a great opportunity for us to say that everybody who hasn't been vaccinated should do so now, because it's really going to help towards being safe, keep yourself, your family, and the community safe, and to reopen completely without fear, because we do see that those people who are vaccinated are not, even if they get COVID, are not getting sick, hospitalized, and having negative outcomes. So Paul, please go ahead.
I was just going to add, Dr. Mace, that the policy that you just explained about mask wearing is, we're not alone about that you have joined health officers from all around the Bay Area as part of the Abajo group to push out that they're all adhering to the CDPH guidance on this. And the basic message is all mask guidance is in place and will remain so until June 15th. And that's really what we're pushing out, and we're answering. That's any questions we're getting is basically that is our answer. And there's some flexibility there, but that's essentially the message that we're pushing out.
And if I may add, Supervisor Corsi, we're also waiting for the state to adopt updated regulations for employers. And so that's expected June 3rd. And so for employers, there may be, mitigation still required.
And as the season changes and people get outside more, last weekend, I couldn't believe how many people were out and about all over this county. But the bottom line is, if you haven't been fully vaccinated, you wear your mask out in public. Is that correct? Thank you.
Excellent question, Supervisor Corsi, and thank you for the responses. Other questions from members of the board? Seeing none from Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Rabbit, any questions?
Just again, grateful. Thank you for all the work going forward. I know, a little frustrating regarding being right around the 2.0 on the adjustment in order to move us forward. I guess my only other perhaps question would be anticipating, again, I believe that we should anticipate June 15th as the date that our county will go forward. And if there's any update that you've heard from the state regarding anything that will happen on that particular date that we should be aware of, including, as Supervisor Corsi said, the mask mandates and so on and so forth. Maybe you can expand upon that. But again, just want to say thank you.
Yes, thanks. I think we're all waiting to see specifically what the state comes up with. Every indication is that the blueprint is lifted, and there may be some still requirements for masking for very, very large gatherings, 1,500 persons or more, that will continue. And I think all those specifics are going to be put out by the state. And our plan in Sonoma County is simply to align with the state. We're not going to have our own orders or any specific requirements unless anything drastic changes. I don't see that happening, and we'll align with the state at that point. Dr. Shende, do you want to add anything else?
No, nothing to add.
Thank you so much, and thanks to all of staff for the excellent work and the presentation. I wanted to just check in on the topic of equity, the needs that we see in our underserved communities at this point in the pandemic. And I'm just wondering, if maybe staff would like to comment. I don't know if Denia, if there's anything that you want to share, what you're hearing from stakeholders, what we really need to do going forward. Because I also want to acknowledge that even though we're focused on, vaccines, and we've been focused on vaccines and testing, obviously the need goes far beyond that. particularly in terms of job support. And as we start to gear up to discuss the American Rescue Plan funds, that's a conversation that I'd like to continue into that later this fall. But Tania, do you have anything to share from the stakeholders, what you're hearing?
Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Most definitely. I think community, as we are in the process of it's recovery and resiliency for those impacted communities the most, right? Recovery, resiliency, but also lots of a need for education. We know this information changes so quickly, and it is so important to let our community know what's the importance in keeping up with things like masking, or why does it right now we have children that are going back to school, for example, and some of our families know that what happens when a child test is positive, right? And what that it's a completely different environment for community right now, and the need for education, consistent communication with communities, but also speaking about recovery and resiliency, and what does that look like from a community perspective is, I think, the beginning of some of the conversations that we're hearing now. Continue to being safe as we move forward, as we open up, and also thinking about what the financial impacts have been for families, as we know that's also part of health equity, and from an overall picture. So
thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Anything else to add from anyone else on the health services team about that?
Well, I just wanted to add that some of the feedback is with respect to economic recovery with those who've been most severely impacted. A lot of the feedback we're hearing from families is, in order to realize that recovery and resiliency is climbing out of, a lot of the economic impact, whether it was with respect to, just, bills that had piled up, loans that families had received, not so much rental assistance. Folks have been really, grateful for all of that assistance, but just other types of economic impact with medical bills, medication bills, things of that nature, where individuals are seeing gaps. So just looking forward to that, how they can achieve assistance with that. Food recovery has been great. They've received a lot of assistance with respect to the efforts the board has laid out with rental and food and utility assistance, but there are still some economic impacts that families are still trying to recover from. So that's some of the feedback that we're continuing to hear in some of these neighborhoods and areas. So just looking forward to that as to what kind of assistance that families can see, as we move forward to continued recovery to help get these families on their feet.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I look forward to having these continuing conversations in the future with the board regarding potential funding initiatives. The impact of the repeat disasters has been so challenging for our communities, and I fear that it's really only widened those pre-existing socioeconomic disparities with each subsequent disaster. So it's something I think we really need to roll up our sleeves and dive into. With that, unless there are any other thoughts or questions from members of the board, I would hand it back to staff to move into the environmental health fee waiver portion of the presentation.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Christine Sosko. She is our the Director of Environmental Health Services for the Department of Health. So Christine, we can begin the next phase of our presentation, and Dr. Mace will be driving this. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. We're pleased to be here today to present this pandemic offset plan and to be able to benefit those facilities that are permitted through environmental health and suffered some hardships with the pandemic. Since the onset of the pandemic, Environment's been working with our operators. We've been providing information and also working with them to develop strategies to assist these businesses as they are overcoming the financial hardships that have been placed on them. So next slide. On January 26th, the board directed us to return with a proposal for local strategies that would assist these businesses. And the amount of that strategy was 2.8 million, and those funds would be coming from the general fund infrastructure sinking fund. Next slide. And what we did is we looked at all our facilities and the different types of programs that we have in environmental health, and really looked to figure out which of those operations were the most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We used two criteria, and that was that the facility was either required to close or significantly modify operations. And that was either through a local or state order. And then the other piece was looking at the permit is annually renewed versus issued on an as-needed basis. When we went through that, we found that there were three large categories that had been impacted by the pandemic, and those were the restaurants, the body art practitioners and facilities, and then also pools and recreational waters. Next slide. So for our restaurants, we defined restaurants based on California Health and Safety Code. And we defined a restaurant as a retail food establishment that prepares, serves, and vends food directly to the customer. So this includes restaurants, but it also includes other establishments like a deli or a bakery or a specialty like a cheese shop or cupcakes or cookies, or all of that would also be included in that. And so then we determined there were 1,610 of those operations and facilities that we had. And then we came up with two different options. The first option would be to offer 100% offset of the permit fees for all of those restaurants. That would be approximately 2.4 million for that option. And then the second option we came up with would be to offset based on the percentage of restrictions that were placed on them throughout the days of the orders. And so this came up with a 76% overall offset. And we used kind of a matrix to figure out how we would determine that 76%. And it was, we determined that a facility was operating at about 15% capacity when they could only do takeout and delivery, and that lasted for 109 days. They were operating at about 25% when they were doing takeout, delivery, and then outdoor dining, and that lasted for 227 days. And then we determined that it would be about 40% when they were doing takeout, delivery, outdoor, and then indoor dining at 25%. And that was about 42 days. So all of that combined came up with the 76% overall offset for their fees. Next slide. So the next group that we looked at was body art, and body art facilities and the artists. They were not able to operate for 8 months. They were closed from March 18th through October 20th in 2020, and then from December 12th of 2020 through January 15th of 2021. So we came up with two options to look at offset plans here. The first one, it was to do 100% offset of the permit fees. And this would be for all body art facilities and the individual artists, of which there's 282 of those. And the cost of that would be $7,340. The second option would be to offset by 67%, which is the 8 of the 12 months that they were unable to operate. So kind of the same as the previous option too. And that also would apply to the 282 operators, and that would be 52,267. And then it's also important to mention body art facilities. We did take some previous actions with them back in September of 2020 when they had been unable to operate since March. We went ahead and extended their permit for an additional 6 months. So each of their permits had an additional 6 months added to the end of their permit term. And this permit extension benefited the total community, the 282 artists and facilities, and the cost was $39,170. And that was absorbed through the environmental health overall program. So next slide. Recreational health is our program, which is pools, spas, wading pools, and then interactive water features. We looked at these facilities. They were closed. Indoor facilities were closed for most of the time. And outdoor facilities were closed for a very short time, but had modified operations. So we looked at 2 different options here. The first was to offset 100% of the permit fees for all facilities. That would be 742 facilities. And the cost of that would be the $485,268. The second option here would be to offset 100% of the permit fees for the indoor facilities, which have been closed through the duration, and then an offset of 25% of the permit fees for the outdoor facilities. The total of that offset would be $282,185. And then also of note here is with the recreational health program, we did previously move their permit terms because they were closed in the month of May, which is generally when we renew their permits. We moved everything to June, allowing them an extra month on all their permits. Next slide. So our recommendations at this point, we're recommending that we go with option 1 for the restaurants, which is to offset 100% of the permit fees. And the cost of that is the $2,408,917. We're recommending option 2, which is an offset of the 8 months or 67% of the permit fees for all body art facilities. And that would be the $52,267. And for recreational health, we're looking at option 2 would be the offset of the permit fees for pools and spas for the time of closure. So this would be the shorter term for the outdoor facilities and longer term for the indoor facilities. And that is the $281,185. This would be offered to all accounts meeting this criteria that are in good standing, and the total cost of the package would be $2,742,369. And then we're also asking for an additional $38,600 for administrative costs needed to execute the reimbursements for the businesses, which comes to a total of $2,780,969. So thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
we
Well,
turn it back over to you, Chair Hopkins, for questions.
thank you so much. I appreciate that. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions on this item. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, this has been a long time coming. I want to thank the staff and everybody for bringing this forward. I don't have, as you say, Supervisor Hopkins, you keep us to questions. The only thing from here for me is that this is a one-time expenditure, just confirming that, and that we're also looking at a different item to come back and do a full study on fees and look at our review our fund balance policy here and other things like that. And just wanting to see if there's any context that anybody wants to provide for that as well.
That is correct. Christine, do you want to speak more to the study? I can't remember exactly what date that is. Do you recall the date that we're bringing that back?
I can also not recall that.
But yes, we are bringing a fee study back. That item will be coming back for the board. And, we are currently.
I see Cheryl Bratton looking at her to-do list.
Cheryl probably, she's looking at the calendar for us.
It's okay. I don't need an exact date. I know that we're reviewing that's a policy call here. And I look forward to that, but just with respect to this, looking forward to if there's any public comment, and I appreciate that you came forward with recommendations based off of the policy discussion that we had, right? So looking forward to more.
Other questions from members?
I can provide. Oh, sorry. I was going to say I can provide just general when we're expecting the fee study. We did just start, we've hired the consultant and we've had a couple of meetings, so we're starting into that process. We're thinking it will be close to the end of the year by the time we have that process completely done and have a presentation ready. But we're working diligently and really prioritizing this and trying to get it done as early as possible, understanding our importance.
Sorry, any further questions, Supervisor Gore? Didn't mean to cut that off. Okay, great. I thought I saw Supervisor Rabbit leaning in.
I don't really have a question, but I just wanted to say thank you for addressing this particular issue. I think it's the right thing to do going forward, and appreciative of the approach. And I appreciate how you looked at it and calculated the number of days that the businesses were down, and making sure that we were, again, it was fair and equitable going forward on those that were affected. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Any other questions? Seeing none, we can go ahead and turn to public comment on this item. So Marcy, if you wouldn't mind going ahead and opening up those lines for public comment, and we can do 90 seconds, please.
Chair Hopkins and board, we received no prior comments on this item today. If there are any members of the public who would like to make a comment, it is item number 34. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app to indicate that you'd like to comment, or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone attendee to raise your hand. And thank you so much. I see that the slide is going up. There's at least one person commenting. And please go ahead, unmute and state your name before beginning your comment. Jenny, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, my hand was raised. My hand was raised accidentally. I don't need to be on this. I don't have a comment.
Okay, thank you. If there is anyone else in our meeting who would like to comment on this item, again, please raise your hand to indicate that's the case. Okay, Chair Hopkins and board, there are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. So I will bring it back to the board for deliberation on the environmental health item in particular, and also any other further comments on the general health update. I see Supervisor Corsi raising his hand.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I had thought we might get a report on the rental assistance program today. Can we get an idea of when to expect an update on that?
We can certainly bring you, forward you something via email prior to our regular update, which I think is probably in another couple of weeks. So we certainly don't want you to have to wait, but I can certainly send you an update.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great question, Supervisor Corsi, and I would really appreciate any geographic and demographic information on recipients of those funds. That would be great.
Yeah.
Other questions? Supervisor Gore, I see your hand raised, or comments.
Is it okay?
Please, yes.
No, I just want to thank the board and staff. I mean, holding back the comments until now. This was an item we brought forward at the beginning of this year. If I remember correctly, we liquidated our sinking fund, our infrastructure sinking fund, but at the same time, we made historic investment in infrastructure with the PG&E settlement dollars. So I think this is totally appropriate, and we know that that there's been so many people hard hit by this, and this is just a small part of what we're going to need to do for long-term economic recovery. But the least we can do is cover costs for people who were shut down, and because of statutory requirements on us to continue to do what we need to on health and safety, we got to still cover these costs. So I just think we're doing the right thing. It's not cheap, but as you can see, the thousands of businesses out there that have been shut down already and are now going to receive a refund for this, which in an ideal world, we wouldn't have charged at the onset, but that's our system. So we're doing the best we can. And I just want to thank the board members, it looks like, for the policy direction on this and support on the authorization side. This is, as I always talk about, we have kind of an authorization side, then an appropriation side. Well, now we're going into the appropriation side of this. And I'm looking forward to folks getting some checks and going and frequenting some of these restaurants and maybe even tattoo parlors. So here's the long-term recovery. This is a small step in the right direction, but it's a necessary and justifiable step. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Gore. Excellent thoughts. Any other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Rabbit, anything? And I do want to actually thank Supervisor Rabbit in particular for really advocating for this item. I know there's a commitment across the board to really support our small businesses. And I want to thank staff for all of the work that went into this, which was substantial, to really analyze exactly what the financial impacts. And at the end of the day, we're about to pump $2.7 million into our local economy and support those local businesses who were hit hardest by the pandemic because they were forced to close or to operate at substantially reduced capacity. So I just feel like this is a really appropriate and a really important step for us to take as a county. It just doesn't feel right to charge people who were also being shut down by government at the same time. And this really addresses that. And also, I think, gives folks, some cash in hand as they're going, we're hoping to reopen the economy. We're in this mode of economic recovery and revival. And so I think the timing is really appropriate. And this is going to be good for our local businesses and our local economy. So with that, I would seek a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
Second by Rabbit.
All right. And with that, Marcy, I'd ask for a roll call vote on this, please.
Supervisor Gorin, absent. Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore. That was a thumbs up. Sound issues. And Chair Hopkins.
Yes. All right, and with that, that does conclude our last morning regularly scheduled item. And so we will be moving to closed session. So we can go ahead and start with public comment on closed session items, which are items 35 through 37.
Yes.
The two thumbs was a good way of voting. I like that, but we're making it official. All right, so with that, Marcy, would you mind leading us in public comment on closed session items? Again, that's 35 through 37.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on the closed session calendar items today, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. There are no hands for comment.
All right, so with that, we can go ahead and adjourn into closed session. I do want to check in with County Council Pittman to see if the teams are ready to go, because if they are, I think it would be great to just sort of roll into closed session and then we can take a break for lunch prior to our 1:30 time certain.
Sending emails to folks now. Let's maybe take a 10-minute break just to allow them to get in the waiting room.
Great, wonderful. All right, I will see you all in 10 minutes in closed session. So we will adjourn for now.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll ask that we have the slide taken down, and we are going to take one brief moment before we begin. Thank you, and Chair Hopkins, we are ready.
Thank you very much. And we will be beginning with our report out from closed session. So I will hand it over to County Counsel Pittman.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 35 through 37 on today's agenda. On item 35, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the public employee performance evaluation of the Director of Regional Parks. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Supervisors gave direction to staff. On item 36, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in their capacity as the Board of Directors for the Sonoma County Water Agency to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project, FERC Project number 77. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Directors gave direction to council. On item 37, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel in their capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to discuss existing litigation in the matter of County of Sonoma versus Pacific Gas and Electric. No reportable action was taken. The board provided direction to staff and council and further directed that this item be brought back to the board in closed session on June 1st. And that concludes the report out from today's closed session.
Thank you very much for that. So with that, we will be moving on to the local coastal plan update, item 38, and I will be handing over the microphone to Director of Permit Sonoma, Dennis Wick.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, and good afternoon to the board. As the chair indicated, this is our latest update to the board on the local coastal plan. With me today are Deputy Director Scott Orr, Division Manager Cecily Condon, and Project Planner Gary Helfrich. We'll begin with Division Manager Condon. We'll then hand it off to Gary for the balance of the update. Thank you. Cecily? The scene always makes me smile.
There we are. You feel just a little more relaxed right now.
Yeah.
There we go. That's how we want to get things started today. So this is a workshop update for the local coastal plan. Oh, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And there we are. So many of these initial slides are going to look pretty familiar. They're things that Gary and I have been saying over these last few years, so we're going to keep that as brief as possible. As a reminder, the local coastal program is a requirement for all coastal jurisdictions to implement the California Coastal Act, and it allows us to control most local land use decisions. The policies and regulations contained within the local coastal program only apply within the coastal zone, which is a relatively narrow strip along the Sonoma County coast. The local coastal program in Sonoma County has 3 components being updated at this time, as well as the coastal zoning ordinance and administrative manual. One of the unique things about the Coastal Act and the coastal zone is that the priority of land uses is actually set by the legislation, which means that coastal dependent public recreation uses, agricultural uses, and other coastal resource uses are considered as very high priorities of use, whereas uses that are more typical of housing, general industrial, and general commercial types of development are considered as lower priority uses. This project itself has many independent goals, the first of which, of course, is to comply with the provisions of the California Coastal Act. We're also seeking to create a modern and up-to-date document that'll be much more viewer-friendly and web-friendly. This can also be seen in the attachment to this presentation for the agricultural resources sample chapter to see what direction the visuals of the chapters themselves are going to be going. We're also going to be updating information and policies in several key areas, including public access, resource protection, climate change adaptation, wildfire and hazards, and water resource protection. As this project's been going on for quite some time, so has the public outreach. In 2015, there were 5 workshops over the summer. In 2019 and 2020, with the release of the public review draft, 6 additional workshops were held. And in the workshop in November of 2020, at the board, we introduced the concept of some topic-based workshops based on the real categories of consistent public input to the planning effort. In addition to these workshops, we've also continued our partnership with the California Coastal Commission on developing policies and options that are actually responsive to our public input. And we also held a photo contest to help generate some interest along the coast. So the topic workshop series, which was primarily held in the spring of this year, included climate change adaptation, housing and accessory dwelling units, wildfire hazard mitigation and resiliency, environmentally sensitive habitat mapping, and some changes that are being made to the draft maps. It was also scheduled to include pesticide regulation and short-term rentals discussions, which were postponed for staff to develop more comprehensive outreach materials and research. The first of these workshops was for climate change adaptation. One of the benefits to doing this topic workshop series is that we were also able to get some subject matter experts on board to really get some direct engagement with members of the public. This included our partnership with NOAA of National Marine Sanctuaries, and Dr. Wendy Cordish was able to provide a great presentation on both some of the most recent climate change data, as well as some of the ongoing regional partnerships that we've established. An additional workshop was for housing and accessory dwelling units. This presented an opportunity for staff to really dive into detail on some of the Coastal Commission's policy on accessory dwelling units, as well as potential options for workforce housing and housing in some of our urban service areas within the coastal zone, considering the priority of land uses for housing in the coastal zone being relatively lower than some of the other uses. We also had our fire prevention division participate in a wildfire resiliency workshop. They were able to go over some of the general goals for fire fuel management and also discuss with us some of the conflicts between current coastal protections and meeting those goals. One of the things that came out of this workshop was a need for enhanced timberland management and even private property management of defensible space. Many property owners do face challenges because the development definition within the coastal zone does include major vegetation removal. So we're looking at options to remove those hurdles to people, including providing an exclusion order to make sure that coastal development permits in the future would not be required for such uses. We also had a workshop for environmentally sensitive habitat area mapping, often called ESHA. And so this workshop was a great opportunity for us to also introduce our Natural Resources Division Manager, John Mack, and the staff composition of his team, who have been supporting both the mapping for this plan as well as the text updates to this plan, including a geologist, biologists, registered forester, and just to show some of the science side of Permit Sonoma that the public may not get to see as often. So we were able to go through some of the changes to our ESHA maps and assure the public that areas such as sanctuary preservation areas and conservation areas were actually reintroduced to these maps that had previously been removed. Now, Gary is going to go ahead and discuss the pesticide regulation.
Good afternoon. This is Gary Helfrich. Based on public comment during the local coastal plan workshops, staff investigated adding additional policies to regulate pesticides within the coastal zone, and we were going to use the Santa Monica Mountains Land Use Plan and the City of Malibu draft local coastal plan as templates. Staff also reached out to the Agricultural Commissioner's Office for technical assistance in understanding the fairly complex world of pesticide regulations, and also understanding how agriculture uses pesticides in Sonoma County. Because of preemption under the State Food and Agriculture Code, the only way that we can regulate pesticides through the local coastal plan is in protection of coastal resources, water quality, and wildlife, specifically the protection of environmentally sensitive habitat areas. These findings that will support this program will require some additional study and analysis, and we're working closely with both the Coastal Commission and the Ag Commissioner to develop a draft regulation program as a policy option for the Planning Commission draft. Now, off to vacation rentals, which is a huge topic everywhere in this county. The local coastal plan includes a vacation rental standards program already, which is policy CLU1, and it calls for the development of comprehensive performance standards for vacation rentals in the coastal zone. Vacation rentals are a little bit different in the coast because they're characterized by the California Coastal Commission as a key component of coastal access. So this is an access issue as well as a housing issue. Coastal Commission has distributed guidance, which is included in your board's packet, that offers input on balancing public access, protection of coastal resources with the need to preserve community character and provide for local housing needs. Our initial discussions with the Coastal Commission staff indicated that establishing standards, performance standards for regulation of vacation rentals is preferred over geographic prohibitions or specific limitations in certain areas of the coast. So this is, it isn't to say that we're not going to pursue the options if there's some areas that may be unsuitable for vacation rentals, but the primary focus is to follow the direction of the Coastal Commission and develop performance standards. And let's see, so right now we are in the process of developing a county-wide vacation rental ordinance, and it's our hope that we can harmonize the performance standards county-wide and have one uniform set of performance standards for both the coast and inland. We do also recognize, though, that there's some unique circumstances in the coast, and we will be holding specific coastal public workshops on the vacation rental ordinance in order to develop a policy, a draft policy recommendation for the Planning Commission draft. Thank you very much. And that concludes my presentation on vacation rentals and pesticide regulations.
Thank you, Gary. So we have, of course, continued to receive public comment as we've both gone through these workshops and as time has gone on. So I'm not going to belabor this as we're going to continue to include the public comment in the packages. But we are excited to be moving on with the development of the Planning Commission draft. So as this concludes our public review draft workshop series, we will be moving forward with the Planning Commission. It was originally tentatively scheduled for May 27th. However, in order to accommodate the changes that we needed to make for that outreach schedule, including some initial technical changes that slowed down the launch of the topic workshop series and developing those more robust materials, that will now be moved to July 15th. And then the Board of Supervisors hearing is scheduled for August 31st. And that brings us to the Coastal Commission hearings for certification of the plan in November, which is their local North Central Coast District meeting. So as the Coastal Commission continues to rotate through the state, we have a great opportunity here in November to have a local meeting for the certification of our plan. And each of these opportunities moving forward are still opportunities is still very much encouraged as we go. That includes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. So I will bring it back to the board for any questions. And then I know that there are a number of residents of the coast and passionate coastal advocates who are listening into this meeting and I know would like to speak. So maybe we can save our deliberations until after public comments. And if you wouldn't mind stopping the share screen just so that I can see the gallery, I'd appreciate it. I do see that Supervisor Corsi has his hand raised.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think Gary mentioned that a workshop on vacation rentals will be held before the Planning Commission meeting. Is that scheduled yet, the workshop?
Through the chair, no, we have not scheduled it at this point in time.
Okay. I had seen the Planning Commission originally scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and that was what my question was going to be. When is that workshop going to be? But it will be before the July Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Other questions from members of the board? Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I noticed that visitor serving, I always thought that visitor serving businesses and whatnot were prioritized within the local coastal plan. So I was wondering what the thought was behind the kind of the ag support pieces. And I know that we immediately go to tasting rooms. I know there's not a tasting room out there, but I'm wondering why we would prohibit any other types of ag support with the connection to visitor serving at the coast and how that came about.
Cecily, should I answer this or?
No, that's all right, Gary. If I may, this is a result of the visitor serving uses being prioritized in the coastal zone are specific to coastal resource visitor serving uses, generally speaking. So as those are not typically going to be coastal resource uses, that was the thinking. This has been in the draft now for a few years for that change.
And perhaps and I apologize, is there a definition of coastal resource? Because I know of other business types that seem somewhat similar that are prohibited or are permitted, but this one is prohibited. So I'm wondering again how that came about.
Through the chair to Supervisor Rabbit, they're not prohibited, but they're only allowed in certain zoning districts. This is based on input from the Coastal Commission that visitor serving uses are more appropriate in commercial zones than in agricultural zones. That the commission has no problem with a winery in the traditional sense, which is a place where wine is produced, but does not include a tasting room, event centers, and other sorts of ancillary visitor serving uses.
Or farm stand or anything of that type?
Farm stands and direct farm retail sales are allowed within our agricultural zones.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gore, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just the main thing I want to dive into is the issue of vacation rentals. And first of all, I appreciate the idea of us figuring out how we do outreach for our own vacation rental ordinance. But we've also I think we're now 6 to 7 years into kind of still the nebulous version of of addressing vacation rentals through the local coastal plan. And for context, a question for staff, right, which is obviously the Coastal Commission has changed a lot. There's a lot of new members. It seems like there was an old policy of not as much limiting vacation rentals unless there was other kind of commercial stuff out there. Like, so for instance, I heard examples about, other areas that had a lot of hotels and other things. And so how the Coastal Commission really sees things like visitor serving as a good thing, right? Like as vacation rentals. But I guess I'm interested just from a perspective of the process. So like when whatever we ultimately determine to be the right fit with respect to these issues, like vacation rentals, we ultimately have to submit this to the Coastal Commission, and then the Coastal Commission could take certain portions and be like thumbs up or thumbs down, or would they do it as a whole thing or send us back as comments? What's the process
Especially-
Through,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Gary.
Through the chair. It can run the entire gamut, Supervisor Gore, from the commission saying that something really is not a Coastal Act issue, all the way through saying that they disagree with our policy and they're not going to certify it as part of the local coastal plan. It's important. At the end of the day, we only have regulatory authority if it's granted by the Coastal Commission. So that's just always something that's important for us to remember. However, that's land use authority. For instance, we can regulate performance standards of restaurants in terms of noise, things like that. That's not something that the Coastal Commission gets involved with. Construction of a septic system is done to the regional board standards, not to you need a coastal permit to put it in, but the commission doesn't establish the standards of how it's constructed and how it functions. So in the context of vacation rentals, there is, and we've been in discussion with the commission about this, if we are just regulating how people behave and how people run the vacation rental, that indeed may not rise to the level of being a Coastal Act issue. If we regulate where they can be and how many people can be in each vacation rental, that's likely to be a coastal access issue. We did run the numbers very quickly on lodging in the coast, and I'm giving you this out of memory. I don't have it in front of me, but we have roughly 280 beds in traditional lodging and roughly 800 beds. No, it's a little over 800. It's probably 900 beds in vacation rentals. So most of our visitor lodging in the coast, this is kind of an unusual situation, is provided through vacation rentals.
And obviously, it's an interesting one because you get into population conflicts with that when the majority of your lodging is actual, could also be housing. Okay, well, I think I mean, I definitely look forward to diving in on this, and also Supervisor Hopkins, getting your take on what you've heard from the community on this. But it sounds to me like we need to explore and give directions. But what I'm hearing also is like I don't want to be in a position that we're so afraid of sending something that has like local direction from staff to the Coastal Commission. If they say up or down, I'd rather make sure that it fits with what our values and other things are, even if it's a cycle. So thanks. I'll pass this off right now.
Thank you very much. And I have a couple of questions. I wanted to follow up on Supervisor Rabbit's question and potentially provide some context. I believe that Marin County's LCP was finally adopted in early 2019, and the topic of vineyard development was a very hot topic between the County of Marin and the Coastal Commission. I'm wondering if staff could probably summarize better than I can that conversation and what ultimately moved forward. And if not, I can take a stab at it. But my understanding was that it actually required a CDP in order to move forward with vineyard development. So essentially, it was sort of at the discretion of the Coastal Commission. And so that it was very different than the way that we currently regulate vineyard or agriculture in Sonoma County. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, Chair. As someone who used to work in the County of Marin and mostly in the coastal zone, their agricultural production zone has become a model for the Coastal Commission around the state, and it takes a very conservative view of just that agricultural production. Other very limited uses are allowed only by coastal development permit and use permit.
Thank you for that context. So I wanted to sort of explain some of the conversations that were happening. Supervisor Rabbit, do you have a follow-up on that?
Yeah, I wasn't really talking about vineyard development, and I understand that. And again, that's not the piece. And I'm not sure if we should point to Marin as the model, seeing as the McClures just announced that they're going out of business going forward. So, I do think for me personally, this is about supporting agriculture in our county, making sure that it's done appropriately in the right locations. I do think personally that there's a connection on the visitors to the coast serving in that capacity, and I recognize that. So I think it's just something that we should be thinking about to be consistent with our own policies going forward. And again, not about vineyard development. It's about why preclude the other options for agriculture support that might come down the road years from now that we're not even thinking about today.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that although we may, and so we always sort of have to look at precedent when it comes to those kinds of things, but I appreciate the distinction, Supervisor Rabbit. Other questions that I have, one is really with respect to timing. We have been in this LCP development process for far too long. I think we can all agree. So long, in fact, that we had to basically restart our entire public engagement process because the community felt like, hey, guys, it's been 5 years. We can't just point to the old community engagement process and call it good. So given that context, I'm concerned about sort of looking at this multiple phase approach for some of those hotter topics, including in particular vacation rentals, as well as pesticide regulations. And I'm wondering if there's any way to sort of, align that phase 1 and phase 2 and actually consider some alterations to 26C as part of the same process so that we're going through the Coastal Commission, the community is engaged. They've already said, I think, a lot about what they want out of some of these items. And so is there an opportunity to actually move that forward as part of this process? Because, my concern is that we still don't have any kind of regulation whatsoever on vacation rentals at the coast. When did we pass the vacation rental ordinance inland? It was before I was on the board. Was it 2015, 2013? Right. I mean, it's a better part of a decade. I don't know what the date was, but it's a better part of a decade. And we still have not been able to then implement anything at the coast. And so my concern is that we're just lagging so far behind on these kinds of common sense regulations. Like, when I think about it, we can talk about concentration. That's sort of a hotter topic, but certainly it makes sense to require, the posting of a number and someone to be able to respond within 24 hours to complaints, maximum capacity, common sense parking rules, all the kinds of things that we have inland. And so, I'm wondering a little bit about the take on whether that's feasible to actually move this forward as one process. And if not, how quickly can we come back? Because it's been way too long. And I think folks are growing increasingly frustrated and concerned about it being another 5 to 10 years before there's even a phone number you can call if your vacation rental neighbors are, having loud parties and ruining your quality of life.
We hear you loud and clear. We hear the community loud and clear. And the short answer is yes. I'm sure Mr. Helfrich will expand on my response as he usually does.
Okay, then that at that invitation, right now we can modify 26C as long as it's consistent with our current local coastal plan. So we certainly would engage the Coastal Commission to see if establishing performance standards in 26C is consistent with our current LCP. So that could go independent. It's only if we start taking actions that aren't supported by the current LCP that we would be delayed. But it does, and since I'm also tasked with updating the vacation rental ordinance, is we are doing it with an eye towards creating these performance standards that can be applied everywhere in the county. And I'm being very mindful of making it consistent with our current local coastal plan. So there is a potential that could just be adopted both in the infamous Article 88 inland and in Chapter 26C on the coast.
Thank you. And what about sort of a pesticide program similar to what everyone's talking about in Malibu and Santa Monica? Would that be a potential, under our existing LCP? Or I also think about what I think of as the Vern Ball ordinance, which was the pesticide regulation ordinance, that Vern was really the driving force behind for county public lands.
The answer to that is a bit more complex, simply because of what we've seen the folks in Malibu go through. That took them 3 attempts to get their LCP finally certified. There is a very narrow needle that we need to, a very narrow eye that we need to travel through, which is making sure that our pesticide regulation, we have solid findings that it is within the context of the Coastal Act. That was a problem that Malibu was having, is their ordinance was too broad. So, and we are in deep discussions and continuous engagement with the Ag Commissioner, who's been wonderfully helpful in giving us the advice to navigate these fairly complex regulations that preempt a lot of our local authorities. So we're pushing that forward, but that's a more complicated issue than vacation rentals, quite frankly.
So To Gary's point, I will also add that in addition to the models we're looking at, which are actually program ordinances, not distinctive like individual land use policy, we will be with our policy options developing, identifying what we can do now and what will take that additional full ordinance development. So that's part of the policy options that are going to be moving forward with the Planning Commission is what can we do now and what will be done through full ordinance development. And everything that we can do now to inform and do that research for that ordinance development is going to be expediting that process, as well as the feedback we get from the public and through that Planning Commission process will be expediting.
Thank you so much. And I'm guessing you can hear by my line of questioning that I'm very interested in expediting as much as we can. So sooner rather than later, because I don't want to be another 10 years and, to have gone by. One question that I did have, and I appreciated that slide of what we have heard. I have heard, pretty much all of those kind of items from members of the community, except for one. So I was kind of wondering if it was broad consensus or if it was sort of, particular stakeholders, which was consider allowing short-term rental of ADUs. It just hasn't come up in my, email inbox or in the conversations that I've had. So I was wondering, first of all, what is actually the current regulation surrounding that? Because I don't think I'm actually aware of it. And then sort of where did we hear that from the community? And was that a broad consensus or was it something that a few folks were requesting or what was the sense on that one?
We've been hearing that from some of the vacation rental operators. That's mostly where we've heard that from. We've heard that inland as well. It's something that nobody else does. If your board gave us direction to investigate that, we would, but it seems as though the whole spirit of vacation rentals is allowing somebody to hang on to a second home, not to monetize properties and turn them into, as Supervisor Gore has pointed out, bed and breakfast hotels into commercial enterprises. So the whole purpose of the ADUs is to provide housing at relatively low rental rates, and it seems contrary to our findings for allowing ADUs to allow them to be turned into short-term rentals.
So to again add to Gary's point, the current draft local coastal program does prohibit the use of accessory dwelling units as short-term rentals. The current regulations, as you know, are that it is not monitored within the coastal zone. And we don't have a way currently to identify if any of those TOT registrations are in fact for accessory dwelling units rather than primary units in the coastal zone.
I appreciate that. It looks like Supervisor Corsi has a question.
Yeah, just another timing question, going back to the pesticide issue. Your staff report talks about putting that into a policy paper rather than going through another workshop, I think. What's the timeline on that? And will that be ready before the Planning Commission hearing in July?
I anticipate having that prepared well in advance of the Planning Commission hearing. A lot of this is working with our subject matter experts over in the Ag Commissioner's office, but so far we've received excellent support, and as long as we can continue to get that support, I don't see any problem in getting the paper published.
Okay.
Those are all of my questions. I certainly have some comments, that I will reserve for after public comment. Does anyone else have any remaining questions before we open it up to members of the public?
Supervisor Hawkins?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just honestly, I just wanted to ask also, as much as I've been asking staff, I want to ask you, you're in this crazy situation where you represent the entire coast. And I'm interested. I don't think any of us have been to these outreach meetings. We've gotten a lot of activation, a lot of calls from people. I remember the LCP was when I was on my first year on the board, a couple of years before you came on. Obviously, we're talking about visitor serving uses, and on both. The key point I think here is what I've heard has come up is vacation rentals and like what we do with that. But I'm just wondering if you could tell us what your meetings have been over the years and what's going on, because we've had a conversation. I mean, this is a huge resource, but it's all within your district. So, I mean that honestly.
I really appreciate that. I first started attending meetings when I was running for office. And I believe that even those were maybe not the first meetings on this subject. And so it's been, ever since I've been in office, kind of steadily plugging away and then having resources diverted based on wildfires and floods and everything else that we've gone through as a county. I will say that one of the things that I love the most about representing the coast and that I've loved the most about this process is that community activation. You would not believe the passion at the meetings and the depth of knowledge and expertise. And so I remember having a meeting out in Bodega Bay where, everyone was just all ramped up because I thought that we were going to try to rush this process after having, waited and having it be dormant for 5 years. And everyone was just so frustrated and just acknowledging that because people really feel a very strong sense of ownership over the coast, deservedly so, right? And it dates back to Bodega Head and the hole in the head, right? And, saving it from PG&E and that sense of ownership still certainly exists in the community today. And we have some amazing just experts out in the community who feel very strongly about not only the big picture LCP, but also their unique area. So the Sea Ranch is a great example, and some folks up there who really, really invested heavily in helping revise the draft based on their knowledge and history with the area. So I think it's important to look at, we have the entire coast, but the South Coast and the North Coast are also extraordinarily different. In character, in nature, and in even requests. And sort of the things that I'm hearing from the community are different in some of those more densely populated areas that are currently feeling like the carrying capacity is thin. There are lots of visitors, right? And there's a lot of concern about, availability and accessibility of affordable housing. So that's kind of an overview. But I would say the community passion is awesome, and I hope you all get to experience it. And I mean that in a really good way. So.
I'm sure we will. Well, I think it's, the reason I ask this is because I look at this and I'm trying to see where we should focus, right? Because while we're talking about visitor serving uses, whether it's commercial or other areas that we're commercially zoned or other areas that we're looking at, one of the biggest issues that the coast faces is the traffic, right? And so, it's a crazy thing for me to kind of try and think through, how does this affect one of the biggest impacts that I continue to see out there, which is we get flooded, right? We're getting that with the lower river right now. So I guess Director Wick or others is, if we're taking this is really a land use designation. But everything that comes forward through us is going to have to be addressing the biggest core concerns, which is overloving a place, which is what we continue to face in Sonoma County. So, how do we go about kind of digging into this document to try and not just address what's in front of us, but address the larger issues that are out there?
Well, thank you, Supervisor, through the chair. It's one of the conundrums we have in planning, whether you're a technician like us or you're policymakers such as the board. The more you preserve a resource, the more scarce it becomes, the more valuable it becomes. That is the nature of coastal regulation more than any other part of my practice in 40 years in 4 coastal counties. And I don't think anyone's ever found the economic balance there. The California coast it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And as long as we preserve it, we're going to continue to have people come there. And that, as someone who frequents the coast every weekend, every chance I get, as often on 2 wheels as 4, the traffic is real to me. I get what happens to communities like Bodega Bay. I have a feeling it's going to be structural changes in society that lessen traffic and the impacts on these communities more than it's anything we're really going to be able to do through changes in land use regulations. As long as people rely on single occupant cars or limited occupant cars to get out to the coast, it's going to be something we need to grapple with.
Well, I think the point there for me, and this is kind of an open question, is for these kinds of areas is that I want you to consider, some of the conversations that Supervisor Hopkins and I have had on something that we share together, which is the Russian River in our districts, is so getting, we're so discovered now that it's been a monsoon of people last year. And going forward, we expect that with COVID going forward. And so as we're running around out there trying to, navigate with CHP, sheriffs and others, this overlove of a place. And at the same time, we're like thinking, God, the fact that can I regulate things like single-use plastics on the river, because I got a bunch of CVS unicorns, like 10,000 of them after every big weekend. So I guess all I want to do is just pose the question, which is, how do we make sure that we think about those things as we dive deep into these policies? And if it's not appropriate to have that be on land use, I would love, I don't know, Supervisor Hopkins or whatever. I mean, I know we're talking about local coastal plan, but I would love to think about, are there other ways that we manage those issues that are not with land use? Because land use can't be the panacea to manage all impacts. So
True. Got it.
I that's an open question, and I'm not looking for an answer right now, but I just want us to stay on that.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Supervisor Gore, for those questions. Those were excellent, and I would love to bring that back to the board for further conversation. But this idea of preserving and conserving scarce resources, protecting the environment, that is really why we're here, why we love living in Sonoma County. And I think it's not just through land use, it's also through programs and funding, right? And, and also community stewardship. So I look forward to that conversation. Any last questions before we open it up to members of the public? Okay, and I do just have one last one, which is, I think that Gary, when you were reading through the slide on the upcoming dates, there was an incorrect date on the PowerPoint, and you said the new date very quickly, and I'm wondering if you could just reiterate that for members of the public so that we know kind of when we will be coming back to the Planning Commission. Or Cecily, maybe that was you.
That was Cecily.
Sorry.
It was July 15th for the
July
Planning
15th.
Commission.
Great, thank you very much. That's a good target date. All right, and with that, then I believe we can hand it over to Marcy to take public comment, and I would ask for 2 minutes on this one, please.
Teacher Hopkins, before we begin the live public comment, I will share a document with everyone of the names of those who submitted comments. And for the members of the public, if you can please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you would like to comment on this item. And our first commenters will be Kimberly, followed by Steve, and then Jennifer. Please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, hi, I'm surprised I'm first. This is Kimberly Burr out in Forestville. And thank you for having this workshop and working so hard on the local coastal plan. My comments focus mostly on ESHA, the environmental sensitive habitat areas. I just reviewed some of the maps, and I noticed there's a heavy reliance on the California Natural Diversity Database, which is old technology. I was hoping to see something more about LIDAR and something about the ongoing and finished studies of NOAA fisheries and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They're called habitat conservation plans, recovery plans. They're not even mentioned on there. So they either need to be articulated or somehow pointed to as important to consider when development is proposed. They should not be overlooked. And I didn't see anywhere, and maybe I missed it, but where climate change is going to affect habitat and sensitive plants and animals. Everybody's going to have to migrate inland, and including the wildlife, which is really going to be challenging. So I wanted to see a very robust protective mitigations for and migration patterns shown on there, so those areas won't be developed. So that seems, maybe it's there about it, I just didn't see it. So special plants and animals must be identified. You can't rely on the National Diversity Database. That's a one-off animal or plant. And these are big habitat areas that need to be considered, especially as the climate changes. So, and just add that on another section about intensification of agricultural uses, I think that we're pretty loud and strong about not allowing intensification of agricultural use as a way of keeping these properties in.
Thank you so much for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Thank you. Steve Bertlebow with the Transportation and Land Use Coalition. I want to talk a little bit about traffic, and I appreciate that it's recognized as a big problem on the coast. I don't think the statistics that Caltrans has have caught up with the situation that we've, or at least with what they published, has caught up with the actual experience there. And I sent some pictures around, and I hope people saw them. But I think we need to spend a little time focusing on that, and I'm disappointed that so far the draft does not. The main thing that controls the amount of traffic is where people park. And I think a lot of people have been disappointed recently that they haven't been able to find a parking place. We've worked out a proposal that would permit people to reserve parking places so that they would know whether they could park or not. And that might direct some of the traffic to other parts rather than focusing them near the Bodega Bay area. So I look forward to working with the Planning Commission and the staff to try to resolve some of those issues, at least point in directions where we can make the coast a better experience for visitors as well as for residents. Thank you for your interest in all of this. Be in touch.
Our next commenters are Jennifer, followed by Sean, then Eric. Please unmute and state your full name.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Merchant. I'm with the Sea Ranch Association. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and staff. For the record, I am the community manager with the Sea Ranch Association, and I'm sharing some information from our board of directors. I really want to express gratitude to Supervisor Hopkins and staff for the detailed presentation today and for continuing to be able to participate with the county and the Sea Ranch Association together so that we can discuss the LCP. I'm speaking today to share with your board and staff that on May 22nd, the Sea Ranch Association Board of Directors acted unanimously to take two actions. Number one, we revised the language previously submitted to your board regarding proposed LCP short-term rental policy. The revised language replaces our November 2019 request for the county to delegate authority to the Sea Ranch to regulate STRs. Instead, our requested new language at a program level would allow different regulations in different parts of the coastal zone in order to preserve the core values of different coastal communities. Secondly, following an open workshop in April and a half-day hearing on Saturday, the board acted to endorse proposed regulatory concepts and directed myself and the task force on short-term rentals to pursue inclusion of policies and subsequent regulations that would authorize them to be included in future Sonoma County and California Coastal Commission regulations. The concept addresses noise, lighting, parking, registration, number of users, density limits, such as a total number of people in each unit and distance between STRs, and other issues in order to maintain our rural residential character of the neighborhoods while preserving housing to the coast, access to the coast, excuse me. And we look forward to working with you on this.
Comment. Next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. This is Sean Saleg. I'm an owner at Sea Ranch, and good timing following up on the last comment. I just want to let you know that the proposed short-term rental regulatory scheme that the Sea Ranch Board has submitted as a proposal to the county is extremely controversial at the Sea Ranch and is not a consensus proposal. In my view and that of others, it is extreme in certain respects, including the cap on rentals and the density provisions that could block owners from doing short-term rentals for years or even decades. That's not fair to newer owners. Newer owners are more diverse and the future of the community. And so I would suggest the county shouldn't adopt regulations that would make it hard for people to enter the community in the first place. And of course, we need to protect coastal access to everyone by allowing short-term rentals and not attempting to unduly throttle them. Thanks for listening.
Okay, the next commenters are Eric, Charles, and then Eris. Please unmute and state your name.
This is Eric Frazier of truthandtourism.org. What I'm observing here really is a political process that's playing out. And I really am very thankful that the grassroots in Sonoma County instituted through a public initiative process, the California Coastal Commission, together with other activists along the coast. It's very important now because we can enjoy these agencies, these commissions that help us understand the facts. Because a lot of the arguments that are created here in the county aren't based on facts. They're based on political process, they're based on fear-mongering, they're based on a lack of understanding economics. For instance, we just heard that there's 800 plus beds associated with STRs. And STRs, by the way, is the best practice to refer to things, not vacation rentals. But those are fractional uses during the year. In fact, our hypothesis would be with the existing housing on the coast, every night there's probably over 6,000 unused bedrooms. Talk about a waste of resources. Lots of fear-mongering about visitors. We've heard it over and over again, certainly with Measure B. What you guys need to do is really pull back and become professionals and really understand how to get information that's verifiable, peer reviewable, and also in the public process. It's been years of these meetings, but yet when I attend one, there's only a few dozen people there on topics that are so important. Obviously, your outreach is seriously deficient. It doesn't meet professional standards whatsoever. For my remaining time, out of respect for the grassroots effort to create the Coastal Commission, a moment of silence. Thank you.
Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Charles Metz, and I'm wondering how many vacation rental permits people are actually using them, because not everyone who has a permit is using it. Because in 2020, PRMD reported there were 600 properties that filed transient occupancy tax exemption forms in the unincorporated areas of the county. 400 of those were in the rural areas, so I assume the remaining 200 were in the coastal zone. So is there a tally of how many permitted vacation rentals in the coastal zone have filed transiency occupancy exemption forms indicating they don't pay TOT, but they're not being used as vacation rentals? They could be vacant, rented long-term, even used by the owner. This is important because it would give more accurate account of how many operating vacations rentals there are out there. Also wanted to tag on to what Supervisor Hopkins said in regarding the PowerPoint, where it talks about what have we heard considering allowing short-term rentals in ADUs. I think ADUs and hosted rentals would be an important part in adding low-cost accommodations to visitors in the coastal zone. So I hope the board would direct PRMD to look into that. Thank you very much.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Eris Weaver with the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. Most of my comments have to do with the circulation and transit element of the plan, which have not been discussed today, other than a few comments. In the description around bicycle facilities, there is no mention of Class 4 protected bike lanes, which are newer. I would like to them at least be included in the description of the possibilities out there. Also throughout the document, the word accident is used, and I would ask that you replace that with the word crash or collision, because accident implies that a collision could not have been prevented, when in fact most of them are a result of impairment, speed, poor decision making on the part of a driver, poor infrastructure, that sort of thing. Both Mr. Wick and Mr. Bertelbaugh alluded to this, the huge numbers of people coming out to the coast from other parts of the Bay Area to recreate. And while that is discussed a lot in the introductory section of the circulation and transit element, all of the suggested actions and policies focus on work and school commuting locally, which doesn't address that other issue. And I don't know how much this document can deal with this issue, but as Mr. Bertelbaugh said, parking is one issue that affects how people come. I think it's past time that we have a shuttle out to the bus. I've seen Highway 1 backed up all the way to Petaluma. We put a parking lot somewhere on one between the coast and Petaluma, run a shuttle, require people to park there, put a sign as people get off the freeway saying the beach is full, park at the shuttle stop if you want to go, and get all of those cars off the road.
Our next commenters are MJ, followed by G. Farron and Sia. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Mary. I'm an elderly and disabled, trying to keep my home through short-term rental and not become homeless or a burden to the state. If Sonoma County and the Coastal Commission limit days for short-term rentals, homes will rent at a higher rate due to limited access or only be available to the rich as second homes. This will ultimately make it too expensive for low or to moderate income families to enjoy the coastal zone. Short-term rentals help small businesses stay open as locals don't contribute enough year-round to keep the doors open. Short-term rentals help ensure maximum public access because without lower-cost visitors serving facilities, members of the public with low or moderate income would be more limited in their ability to access and enjoy the coast. Creating an ordinance that only allows wealthy homes to be used as their own or those of friends, vacation homes doesn't serve the greater good. This type of planning, the plan limiting or canceling short-term rentals only allows the wealthy to stay in Sonoma County. This plan, under the guise of taking care of the homeless, obliterates the lower and middle class from enjoying the coast. It seems short-sighted and only contributes to the rich. As an elderly woman, renting short-term makes me feel like I have a purpose, gives me socialization, and has me feel back in the corporate world, which I had to leave prematurely due to being hit by a car and lost out on earnings and savings for retirement. Thus my need for short-term rental income now. There has never been complaints on my property nor parking problems. Thank you for your time.
Please unmute and state your name.
My name is Gregory Farron, and I'm here today not to take issue with anything in the plan. We have plenty of time to do that, and I've personally been a part of it for a couple of decades. I'm here to thank the staff of the county, PRMD, Tennis, Cecily, and in particularly Gary. We have come to expect the highest performance out of all of them, and they have delivered. We are aware, my friends, of what's happened all around the state with local coastal plans. We monitor and comment on them all the time, and we are familiar with most of the county's staffing and most of the county's capability of producing a local coastal plan. And honestly, all around the state, not only because Sonoma County is home to a lot of coastal activists who are aware of it, but we have occasion to encounter the staff more frequently, probably than others. And so we just want to say thank you. You've done an admirable job of dealing with the issues that are brought up and trying to come up with compromises that meet everyone's needs. I want to remind everyone that, Peter Douglas once said that, the coast is never saved, it's always being saved. It's a long process. It'll continue. We'll participate. And we just want to thank the staff in particular. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can our next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Yes, hi, I'm C. Higgins, coastal resident. And yes, I want to ditto what Gregory Farron said. Thank you so much to Permit Sonoma. They have been very open to comments and really appreciated the 4 workshops, and glad to hear today that we will have the 2 workshops on pesticide regulation and vacation rental ordinance out on the coast. So thank you very much. I'm glad to know that we will have those before the Planning Commission hearing. I did want to let the Board of Supervisors know that the Malibu ordinance actually was certified on pesticide regulation. It was certified last week. And there is a lot of excellent vetted language in that ordinance and also in the staff report that I think will be incredibly helpful for Permit Sonoma to review. It is true that state law disallows local governments from regulating pesticides, but it doesn't prohibit state agencies from regulating them when administering other state laws. So that means that local governments may adopt LCP policies that regulate pesticide use. And that's exactly what happened in Malibu, and it's an excellent precedent. And I suggest everybody look at that and review that, and looking forward to that workshop. As far as vacation rental ordinances in the future, I heard Gary mention today that that was a policy consideration, and I just wanted to point out maybe something has changed. Gary, you can answer that question. It's currently listed now as a program option in the draft of the LCP, and as we know, a program is not a mandate. So I'm just curious, is that now something that's a policy so that we can look forward to reasonable regulations here on the coast? We're not looking at bans, we're looking at a way to harmonize between residents, affordable housing, and vacation rentals and visitor serving amenities. So just wondering if there's been a change from program to policy. Thank you.
For the public in the Zoom meeting today, if there are any additional folks who would like to comment, if you could please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9. All right, for the next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
I think I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Yep, I can hear you.
Donna Martinez. I wish to express my concerns regarding the potential performance standards covering the short-term rentals. I am not confident that the enforcement agencies will equitably and equally monitor, manage, and enforce those rules and regulations that ostensibly cover all members of locations that are governed by HOAs, homeowners associations, such as the Sea Ranch and potentially Bodega Bay. Those communities include permanent and part-time homeowners, some of whom use their homes for visitor services such as STRs, short-term rentals. I am concerned that the potential is there for an inequitable enforcement of the so-called performance standards, also known as CCNRs and regulations, and will focus on the guests visiting the regions and not also on the residents who are just as likely to have those late night cocktail parties at their homes, lights on, way too late, forget to pick up the poop of their unleashed pets, as well as many other annoying issues of noise and the like. As a result of this de facto othering, any data that would be collected from these performance standards will be skewed as odd ticketing and fining would be directed first to the homes of the coastal visitors before, if at all, the permanent residents. Those are my sincere concerns. Thank you for your time.
All right, Chair Hopkins and board, that will close public comment.
Thank you so much. So I would like to bring it back to the board for any comments, feedbacks, and statements on this item. Anyone feel like jumping? It was perfect,
Sure.
apparently.
Sure.
I see Supervisor Corsi unmuting.
Yeah, I appreciate the update. Look forward to hearing more about the vacation rental section and the pesticide paper. And just to be clear, there was one person who said they were looking forward to the workshop on pesticides. My understanding from the staff report is there will not be a workshop, but there will be a policy paper. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, Supervisor Corsi, that is our plan at current time, is to publish a white paper and then provide policy options for the Planning Commission.
Great. All right. Looking forward to getting this put together this year.
Thank you. Other comments? Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, just I think about this in the context of a couple other things that we've done where we've legislated locally, but we ultimately have a bigger board that has approval to either accept or whatever, and or deny or make changes or whatever it is. And so what I'm hoping to do is with staff and others is actually write the policy that's best for Sonoma County, and then go back and forth with said entity. I just say that very directly because with respect to vacation rentals, I think whatever we legislate for vacation rentals, Supervisor Hopkins, I'm going to be looking kind of to you on some of the things we've done this last year on density and other things. And I'm going to be looking to support countywide policy but with specific focus areas on this and send it. If said board, the new Coastal Commission, decides that they have issues or whatever, I want to make sure that those are supportive of our county goals and of the district supervisor and where we're at, as opposed to worrying about what might be passed and what might not be passed. And the reason I say this is because we've dealt with this on other issues. We've dealt with this on septics with the regional water board, where, you know, we dove in and we legislate all these things and we say, well, they will accept this, they won't accept this. And there's all these conversations going back and forth with staff. But ultimately two policy bodies have to take it and figure it out and hash it out. So with that being said, I think that's going to be kind of the focus for me, and making sure that we have the visitor serving use stuff. And then on the other side, I definitely, Supervisor Hopkins and for the rest of the board, I want to maybe have a conversation about how we manage the overlove of some of our resources. I want to continue to be the tourism capital of Northern California. I want that to flourish. It's a phenomenal economy, but I do understand now with some of these prime resources in these areas that what we're doing is we're basically tinkering around with land use and trying to control traffic and other impacts and pollution in the river, and we're spending a lot of money just taking care of people on the back end, right? And paying out of our office budgets and other things to clean up and sending supervised adult crews and then running around. And I mean, the amount of like staff time we spend on coordinating with CHP, sheriff's offices, Permit Sonoma, parks, and others to gear up to half-ass manage a huge impact during the summer is just not the way to legislate. So I'm going to bifurcate those two, and maybe, since we're coming up on the Russian River this year, is kind of start a conversation maybe with the chair and maybe bring something back at an appropriate time to the board. But I think we should talk about this within that context as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Gore. And that is something that I can certainly discuss with CAO Bratton and see how we can calendar that in the second half of the year. I did submit a number of budget board information request forms on the topic of tourism impacts, trying to get a sense of the scope from different departments. So maybe that information can, form some feedback that could guide that discussion later this year. Supervisor Rabbit, any comments on this one?
No further comments from what I had earlier. I just think we need to work through it. I appreciate your involvement, obviously, in making sure that the coast is protected and accessible. And it's a delicate balance, I know. And recognizing too that, we're at the mercy of the Coastal Commission ultimately approving the plan. But, also want to make sure that we stay true to our own values here in Sonoma County. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. I did note one comment and one question from a member of the public during public comment, which was how many permitted vacation rentals do we have in the coastal zone? And I know the first part of the answer to that question, which is that we don't actually have permits in the coastal zone because it's not actually regulated. But I'm wondering if staff does have a rough sense of the number of vacation rentals we believe that we have in the coastal zone.
The best answer that we can give you is how many properties are registered for TOT, because that literally is the only regulation in the coastal zone. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. There are no permitting requirements for transient rentals. So it is in the range of 800. It varies up and down. We get reports on a regular basis from the tax collector, and that's our only information that we have.
And do you happen to have how many SFDs we have in the coastal zone to give a sense of what the percent is of vacation rentals? My understanding was, when I remember reading a report from the EDB years ago, that roughly half were not necessarily vacation rentals, but not sort of owner occupied, not kind of registered as primary residences. But I'm wondering if you have any more information. And off the top of my head, I can't remember if the figure that I have in my head is the number of actual houses or if it's number of people in the coastal zone.
I would really prefer to get back to you with the accurate data instead of guess.
I appreciate that. And I think that would be really great information to sort of inform the coastal vacation rental, ordinance process as we move forward. So I think that would be really great to get for the future. And then another question that I had was, continue to hear a lot of community energy around this pesticide regulation around the Santa Monica Mountains and Malibu, and understand that the white paper, is forthcoming. But in terms of the information for the Planning Commission meeting, when do we anticipate kind of having that information made public so that folks, for instance, can see the range of policy options that the Planning Commission will be considering? Because if we're not having a town hall, I want to make sure that there's still ample time to review and for members of the public to provide their feedback via email or by phoning into that meeting.
Thank you. Our current goal, and as we've been discussing throughout this process, is to have those items released 30 days prior to the Planning Commission hearing. So at least those draft materials, draft policy options, any updates that we make to those in that interim time will be brought to the attention of both the commissioners and the public at that time. But our goal is to get those drafts released in advance.
Thank you very much for that. And just, my final thoughts are, I want to say a huge, huge thank you to Cecily and to Gary for their fantastic work on this project. I really appreciate you all hoofing it out to the far corners of the Sonoma coast, engaging repeatedly, endlessly with constituents who just care so much about this coastline, and also for the responsiveness. I think there was a lot of fear, especially early on, that the county's just going to rubber stamp this, we're going to ignore the community feedback. And I really appreciate actually slowing it down now at this last part of the process in order to really meaningfully hear from the community and to incorporate that into the version that will be considered by the Planning Commission and by the Board of Supervisors. Speaking personally, I continue to hear a lot of energy around vacation rentals, around pesticides, have felt that staff did a really great job in terms of incorporating more of the topics around climate change, right, and sea level rise sort of into the conversation. And I look forward to when this comes back to the board later this year. And of course, we'll be following closely at the Planning Commission as well. So thank you all so much for your tireless work. And I'm going to be so excited when we finally get this across the finish line, or at least get it to where it's the Coastal Commission's problem, and hope that they don't send it back to us, because I think we want to wash our hands and move on, hopefully, to the implementation phase. So thank you all so much. And I really appreciate the staff work.
Thank you, Chair.
So I believe that was an informational only item. So that will then take us into our next land use item, which is item 40. This is going to be a formal public hearing. It is UPC 17-0041. at 2000 Los Alamos Road. And so I will be handing it right back to you, Director Wick. You've got a long time in the hot seat this afternoon.
All good items. Thank you, Chair. I will not waste any more of your time and hand it directly
And actually,
to.
I apologize. I think I jumped
Chair.
ahead. We're on with 39 first. I apologize for that.
So
The issue
Laughlin Road.
of the iPad and trying to get to the right place. So that is 2599 Laughlin Road in Windsor. And this is Medley Farms, UPC 18-0055. And I believe that we do have an announcement at the beginning of this item before we really begin the formal presentation. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins. So it's come to my attention that recently, over the last 3 to 4 weeks, somebody who's a family member, brother-in-law of mine, has participated or is in contract and might be presenting or answering questions before this board. I reviewed it with County Council, and basically it's one of those things that it's not an FPPC or a financial conflict of interest, but under common law, I have advice from County Council to recuse myself since there is a familial relationship as a part of this. And I think it's different if a brother-in-law is working on things behind the scenes and working with staff directly as opposed to approaching the Board of Supervisors. So I'm going to recuse myself under council's guidance and let the board take it from here. I never like to have a land use issue in my district that I don't vote on. It's the most important stuff, but I think I'm taking the advice of council and I'll step out, and maybe you guys can text me when we get on to the next one and I'll jump back on.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Gore, and we will certainly let you know once we wrap up with this Medley Farms appeal. So with that, I believe now I will hand it back to Director Wick to begin the conversation on 2599 Laughlin Road in Windsor.
Thank you, Chair. This is an appeal of an approval of a use permit for cannabis operation in the airport business park area to the board for consideration, and Deputy Director Orr will take it from here.
Thank you. So the project planner on this permit is Sue Gardner, who will be taking us through a presentation now.
Thank you. Let me get my screen up. All right. So good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sue Garner, and I'm presenting on the appeal to the Board of the Zoning Adjustments decision to approve a centralized cannabis processing facility. The project was heard and approved by the BZA on November 19th of last year, and the BZA found that the project was consistent with the general plan, the zoning districts, and the current cannabis ordinance, and that the project complies with the building intensity criteria and operating standards for commercial cannabis operations. And this decision was then appealed on November 30th. The proposed project is indicated by the red X on the image right here, south of Windsor and southeast of Sonoma County Airport. Two major collectors offer direct access from Highway 101 to the project site: Airport Boulevard, located to the north, and River Road, located to the south. The 28.2 acre parcel carries a general plan land use designation of land intensive agriculture. The zoning designation is also land intensive agriculture with a 40 acre density. There are 4 overlays, scenic resources, and Valley Oak habitat covers the entirety of the site, and a F1 floodplain and riparian corridor overlay with a 100-foot development setback and 50-foot agricultural use setback follows the center line of Markwest Creek, which also forms the parcel's northern boundary. The 28 acre parcel is outlined in red and is an active vineyard. Approximately 25 of the 28 acres are planted with grapes, and the proposed project will not reduce this area. The yellow box is the general vicinity of the proposed project. Surrounding development includes industrial uses to the north, rural residential uses to the south, west, and east. Laughlin Road, which is shown in blue, is the primary access road that connects River Road to the south and Airport Boulevard to the north. Along Laughlin Road is also a one-lane bridge that crosses over Northwest Creek. The approximate location is within that green box. The project site is located at the rear of the parcel and is accessed by an approximately 650-foot private drive off of Laughlin Road. Existing development includes 2 single-family residences, several smaller storage sheds, shipping containers, and agricultural barns. The square white roof is the existing barn that will be used for the proposed project. And the current use of the barn is agricultural storage, specifically a tractor trailer and other farm equipment that is used for planting and harvesting of the grapes on site, or at one of the other vineyards owned by the owners. The proposed project is to convert the existing 4,200 square foot barn into a centralized cannabis processing facility. There's no cultivation located on site, and the applicant is also requesting a distributor transport only permit, which means that they can transport off-site their processed product. The operations will include 3 full-time employees with hours of operation to be allowed 24 hours, 7 days a week, and deliveries and shipping limited to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. The site will be closed to the public, and security features include motion sensor lighting, a camera surveillance system, alarm system, and a secured gate at the entrance. So much of the site is already developed as shown on the site plan, but it is within the riparian corridor, which is indicated by the long and short dash line right here. The BZA found that the proposed project is categorically exempt from SEQA review, and the use permit was approved 400 with conditions. Should be noted that the BZA did require 2 clarifying changes to the conditions of approval. One was to keep all improvements out of the riparian corridor, and the second was to be specific on how the project will reduce greenhouse gases in the greenhouse gas reduction plan. So the BZA decision was appealed on November 30th, citing challenges to section 26-88-250F of the cannabis ordinance and the zoning ordinance. This specifically states that commercial cannabis activity shall not create a public nuisance or adversely affect the health or safety of the nearby residents or businesses. Specifically, the appellants cited concerns around noise, odor, traffic, and public safety. The ordinance requires activities to not exceed the general plan noise standards as outlined in table NE2. As part of the conditions, there were noise control conditions that speak to the location of loud operational noises. Additionally, a monitoring noise condition requires applicant to conduct a noise study in the event that valid noise complaints are received. If the findings indicate operations are not consistent with the county noise standards, the permit may be brought back to the BZA for review and decision. The ordinance requires that indoor and mixed-light facilities be equipped with odor control filtration and ventilation systems to control off-site odors. The applicant is proposing carbon filtration and a negative air pressure system installed, and the conditions of approval require doors to remain closed with the exception of loading and unloading. Additionally, the setbacks and the lot size would assist in mitigation of off-site odor. And in the odor control plan includes monitoring, and the adequacy of that is reviewed at the end of the permit's 5-year term. And again, if operations are found inconsistent, the permit and the project may be brought back to the BZA. The appeal also cited traffic issues for Laughlin Road and the one-lane bridge specifically. And looking at the current recorded traffic volumes of Laughlin Road and that bridge, the proposed project estimated average daily trips accounts for 0.38% increase in traffic. and DTPW did review the project and has not required additional traffic studies. The ordinance requires a site security plan, and the plan that was submitted as far as the application does meet those requirements. So in conclusion, the COAs or conditions of approval require compliance with the general plan noise standards. Setbacks exceed requirements to sensitive uses and property lines. Odor is effectively addressed with the proposed filtration and ventilation system, in addition to the setbacks that exceed the requirements. DTPW reviewed and did not find the proposed use presented additional traffic issues, and the security plan exceeds the requirements. The project is categorically exempt from CEQA review, citing section 15301, and that the project involves operation, repair, permitting, and minor alteration of an existing private structure and facility with no expansion in footprint. And the appeal did not raise any challenges to the CEQA determination. So therefore, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and upholds the Board of Zoning Adjustments use permit approval. Any questions?
Thank you very much for that. So I will bring it back to the board if you wouldn't mind. Yep, perfect. Stopping the share screen. And before we go into questions, I'd actually like to just go ahead and do board disclosures. So has anyone, gathered any information or had any meetings that are relevant to this public hearing before we jump into that? Supervisor Rabbit, do you want to go ahead and kick that off?
Yeah, no, I have not had any contact with either applicant or the appellants.
Supervisor Corsi?
I've had no contact.
And I just had a casual meeting of someone who happened to be at the county complex who was a neighbor of the project, who expressed largely the concerns that were written in the staff presentation. So I did not learn anything additional new from that conversation. So with that, I'll go ahead and go to questions. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And thank you, Sue. I just want clarification because I thought, so this is all within the existing building that was used for farm equipment or whatever. But I also heard you say a condition was that nothing be within the riparian corridor, and isn't the building within the riparian corridor. So I'm wondering if you could just explain what that condition is really talking about to the extent outside of the building or.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. So the condition specifically speaks to new project proposed improvements. So on the site plan, you saw a proposed water tank and waste storage area that would be laid down with concrete. So all of that, all of those improvements would have to be located outside of the riparian corridor. But everything that is currently developed within the riparian corridor is written as an exception, and that is per the riparian corridor code section.
Does that include the designated parking for this project? So I noticed that's within the corridor too, right?
Correct. So the proposed parking is area that is already used for parking. So there wouldn't be any additional parking that is gravelled or graded to meet what is required for the parking.
But and I appreciate that. I really do. I guess I'm trying to figure out. So why are we then having them remove the storage containers? Because isn't that the same circumstance there? I mean, why is one okay and one not? I just want us to be consistent.
Through the chair. So part of the discussion at the Board of Zoning Adjustments was based on the idea that this structure has been used for ag storage, and that means you have to take all the stuff that's being stored, put it somewhere else. And the BZA didn't want it to then come back as an unrelated ministerial permit for a new structure in the riparian corridor to accommodate for that space to be used as part of the use permit operation. So it's a little disconnected, but there is a relationship between the goods that are actually stored. And then with the cargo containers, it's just a desire to improve the actual streamside conservation area by removing a relatively easy to move structure outside of the setback.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Supervisor Corsi, any questions?
Yeah, just one, I think. The traffic study mentions truck trips, and that one-lane bridge is not just a one-lane bridge, it's a one-lane bridge with a 90-degree turn in it. And I'm wondering what size trucks are being analyzed in the traffic study.
So there wasn't a traffic study that was required as part of this project. The estimated average daily trips fell below the threshold where DTPW would ask for that. And the applicants, generally the trucks that would be coming in would be slightly larger than a minivan, but smaller than a moving truck. I know that's not very accurate or scientific. But the applicant is also here, and their representative is here to give a little bit more detail if you wanted to know exactly the size of that. But there wasn't a traffic study that was requested for DTPW.
Yeah, I'd like to know if they've driven that particular truck or that type of truck over that bridge, and if it actually fits. It's a really tight turn.
We did want to acknowledge that there are two collectors that the site would be accessed from, and mainly having discussions with the applicant, we did feel that most of the time it would be River Road, which does not require the use of, or does not require going over that bridge.
I think if the bridge is too tight to handle the type of vehicles that they're going to be using for transporting, that we shouldn't be talking about two accesses, because if a vehicle can't get past that turn, that's not an access.
That is true.
Any further questions?
I'm sorry, Ms. Garner, I thought you said there was an applicant available who might be able to talk about the size of the vehicle.
I think, and I'll look at council, but we do have sort of presentations from both the applicant and appellant, and I don't know if that would be more appropriate to do during the formal part of the public hearing, if that's okay.
I'm happy to wait. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Any other further questions aside from that one? None? Okay. My follow-up was, I just wanted a little bit of a clarification, because I thought that based on where I saw the project location, and I don't know if you could pull up that site map again, that so it's on, which side of the bridge is it on? Is it on the River Road side, or is it on the airport side? Just for clarification.
It's on the River Road side.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, because I too have been across that bridge on many different occasions, and it is quite a very narrow construct there. All right, with that, then we can go ahead and formally open the public hearing. We will begin with a presentation from the appellant for 10 minutes, if we can get that sort of timer up. And then we can ask questions of the appellant, and then we will have the applicant presentation of also 10 minutes. I have received word that potentially the applicant does not want to formally present, but it sounds like we certainly do have questions, including a question from Supervisor Corsi for the applicant regarding the vehicle and that bridge. So with that, I would hand it over to the appellant. I believe that they are being represented by Jeff Ladow, Jean McMullen, and Beverly Schenk. So I don't know if we're able to bring them up as panelists and begin that.
Certainly, I can do that, Chair Hopkins. I do know Beverly mentioned calling in, and so I do see a phone number. If Beverly, if you are a phone-in attendee, can you please press *9 on your phone keypad if you're intending to participate in this portion. And one moment here. So I see we have Jeff here in the meeting. Jeff, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Do I have 2 minutes? Is that right?
You actually have 10 minutes. I'm sort of for, for everyone who would be speaking on behalf of the appellant. So it's a cumulative 10 minutes.
A 10-minute total for everybody?
Formally from the appellant.
Okay.
And then members of the public will also have an opportunity to speak at the end, but
Okay.
you're as
Okay.
representing the appellant.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Jeff Liddell, and I'm right next door to the proposed property. And I have a licensed residential care home for developmentally disabled adults. And I have 6 residents there. I've had, this has been a care home with me for 28 years and the preceding owner for over 30. So we're right around 60 years, this home, which is 500 feet from the proposed cannabis warehouse. The care home's been licensed through the state, through the Department of Social Services. And these residents of mine, incredibly vulnerable with their developmental disabilities. They have like a dual diagnosis where they're not only developmentally disabled, but many of them are mentally ill. They struggle with trying to find peaceful place for them. And when my wife and I saw this property 28 years ago, we saw on the designated property, we saw a big sign that said wildlife sanctuary protected forever. And it was just a big open field. And I thought, boy, that would be a great place to have our care home. I mean, right next to a property protected forever, wildlife, wonderful. Well, shortly after that, it was purchased and became a vineyard. And so that protected forever changed. And now, we're looking at a proposed cannabis processing center there that I'm most concerned about mistaken identity on my address. Like I said, I'm right next door, and the clients here under my care struggle with disabilities such as cerebral palsy, epilepsy, major medical conditions, intermittent explosive disorder, anxiety disorder, sleep disorder, hepatitis C, Down syndrome, and paranoid schizophrenia. And my goodness, it would be incredibly chaotic if somebody mistakenly found our place instead of the cannabis place to rob or do harm to. It would create so much chaos within the home here. And these guys are a mixture of men and women. They're some of society's most vulnerable populations. And like I said, we've been here, under 2 different owners for over 60 years. And so that's one of my biggest concerns is the mistaken identity. And like I said, we're only 500 feet from my house to the proposed warehouse itself. And of course, a big part of what we do here in the home is outside, and we're concerned about certainly the smell that the skunk-like smell that permeates. Whenever you're dealing with cannabis, there's a lot of skunk-like smell, and these clients of mine at this care home are outside an awful lot. They're working out in the garden. I have a large organic garden with like 60 fruit trees, and the residents do yard work. We do walks around the property, and certainly I think that they're deserved basic dignity of clean air to smell and to breathe in, and to be able to live here without feeling assaulted by this skunk-like smell. And you guys drive your cars, you know that when you sense a smell of a skunk, you immediately put up your windows, you turn off your air conditioning or your heater because you don't want any more of that smell to come in until you pass by, and then you let all the windows open. Well, I can imagine what it's going to be like to be living with that, 24/7. So that's something that's a huge concern, is not only the smell, but mainly the security and safety and mistaken identity, because these, unfortunately, cannabis does attract a criminal element, and word gets out. And just a quarter mile from here, I understand that there's a cannabis grow, and and some of the speakers behind me may be speaking about that there were some armed robbery attempts, and that's you compound that with this additional cannabis related business. It just seems way too excessive in such, this is our home area too. It's ag, but it's also residential. And I just really believe that this is the wrong location. My belief is that it should be in an industrial neighborhood, away from homes, with proper and sufficient security that doesn't threaten the peace, the health, and safety of my clients. And these guys are among the most vulnerable in our society. So I just wanted to share those thoughts and concerns that I have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of the appellant as part of this 10-minute presentation?
Mr. Hopkins, I thought that Beverly was going to speak, but maybe that's not the case. Okay, I do see a hand raised for Beverly. Just one moment.
Thank you.
Beverly?
Hello? Yes, hi. I'm online. I'm on phone.
We can hear you,
Can
and
you hear
there's
me?
there's about 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the time allotted for the appellant.
Okay, the topic of compatibility was a huge concern for Sonoma County residents on May 18th hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors. Cannabis processing plant in a vineyard is not compatible to ag residential area or health and safety or risk. Having a plant in our neighborhood. Supervisor Corsi indicated on May 18th that the problem of regarding safety was overrated. He stated that most robberies occur in the black market of cannabis. He believes that legal operations are not subject to the same crime. There is a permitted cannabis cultivation at 2401 River Road, little more than a mile from my home. According to our neighbor and deputy sheriff, cannabis growing facility on 2401 has been robbed 3 times since 2019. The individuals were armed and dangerous. My home and several neighbors' homes were situated on a long, dark gravel road, very similar to 2599 Laughlin Road. Our greatest fear is that any one of our properties could be mistakenly targeted because of this cannabis processing plant. Jose Torres's house was mistakenly targeted and he was shot and killed. Our deputy neighbor and deputy sheriff, our neighbor, walked through the site on this impending processing plant, and these are his concerns. Security measures were inadequate. Lack of security for the vented metal building down a dark dark gravel road, lack of lighting. The building can be clearly seen from the road, lack of instability in Wi-Fi on monitor cameras. Internet in our area is very unstable, lack of proper transport. Basically, he said Fort Knox in the vineyard minus security. When the proposed plant site is full of drying cannabis, and the price will be up to $1 million or more. And this will happen every 3 weeks. I am sandwiched between a growing facility on River Road and a drying facility on Laughlin Road. I will lose all enjoyment of my outside activities day and night. Our lands border the Mark West Creek, and the trees will not filter out this skunk-like odor. The topic of traffic was dismissed and not a problem. Commissioners in the commissioner meeting, several commissioners hadn't even seen where this plant was being proposed. The business park has many empty buildings where this processing plant would fit in nicely and provide adequate security. We're not attorneys or Martinellis or scientists. We're just folks wanting to protect our family and home. Please don't allow this processing plant. There are safer alternatives for this business. Thank you.
And is there anyone else who would like to speak on behalf of the appellant? Sounds like that concludes the appellant's presentation. So I actually did receive word from, oh yes.
Apologize. I do see that there's one hand here on behalf of the appellant. I'm just.
I have a daughter that would like to speak. Is that possible? During the public comment.
Oh, during the public comment, that is fine. If she's part of the appellant group, there's 47 seconds left on the appellant presentation.
Pardon me? Okay.
Can I do the whole thing during the public? What's the time?
What's the time?
For the public.
For the public comments.
So that will happen after we close, or sort of after we go through the appellant and then the applicant. And then we will have time for the members of the public to speak.
There was Jean McMullen. She wanted to speak, and I don't know if she's having telephone problems.
Okay, well, I don't think that we see her hand raised. So does your daughter want to speak as part of the appellant or as a member of the public?
Member of the public.
As the member of the public, how much time does she have?
We will make that determination when we see how many hands are raised.
Okay, we have a Jean McMullen, and I don't know if she's waiting online.
Okay, we don't see any other hands raised. And we are eating into the time now because I had allotted 10 minutes for this presentation. So it sounds like we should move on, and maybe your daughter can then comment as a member of the public. Marcy, I'm not seeing any other hands raised from Jean. Are you?
No, Chair Hopkins.
Okay, so with that, then we will be moving forward. And I actually was informed by Director Wick that Johannes Hoverts is available to provide some information about the bridge. So prior to going to the applicant presentation, if they desire to make a presentation, and hopefully they're available to answer Supervisors Corsi's question, but perhaps Director Hoverts could provide some information on the bridge.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Hopkins. You froze, and I heard Director Hoover's provide information on the bridge.
I apologize for that. Supervisor Corsi, would you like to reiterate your question from earlier so that Director Hoverts can provide some context? And then we will also enable the applicant to have the presentation and also provide insight into that question.
Thank you. Director Hoverts, do you know the length restriction on vehicles going over the bridge on Laughlin Road, the one-lane bridge?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Corsi. There's a restriction, and there's actually an ordinance restricting vehicles in excess of 38 feet from kingpin to rear axle. As a rule of thumb, if a truck has 2 axles, then they exceed the 38-foot distance. We continue to have problems, as you know, there's some truck drivers that of physics and they think they can make it, and they do a lot of damage and close the road for 2, 3, 4 hours when they get jammed on the bridge. But there is an ordinance prohibiting 38 feet trucks traveling that bridge.
38 feet is generally a truck and a trailer, correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Hobart. And so now we will transfer it over to the applicant. Is the applicant available certainly to answer Supervisor Corsi's question, and then if they desire to make a presentation? I have a note that there wasn't a planned presentation, but now would be an opportunity, and this would also be a 10-minute opportunity. I do see a hand raised.
Okay. Just one moment. Hi, this individual, you should be able to speak. Can you please let us know your affiliation, or if you're representing the applicant?
Yes, this is Jake McKee with Wayfinder Consulting. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm representing the applicant in this case and wanted to address the questions from Mr. Corsi about the vehicle sizes used in the operation. Due to the nature of cannabis, it's a very light product versus grapes, which are a very heavy weighted product. So the vehicles that are utilized are typically a Sprinter van to use for transport. Again, it's not a lot of volume and not a lot of weight. These are single axle vehicles. The largest, I think, as far as a box truck would be 20 by 8.5 feet, and looking up the dimensions. And hopefully that answers the question regarding the truck. Again, these are, basically smaller vehicles that don't have a large footprint. No tractor trailers are involved or large trucks. And thank you.
Supervisor Corsi, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Nod. Great. And then Jake, do you have anything that you would like to present formally on behalf of the applicant, or is there anyone else who would like to speak as part of the presentation?
No, I would like to address a couple of things. Sue has covered, the same things that went in the previous meeting. So I just wanted to address odor. That is a big concern. I understand that, but part of the conditions of approval for this project, which have to be proved and vetted before it's in operation, is the ability to mitigate odor from the facility. As mentioned by Sue, this is done through carbon filtration as well as a negative pressure within inside the building, which keeps those smell abated to a minimum. There's also a monitoring process that's in place to track any of the odor issues that come up or anything that's reported from the neighbors, and that the applicant is required to meet these standards in order to continue with operating an additional use permit. And that's it. Unless there's another question from anyone.
Thank you very much. And so I would open it up to my colleagues on the board if there are any further questions for Jake on behalf of the applicant. Seeing none, I believe that now we will move to public comment. And then after that, we will allow an appellant response time of 3 minutes, followed by an applicant response time of 3 minutes. And then any final questions from the board to get any additional information out prior to closing the public hearing. So with that, I'll hand it over to Marcy, and folks can go ahead and raise their hands in order to make public comment, and we can determine what length of time would be appropriate for that.
Thank you. If there are members of the public who would like to comment on this item, which is number 39 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app. or if you have joined Zoom by calling in, press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. And this is for general public comment. Okay, there are 3 hands raised presently.
Okay, let's go ahead and go with 2 minutes, please, Marcy. Thank you.
Okay, our first person is a phone attendee, so please listen, and you'll be prompted to press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Please state your name
Thank you.
and your comment.
Yes, my name is Jean McMullen. My address is 3117 North Laughlin Road. I want to comment on 2 issues, traffic and site location. First, traffic. North Laughlin Road is a 2-lane country road with potholes. At one end is a stop sign onto River Road, where a left-hand turn can be very dangerous. At the other end of this stretch of road is the historic 1-lane bridge built in 1916, Roman arch. Mesa Columbia trucks get stuck there frequently. Commercial trucks also deliver to La Crema, a 360,000 case winery and bottling plant. Harvest machines and other vineyard equipment travel on Laughlin Road. All year round, there are bicyclists and also commuters going to and from Airport Business Park. I think that even 2 more commercial trucks average per day would be too many for this already overloaded road. Secondly, site location. After the meeting, when the planning commissioners approved the project, they complimented themselves for supporting Sonoma County agriculture. Small farmers need to supplement their income. I know that. Wine grape growing has not been profitable the last 3 years because of market conditions and smoke damage. Crops change over the generations. By approving this 5th-generation farmer renting out his barn for a processing
Thank
plant.
you so much for your comment.
Wait, I'm not sure if you're.
And our next commenter is also a phone attendee. Please press *6 to unmute. Hi, please go ahead.
Here are my concerns as a resident of Laughlin Road. There has not been a traffic impact analysis carried out for this project, which makes it difficult to estimate the impact of this project on a street with already risky conditions. By trying to remain inconspicuous, this facility would paint targets on nearby residents. There is an increased risk that criminals will enter nearby properties looking for the facility. Ultimately, the information given by Gas Hill Cannabis Solutions Cooperative regarding for the plans for the facility at Laughlin Road has been ambiguous. In 2014, Mark West Creek was selected as 5 priority stream systems that would be impacted by California's Water Action Plan. This creek is a sensitive riparian corridor that is already being impacted by homelessness, and this is on the outskirts of Airport Business Park. Public cancellation and assessment of the area. The fans from the proposed cannabis facility would further increase noise levels, disturbing both local wildlife and lobbying from the facility. Cannabis cultivation and processing should not be treated in the same manner as Sonoma County's previous agriculture.
Pardon the interruption. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you in and out. if you don't mind just speaking briefly, and I can tell you if your microphone and wherever you're standing is clear or not.
Can you hear me can you hear me now?
Can you try again just one more time, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. So whatever angle your microphone is and wherever you're standing, we'd appreciate kind of holding that as best you can. Thank you.
Frankly, there is not enough scientific data to properly understand the emerging legal cannabis industry. Cannabis cultivation and processing should not be treated in the same manner as Sonoma County's pre-existing agriculture. At this early stage, Sonoma County needs to properly monitor cannabis production and processing. Cannabis production does not belong in a repurposed agricultural building. Instead, it belongs in an industrial park with staff security. There it can have a controlled environment that can properly manage water regulation, odor, and lighting. Yet the proposed facility at Laughlin Road lacks the capability to properly control these factors or enact adequate safety measures. It will be difficult to successfully monitor this operation since the property is a working vineyard with a constant flow of vineyard workers. The county needs to scrutinize this project's lack of environmental impact report, traffic impact analysis, and its low safety proposal. The proposed operation lacks both neighborhood capability and an environment where it can be properly controlled. Thank you.
All right, our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Hi, this is Lisa from Sonoma. The cannabis industry is struggling due to permit processing. If an applicant can get to this point with staff recommendation, I think they deserve our support. Many ministerial permits in Sonoma County don't have processing capability on their properties, so we do need this type of facility. Criminal activity happens during black market grows because of cash, not because of plants. Legal market is safer and crime is a reason to regulate. So I support this project.
Okay, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name. Patrick, I see you've unmuted. Are you able to, maybe you have a double mute? And I'll mute you and see if you can unmute again. All right, for some reason, we're not hearing you, Patrick. I see you've unmuted. I don't know if you want to try really quickly to call in to our meeting. The first page of today's agenda has phone-in information on Zoom. You can just dial in, and then when you get into the meeting, press *9 to raise your hand, or you can email comments to bos@sonoma-county.org. And I am sorry, but we're not hearing you. Okay, our next commenters are David, followed by Keela and Larry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, this is David Drips from Petaluma. I'd just like to show my support for this project. I know that there's a lot of hate rhetoric and misleading comments folks like to keep repeating, but we all got to remember, cannabis is a plant. It's not toxic to anybody, whether it's like you consume it or you smell it, it's not going to hurt you. The crime related to cannabis is directly because of the fact that it's been the prohibition on marijuana for the last 80 dang years. You know, marijuana is only something that people want to steal because it's illegal, which gives it a heightened value on the black market. Like, they're making twice as much money on the black market as folks do on the legal market, and they're taking half of that sales price from the legal market into taxes, whether it be here at county level or state level. At least half of the sale dollar in cannabis is going to taxes. Then there's licensing fees and inspection fees and monitoring fees. There's a plethora of other fees that every cannabis operator has to pay. we're held to the highest water use standards out of any industry in America. I mean, even the dump isn't held to as high a water clean standards as we are.
David, we're not hearing you anymore. Was that the conclusion of your comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? No, I was saying that people are talking about marijuana needs to be held in industrial zones and all that. Marijuana is agricultural. It's a plant. It belongs everywhere that any other agricultural commodity belongs. Wine is processed in agricultural zoned properties. Marijuana should be grown and processed in agricultural zoned properties. There's no difference in the fact that a wine grape is a plant.
We lost you again. You want to try again? Maybe your internet connection. I'll just kind of hang on here for a second.
You know, we got to get past all this fear and hate rhetoric by a bunch of NIMBYs with, unfounded fears. That's all I got to say. Just to prove this dang thing, let's move forward with this industry.
Okay. Our next commenter, please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
Hi there, this is Keela Peterson from Sweet Creek Farm, and I just like to put my support in for this applicant. We desperately need a place to process the small farmers, the cannabis farmers, and this would really help to unbutton the where we have the stagnant of how we get this process. Since most of us can't process on our own farms, we desperately need somewhere to process. So I really implore you to approve this permit. We need to give the small farmers a chance now that we have, now that we're having to do an ERI, we need to really help the small farmer to get a foot in the door here. And this is the perfect opportunity. So thank you for supporting this permit.
Okay, our next commenters are Larry, followed by RR and Sandra. Please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, hi, this is Larry Hansen. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very good. A previous commenter said that was referring to NIMBYs. Well, I'm not a NIMBY, but I've lived in Sonoma County all my life. I don't live in the neighborhood, but because I live in Sonoma County, I care about the issues of Sonoma County. I've been listening to the presentation, and I think the key issue is industrial processing that should be appropriately placed in industrial areas. And I think there are industrial areas that can house that. For example, beer making facilities are done in industrial areas properly placed. And that's where they should be. And that's where the cannabis should be processed, in industrial sites. And I think that's very important. I think that we can we distinguish that. We can keep the problems clear and not have the sort of mess that we're finding with this issue. And we'll have many others as well. Anyway, thank you. Hopefully you'll take this into consideration.
Please unmute and state your name. Our next commenter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Richard Trujillo, and I'd like to say please support this applicant. Just because the industry in a whole needs to change, and I believe in these people. they could really change things because they're not just focused on the cash profit. They want to see the whole process go through, you know, from the whole plant, and they're into it from the molecular level, the science level, the microbial level, which is the industry is not. The whole industry as a whole doesn't believe in that. They're in a different direction, and we need to take science and better our lives, you know, with the germs of perfection. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, our next commenters are Sandra, followed by Vince, then Cody. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Sandra. I live in Sonoma, and I'm calling to support this project. Cannabis is agriculture. It's a plant. It's not beer. And just like the wineries are not in an industrial property, you know, surrounded by all this, you know, all the security, cannabis should be out there creating farms, creating jobs. And I think all the the ordinances that people have to comply to create their farms shows us that they are complying to the laws, and they're also supporting the local community with their taxes and with jobs. So I support this project. I think it is agriculture to be out there, and I live in Sonoma. I smell that skunk. It doesn't bother me. It comes and goes. It's harvest. It's not harvest time. Anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Vince Schulten with NorCal Growers. I'm also the president of the Hessel Grange. We need more processing facilities in the county. This has been a process for these folks to go through, and I believe they're doing it clean, the way the law intended. This is agricultural land. This should be allowed, just like wineries are allowed to process on their facilities, just like any other farm is allowed to process their goods that they grow out of the soil to be utilized for the public. I lend my support to this project, and I do hope that you approve it. Thank you very much.
Please unmute and state your name for our next commenter.
Hello, my name is Cody, and I'm a member of the Hessel Grange, and I was just calling to support All Cali Farms and their entire team over there. They're a family-oriented, community-oriented farm. They have been.
Hi, Cody. We're actually just on the item before that item. If you want to hang on and make your comment then, or if you have a comment for this item, which is number 39 today.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Again, this is for item number 39 on today's agenda. Our next commenter is Sika, followed by Sam.
Hi, this is Sika Roman. I'm a member of the Hessel Grange and a fellow farmer here in the county in the CUP process. I would like to support this permit and ask you to approve it. We definitely need more processing in the county. This is processing is one of the bottlenecks we're experiencing as farms. Processing cannabis is an agricultural product. Processing it is an agricultural activity. We need more processors. We need a complete supply chain in this county in order to be successful. And I think that processing facilities are part of that. So please approve this permit. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Sam De La Paz. I am the vice president of the Hessel Farmers Grange and local cannabis consultant and advocate. I just wanted to express also my support for this project, and processing is absolutely a bottleneck. I will second everything that Sika just said. I also just want to emphasize for the folks that are concerned, this is one thing that we really have an issue with within the industry, is people not understanding what these terms really mean and what processing is. It is not manufacturing. This is not volatile extraction like you have in a warehouse in downtown Santa Rosa or in industrial parks. This is processing. It's simply trimming and cleaning of the product, just the same as you would harvest and buck, any other crop. It's a processing part of the harvest process. And it absolutely would be great to have more of this availability in the county, because for the farmers, it is an absolute bottleneck. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and energy. Thank you.
All right, and again, for number 39 on today's agenda, I will ask if there are any additional members of the public who would like to speak. Please raise your hand. Hi, please unmute and state your name.
I would just like to verify what number 39 is. I didn't see your agenda today. Is that for the Los Alamos Road project?
No, that this 39 is the appeal of a use permit approval to allow Medley Farms centralized commercial cannabis processing facility, UPC 18-0055.
Okay, no, I'm here to speak about the other project. Thank you.
All right, seeing no additional hands for our current item, I will hand it back to you, Chair Hopkins.
Okay, and with that, we will be moving on to the appellant response first. And actually, I will be limiting this to 2 minutes, just because we actually had quite a bit more public comment roll in after the initial round of hand raising, and we are a bit past time where we're hoping to transition to the next project. So if we can limit appellant response and then applicant response to 2 minutes, and then we'll do final questions and then close the public hearing. So do we have our appellant representative for 2 minutes? I'm not seeing any hands raised for that. So again, if the appellant would like to respond to any of the comments from members of the public or from the applicant, this is that opportunity for 2 minutes to do that. I do see Beverly has raised her hand.
Beverly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, I really apologize for sounding so nervous because I wasn't aware of the limited time I was given. I just want to really make it clear that this property being used as a cannabis processing plant is a danger to our neighborhood. It is on a vineyard where you're going to have vineyard workers come in and they will know that something is going on. This is not a secure place. This cannabis plant needs to be in an industrial zone. We have many empty buildings down in the business park. And I just hope you will consider our safety. Like I say, we're not scientists. We're not the Martinellis. We're not attorneys. We're simple folks. And many of us can't afford security to protect our home. I will live in fear if this is agreed upon. I will not be able to rest thinking, because my gravel road is the same, is a gravel road down a long driveway, the same as the one on 2599. We have several residents that have the same gravel road. I don't want to be mistaken. I don't want to wake up with a gun in my face. And these people that say that it should be okay, well, let it happen in their neighborhood. We have residents that have been here. I've been here since '86. We have residents that have been here until the 1800s. I mean, they weren't here at 1800s, but their family was. You know, we have residents that have been here over 35 years, 40 years, passed down generations' homes. please consider us. Please, I beg you to consider us. Thank you.
And so with that, we will move on to any response from the applicant, also having 2 minutes. So I don't know if Jake is still here, but if Jake, I see his hand raised. So it sounds like Jake would like to respond to some of those items.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to circle back and speaking on the applicant's behalf, we understand the concerns of traffic, vehicle size, and the issues that are perceived there. Security. We're very cognizant about the impact to our neighbors, particularly when it comes to odor, and then also from the environmental issues. And one thing that I would like to recommend is I would like folks to be as comfortable as possible, even if this is something that they would rather not happen, and reach out to the applicant or myself, and I would be happy to help provide more detail on the security plans, as well as on the odor control mechanisms that are put into place and the traffic patterns that are used, as well as the vehicles that are used in the operation. I understand this isn't something that you would choose, but we certainly can provide additional information that may help you have a better understanding of what's happening in this land use. But we do thank you for your comments. Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much for that. So with that, I will bring it back to members of the board if there are any final questions before we move to deliberation and before we close the public hearing. Anything that has not been answered. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments that we've heard thus far. I guess I have a couple questions. One of them is, obviously we want to understand the basis of the appeal and the expectations that are set out. And that's, as I understand it, in that health and safety of residents and that government section that's there. So understanding the noise, odor, traffic, public safety. And on the public safety, I'm wondering what the expectation is that one should expect this board to follow. And then a kind of a second piece of that is an explanation of how we make findings that we have met that expectation when, quite frankly, we don't see the security plans. So, it says that it meets the security plan, but here we are sitting in the adjudicatory capacity, trying to only listen to the evidence before us. And if you could just talk about that real briefly. The second piece is, and I'll just put them all out there, is really trying to understand the truck generations. And I know that we have a limit of 9 processing facilities countywide right now, at least. And notwithstanding the fact that this is just a processing facility on a piece of agricultural land, not processing anything from that particular piece of land, but trying to understand if it's 4,200 square feet and it's being permitted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but yet it only produces 0.5 truck trips per day. That means in a week, you have what, one import truck, one export truck, because even that would be 4 trips. I'm trying to understand who calculates, who verifies, how do we know the capacity of a 4,200 square foot building in terms of truck trips, especially if it's processing only? What have we done to verify that, to understand that that is the number and it's not something much larger? And those are really my questions. It's really about, on the security side, trying to understand what it is, what findings we're trying to make that we've met, and how do we prove that we've met them, not seeing any of those plans, just reading the verbiage. And then on the traffic side, understanding the truck trips, because that just seems to me to be a very small number for a facility to even, unless they just pack tons within those trucks. But if they're as small as they say they are, it just seems a little odd. Thank you.
And so Supervisor Abbott, just for clarification, would you like staff to answer both of those questions, or are you interested in hearing from the applicant or the appellant on either subject?
I think those are really staff questions, quite frankly, as
Great.
we process these things. So I'd like to understand that.
Thank you. So that would be for staff then.
Through the chair, I'll jump in first. So in terms of the security plan, so the planner reviews it to make sure it's consistent with the ordinance. In terms of the truck trips, it is average daily trips. So it would be one truck in a day, one truck out the next day, as opposed to weekly. Sue might be able to talk a little bit more about that, but I just wanted to make the daily, weekly comparison clear. In terms of how do we make sure that that is true to what the actual operation is? So we do code enforcement based on complaints. So if we do get a complaint from a neighbor saying, I'm seeing a truck go into this site, 4 times a day, then they'd be out of compliance with what their approved use permit is. And so we would investigate further and look to correct what was going on. And if there was no correction, then the use permit would be subject to revocation.
And I just want to direct you all to attachment 10, which is the trip generation form of the packet that you all received. So that is a form that it's generally a really standard form, but that has the calculations on it for how the trips are calculated. And so for the 9 with the employees, 3 employees times 3 trips a day gives you 9 ABTs. And then for the trucks, the applicant listed 180 truckloads per year, and that is distributed or calculated across the entire year. So that divided by 365. We send this over to the county experts, so DTPW reviews this, and there is a threshold for where they would request a traffic impact study. And if Johannes is still online, maybe he can provide what that threshold is. But that's how it's the form is required as part of a complete for the application to be deemed complete. And it is something that we staff in the planning department reviews, and we do rely on DTPW to give us their expert opinions and decision on whether a traffic impact study is going to be required.
No, I get that about the, I totally get it about the impact to the roadway, but the important part, I think, is what you said, is that the calculations are provided by the applicants. So I'm just wondering how we verify those numbers based upon the use that we're allowing to go forward. And again, I understand 180 truck trips a year, 1 truck every other day, meaning that truck is what, entering the property every other day, exiting the property, then from that point every other day. Just trying to understand how a facility operates, because if it's a centralized processing area for many farms, I guess they go around and do their rounds and pick up and make 1 truck trip. But how do we actually know that, and how do we verify that going forward? It's a little easier when you have the employees' numbers. That's hard to get around. And then again, on the security side, I would just ask again what the expectation is. How do we know it's been met without actually seeing the plan?
Through the chair, I do, you're consistent in making this comment regarding the security plans as these use permits come forward. And, it is a challenge given that, the planner gets to review it and deem that it meets the ordinance standard. So that is just a byproduct of how our current ordinance is written. In terms of verifying the trips, it is more difficult to verify something like a truck trip compared to an applicant that might come forward with listed hours of operation. And if we see that they're operating outside those bounds, we can investigate and bring them back into compliance. So it would be a similar thing, but it is more challenging to enforce something like that.
Any follow-up questions, Supervisor Rabbit?
No, yeah, I think that, I think the appeal process is a different animal entirely too. And I'd look to the county council to tell us this. We go to great lengths to make disclosures about who we talked to and what we learned outside of the appeal hearing, but yet we haven't seen the security plan. And I understand, it talks about security fencing. I'm not sure where that is, what that looks like. It talks about the number of cameras, and I know that I'm sure they're out there. Don't know how many. Don't know if it's a Ring doorbell versus 35 of them on trees all over the place. Would hope that it would be something of the latter, but I'm being asked to make a finding based upon what I'm hearing today, and I'm not quite sure how I do that. On both of those going forward.
Through the chair, I could offer that the ordinance standards, don't require any particular number of cameras. They don't require fencing to be any particular location. What it requires is a security plan with certain elements, and those elements staff has summarized in the materials before you that they've reviewed the plan and confirmed that all of those elements are met. So the fact of cameras has been confirmed, but their specific location is not disclosed, for reasons that, we don't want to. We want to protect sheriff's deputies. We want to protect, those just like a bank, their security details are not public. There's a reason for that. So that's, I guess, how we balance ensuring that the code requirement is met without, the minute details of the plan. But certainly your concern is understood.
Supervisor Corsi, any questions?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to Scott's comments about complaint-based compliance. Say a neighbor complained about odor. How would that be handled? What would the process be, and what would the remedy be?
Well, in this case, given that the project is entirely contained within a structure that has odor filtration requirements, likely the first step would be an inspection to see if those installed components were functional. And if they were functional, but there was still odor escaping the facility, they would be required to bring it up to standard so that no odor was escaping the structure.
And would that be a situation where they would have to shut down operations until it was remedied?
If they were significantly out of compliance, yes.
I think the condition says no odors shall be detected outside the facility. So is that significantly out of compliance if an odor is detected outside of the facility?
Yeah, if any odor is detected outside for a shall, that is out of compliance.
Okay. There's been a lot of comments about safety and crime, and someone mentioned that I said I didn't think crime was a big deal in our last discussion about cannabis. I think what I said was that, as far as I know, the major crimes that we've heard about regarding cannabis have taken place on illegal grows, illegal sales situations, and at least one of the commenters talked about 3 armed robberies on a nearby legal grow, is what I think they said. And I'm wondering if at some point we can get information about crime involving legal cannabis operations in Sonoma County. I think it would be helpful to have the facts available for these conversations. And I certainly haven't heard of the crimes that were talked about in the comments earlier. So I don't know if somebody can work with the sheriff to put that together, but I'd certainly be interested in hearing about it.
Through the chair, so Supervisor, you're looking for crime complaints filed with legal grow sites. Is that right?
Legal grows, legal processing, legal cannabis operations.
Okay, we'll get that information to the board.
And just finally, is it my understanding this is a time-limited use permit? Is it 5 years? So it comes back for review at that point?
So for our time-limited use permits, at the end of the term, whether it's 1 year or 5 years, they go through a renewal process where they're specifically their application is reviewed for compliance. Even though we generally review on a complaint-based basis for renewal, we actively go out, do an inspection, make sure that everything is up to the standard that it should be, even if there wasn't a complaint filed. It's also an opportunity where some applicants look to modify some component of their project. Maybe the hours of operation don't make sense anymore. But that would go through, it's still use permits. There's still public notice. There's still potential for a public hearing. We don't frequently see requests for public hearings on renewals. Mostly it's dispensaries right now that have gone through that renewal process. So it tends to be a little bit more on the administrative side, but that doesn't mean there isn't public notice. They're fully noticed, just like this item before you today.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no further questions. So just to double check, Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Corsi, no further questions that might bring more information to light prior to the close of the public hearing. All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and formally close the public hearing, and that will bring us to deliberation on this subject. So would anyone like to make any comments, or I would entertain a motion alternately?
I have a few comments and then I'll make a motion. The ordinance that governs this, the permit process that we've set up, it sets a high bar for these operators. It's hard to do. It takes a long time, and it's just not easy to do. But it's not intended to be impossible, and it's set up to be a path to a legal operation. People talk about, this isn't the right place, but in the ordinance, we say that this is an allowed place. The zoning, the situation, the size of the parcel, many components go into making this an allowed place. I'm not sure if we would ever come to agreement, 100% agreement in any place in this county that it's the right place. But we have set up a process to allow this. We've made the process rigorous. This operation has 106 conditions attached to it. Each one of those, if it is not met, can result in the operation being shut down. I feel like the applicants have met the high bar that's been set. They met it at the Board of Zoning Adjustments, and in my mind, they've met it today. And so I'll move denial of this appeal.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Do we have a second on that motion, or Supervisor Rabbit, would you like to make any comments on this item?
Is it just three of us?
That's the unusual situation, yes.
I'm sorry.
So I'm waiting as the chair to try to give everyone else the opportunity to speak, which is you. You're the only other one.
No, I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I came into this and reviewing this over the weekend and even through yesterday, I came into this with this one being the least, I'll admit, this one being one that I thought, okay, I get it where it is and whatnot. But then after hearing again with the neighbors, just trying to give the neighbors peace of mind with the security plan that I haven't seen, I find that really difficult, because our job, and not the applicant's job, it's our job to look at the information in front of us and say that it's met the high standard, to approve it or to deny in this case, deny the appeal. And I'm not sure if I can do that without knowing what that plan is. I appreciate staff summarizing it, but I don't know what the security plan really is and what entails. Talks about security fencing. I looked in the site plan. I don't see any fence outside of what's along the river's edge within this particular plan, unless it's just the kind of wooden fence along the roadway on Laughlin. If there's more than that, I'd like to know. So it's things like that I think we need to kind of come to grips with how we're going to process these things. And then, while this is an allowed place, and I don't deny that, I think it's a lousy place to have a processing facility that you're just bringing trucks in to the end of a vineyard and then trucks out after you finish processing the material from other locations. Why isn't that in a more urbanized area where the services and the truck trips wouldn't be even concerned, and or the security wouldn't be a concern? So is it the best place? No. Is it the most appropriate place? In my opinion, no. It's allowable, and that's unfortunate, and I won't hold it against that on this particular piece. But I'm looking through. I don't really have a problem with the noise and with the odor, because I think it's contained within the building, and I'll be consistent on that. I think I don't have a problem with traffic, although I don't believe that there's that few truck trips coming in and out, because it's just self-reported, and that's not a very high bar for anyone outside of just putting down a number on an application. So I think we need to do a better job there. And I think it would help us to understand what the requirements are going to be for the ordinance going forward in the bigger picture, to understand what the traffic impacts truly are of a facility like this, because I think we're kind of flying blind on that. And then again, on the security plan, I put myself up for a high bar of looking at, especially on appeals, when you have neighbors that have banded together, or a neighbor that has put forward dollars to have to come before this board. We're supposed to sit in judgment of that appeal, make the findings based upon what's in front of us, and I'm being asked to make that finding, and I'm not sure I have the information. So I don't think I'm going to be supportive going forward. It's not the worst spot, it's certainly not the best. And if the application was, if I could had information on security, had faith in the traffic a little more, I could make that. But at this particular point, I'm falling short.
So with that, I am going to ask council as to whether we need a unanimous vote of the 3 board members who are remaining, or whether it is a majority of those in attendance to vote on this project, because I think it's important to have clarity.
No, on this project, it requires 3 affirmative votes. So because there are only 3 commissioners, we would need 3 board members, we would need 3 votes. So you would have to be unanimous. The other option is to put it over until you have a full complement, keeping in mind that Supervisor Gore is conflicted out because he's recused himself. So, but you could wait for the return of Supervisor Gore until you have 4 members.
May I also, through the chair, just to ask Supervisor Rabbit if we can bring back more information on those 2 primary issues you've raised, traffic and security. Would that be appropriate at a continued hearing as an option?
Oh yeah, I mean, for me personally, yeah, because I see a lack of information there in front of me to make a decision. So it could be that I could be swayed, but if I'm supposed to sit here and look at the information in front of me, I can't do that today. And I'm not opposed to holding it over, bringing it back when at least one of our colleagues can participate as well.
And if I may, I offer that not in order to persuade you one way or the other, but I do want to make sure that you have the information you need to make a decision one way or the other.
No, and I very much appreciate that. So thank you.
Okay.
So with that, I would second Supervisor Corsi's motion, but rather than opining or going to a vote, I do believe that we should continue this to a future date, which would probably both allow Supervisor Gorin to participate as well as additional information to be brought forward, which would likely, I guess, mean actually reopening the public hearing in order to present new information on the project. So I would ask council to weigh in and to also remind us of sort of the rules of engagement going forward, because I know that when we continue hearings, there are sort of some limitations imposed upon what we may be doing in between those hearing dates.
So two things, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing or an adjudicative function of the board, and you have closed the public hearing, you should refrain from talking to members on either side between now and when we come back. However, since one of the items that was requested was some additional information to address some of the concerns raised by Supervisor Rabbit, we would want to reopen the public hearing for the limited purpose of allowing folks to comment on that material when it comes back, since no one else has had the benefit of it at this point.
Okay, and in terms of dates, do we need to announce a date at today's meeting in order to continue it to a date certain? Because that's normally what we do.
Unless we're going to renotice it, we would need a date certain. And I will look to the county administrator for options.
So CAO Bratton, I was kind of eyeing, we do have a special closed session on Tuesday. Hate to sort of add to that, but I think everything's going to be tight going forward. We also have a meeting on the 8th, and then we're into budget hearings and sort of a prolonged break, which I think would be difficult to schedule.
I think the special closed session, I think we're missing Supervisor Gorin on that date. So I was going to look for a cannabis placeholder.
Hi.
Supervisor Gorin just appeared. I don't know if she's prepared to vote on this item, but
I did read over the materials. I missed the presentation, but I did hear most of the public comment. And this is a question for County Council. And I will, if we want to table it until next Tuesday, even though I'm still out of town, I will be able to participate then, sadly but reluctantly, and I will take time from my vacation. But it's really a question for the County Council. I'd feel comfortable in making a vote, but I missed the presentation. I read the materials and I heard most of the public comment.
I think out of a fairness to both sides, it would be better for us to continue it to allow you to review the portion you hadn't seen, and then we could come back with the additional information that Supervisor Rabbit has requested, and have the benefit of all of that material in front of you to take a vote.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so with that legal advice, CAO Bratton, what date should we pencil in for this? Do we have a cannabis placeholder coming up in the not too distant future?
The next placeholder is August 31st.
That is quite some time out. Would we prefer just to tack this onto the closed session with Supervisor Gorin's generous offer to participate? And hopefully, since we've gone through, quite an extensive conversation with Supervisor Gorin, have an opportunity to review that. Hopefully this would be a shorter item.
I'd ask the clerk about July 13th. Is that already packed as far as you're aware? She's looking.
Perhaps, should we just take a very brief recess for the CAO and the clerk to consult on this, so that we're not all watching you while you try to figure out the calendar, just give a little bit of chance to coordinate, and then we'll return. So let's just take 5 minutes. We can coordinate via phone and come up with a solution and then announce it shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We're ready to return to the meeting.
Thank you so much, Marcy and CAO Bratton, for finding a date that will work in everyone's schedule. CAO Bratton, would you like to make that announcement?
Sure. So July 13th, we can accommodate it.
Thank you very much. So at this point then, I'm going to look at County Council and see if I get the language right. I believe we will be continuing this item to July 13th.
And that is correct. And do we want to set a time certain for that? And then I'll give the caveat afterwards. Do you want this in the afternoon, County Administrator?
Suggest 1:30.
Okay. So we will continue it to 1:30 on July 13th. A reminder to the board and the public hearing has been closed. We will not accept additional testimony on the matters we've already discussed. We will open public testimony for the limited purpose of addressing the additional information that Permit Sonoma will be bringing back at the request of Supervisor Rabbit. In the interim, Supervisor Gorin will review the first portion of this meeting so that she is completely up to speed, and will proceed on the 13th.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Council Pittman. So with that, I believe that concludes this item for the time being, and we will then be moving on to what was our 3:30 time certain, which is UPC 17-0041, which is the indoor and mixed light cannabis cultivation at 2000 Los Alamos Road in Santa Rosa. And I also just want to say a brief thank you to staff. I know this is a long afternoon. Please feel free to let us know if at any point anyone needs a break. So, because I recognize we've been going for quite some time. With that, I will hand it back over to Director Wick to begin this item.
Thank you, Chair, and no need for a break. This is an item of original jurisdiction for the board in proposal. Just as a reminder, this is not something that's been heard by the Board of Zoning Adjustments. So with that, we'll hand it to the project planner, Marina Herrera, who will present to the board.
And actually, I apologize. One quick pause, which is that we do want to invite Supervisor Gore back. So let's notify him and ensure that he has an opportunity to join so that we have the full complement of supervisors.
Mr. Hopkins, I did just let him know, so I believe he'll be on momentarily.
Perfect, thank you. So let's just allow him a moment to join so that he has the full opportunity to hear the presentation. And I do believe actually that this, since we're waiting to kill a little bit of time, that this is Marina Herrera's first appearance before the board, and that she comes to us with substantial cannabis experience, having worked in the field up in Humboldt in terms of, I believe, interning with their planning department on cannabis. Is that correct? Born and raised in Petaluma, so one that District 2 can be proud of, I can understand. So anyways, thank you so much for joining us today and looking forward to hearing the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Herrera, floor is yours.
I'm still actually killing time a little bit, I believe, as we wait for James to join. So if anyone has any jokes, I'm looking at David, who is the king of dad jokes over there. So
staff requests a recess.
On Supervisor Rabbit, you got anything up your sleeves or anyone else?
No, just a quick note. I want to thank my colleagues on the board. I am spending time with my family for the first family get-together in 1.5 years. So I apologize. I probably could have arranged my schedule to sit in on the previous item, but thank you for tabling it so that I can participate on June 13th or July 13th. So thank you. And I'm here for the item that is actually in my district. So I'm tuning in especially for this.
Are we still waiting for James?
We are. There's definitely time for a dad joke.
So I did have a few for my daughter's graduation. She was a chemistry major. So but, usually if I tell a chemistry joke, sometimes I don't get a reaction.
Oh.
All right, you can mute him now.
Supervisor Hopkins, we can take just a quick Zoom recess just while I try and get in contact with Supervisor Gore if you prefer.
That would be
God
great.
bless
Well,
you.
I mean, I'm enjoying the jokes personally.
Yeah, Marcy's canceled me.
Marcy's way of
He
saying
tantalizes me.
One season, you know? But I do think it would be good to give Supervisor Gore a call just so we can check in. I sent him a text message, but I haven't heard back, so maybe phone would be best.
Thank you, everybody. I see we have Supervisor Gore.
Wonderful. So with that, we will hand it over to staff for the presentation.
Okay, let me share my screen. So good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. Like said, my name is Marina Herrera. I'm staff planner within the Project Review Division of Permit Sonoma. Before you today is a conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation located at 2000 Los Alamos Road. The project site is located in the northeastern portion of the county, roughly 3.5 miles northeast of Santa Rosa. The parcel is served and accessed by a privately maintained gravel road via Los Alamos Road. To the east of the project site is Hood Mountain Regional Park. The general plan land use designation on the subject and surrounding parcels is resources and rural development with a 200-acre density, so one primary dwelling unit for every 200 acres, with the exception of Hood Mountain Regional Park to the east, which is indicated by the purple color, has a public land use designation. The property and surrounding area is also zoned for resources and rural development, RRD, with the 200-acre density, again with the exception of Hood Mountain Regional Park to the east, which is zoned for public facility. There are no combining districts located on the subject parcel. Here is an aerial map of the 15-acre project parcel to orient you. This area burned in the 2020 Glass LNU complex fire. This is a mountainous rural area of annual grasslands and montane hardwood forest, primarily surrounded by agricultural lands under Williamson Act. The cultivation area will be located here, and this parcel is Hood Mountain Regional Park. The project proposal is for indoor and mixed light cultivation and on-site processing of site-grown cannabis and distributor and transport only. Indoor cultivation will occur in two separate structures. The first is a 2,600 square foot agricultural barn, which was lost in the 2020 Glass fire. This structure will be rebuilt in like kind and will contain processing activities as well as an ADA compliant restroom. A new 2,200 square foot barn will be built to accommodate additional canopy for indoor cannabis. And additionally, a 2,800 square foot greenhouse will be built to accommodate mixed light cultivation. Accessory uses proposed include processing of site-grown plants, which includes trimming, drying, curing, weighing, and packaging. And the project will utilize 2 full-time employees for cultivation maintenance and 4 seasonal employees during harvest. Here we're looking at the site plan overview, which shows the location of the proposed barn and greenhouse, parking and emergency vehicle access improvements, water tanks, and fencing. The structure in blue is the pre-existing barn prior to the Glass fire. The structures in green represent the new proposed barn and greenhouse. And these yellow lines show the approximate 100-foot property line setbacks. Here we have a blow-up of the site plan, as I realized that the other one's difficult to read. in this format. In adopting the cannabis ordinance, the board has found that cannabis cultivation is consistent with the Resources and Rural Development General Plan land use designation. Under the proposed project, current parcel size and development density will remain unchanged. The project will preserve the rural character of the area, while the cannabis operation will only involve a small portion of the overall project parcel. Therefore, staff finds that the project is consistent with the land use policies for the RRD land use designation, as it does not preclude potential future resource development or conservation land uses. For the RRD zone district, indoor and mixed light cultivation are allowed by use permit, provided that the development criteria in the cannabis ordinance are met. The proposed project complies with all the development criteria of the RRD based zone, such as building height and lot coverage. This table before you demonstrates that the proposed project meets the allowed cultivation square footage limitations as outlined by the cannabis ordinance. The cannabis ordinance requires additional setbacks from sensitive uses, such as schools, public parks, or treatment facilities. For indoor cultivation, the setback requirement from sensitive uses is 600 feet. Therefore, the indoor cultivation complies with the setbacks outlined in the cannabis ordinance in the base zone district. Now, as previously stated, the cannabis ordinance requires these setbacks from sensitive uses. The setback for mixed light structures differs from the setback requirements for indoor structures and requires an 1,000-foot setback for mixed light structures. The proposed mixed light structure meets the setback requirements for schools and treatment centers and residential. However, the project does share a common boundary line with Hood Mountain Regional Park, specifically a portion of the southern property line. Therefore, the applicant has requested a waiver of the park setback. The code allows this where it is determined that an actual physical separation exists due to topography, vegetation, or slope, such that no off-site impacts will occur and that the cannabis operation is not accessible or visible from the park. In this case, an actual physical equivalent separation exists due to topography, vegetation, and slope. As indicated on this map before you, the cultivation area is located roughly 790 feet from this shared property line, and from parcel to parcel measures at around 765 feet. As the cultivation area is located higher in elevation than the park entrance, pedestrian access from the parklands to the cultivation area is steeply sloped, heavily vegetated, fenced with barbed wire, and would be dangerous and not conducive for pedestrian access. For these reasons, there will be no visibility from the park, no public access, and no off-site impacts will occur in regards to potential odor, as there is no outdoor cultivation proposed. Environmental review was conducted for the project in accordance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. All potential impacts were determined to be mitigated to a level less than significant. Therefore, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project and circulated with the State Clearinghouse for public and agency comment from March 9th to April 9th of this year. The applicant and landowner have agreed to the mitigation measures, which have been applied to the following sections: air quality, biological resources, and noise. These mitigation measures have also been incorporated into the project conditions of approval. Public comments were received in response to public notification of this project. Items raised as areas of potential concern were primarily park proximity, fire risk, access, and groundwater related, but also included odor, traffic, and safety. I'll discuss each of these in more detail because we already discussed park proximity within the setback waiver section. We are going to begin with fire risk and access as they go hand in hand. As previously stated, the project site is in the fire perimeter of the 2020 Glass L&E Complex fire. Per the Sonoma County General Plan, the project site is located within a high fire hazard severity zone and is within a state responsibility area. Sonoma County Fire Prevention has required a fire protection plan that documents fire access roads, including gates, emergency water supplies, location of hazardous materials, and vegetation management. Access to the project site is provided by a private gravel road, McCormick Road, accessed via Los Alamos Road, a county-maintained road. The California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection fire safe regulations require developments within the state responsibility area to provide for safe access for emergency wildfire equipment and civilian evacuation concurrently. In general, this includes requiring that 2-lane roads have 2 10-foot traffic lanes and that 1-lane roads have 1 12-foot traffic lane. Currently, the state regulations allow for exceptions to these standards due to environmental conditions and physical site limitations when the alternative provides for the same practical effect. Therefore, the applicant has requested an exception to standards. In November of 2020, Permit Sonoma Fire Division determined that the project complies with the Board of Forestry's current fire safety regulations because it will provide for a 24-foot wide entrance to the private road, a turnout at the midpoint of the private road, and a hammerhead turnaround at the building location to ensure for safe access for emergency fire apparatus and civilian evacuation concurrently. These conditions and road improvements have been determined to provide for the same practical effect and are determined to be acceptable by fire prevention and have been submitted to CAL FIRE. Additionally, on September 1st, 2020, the Assistant Chief Counsel of the Sonoma Lake Napa unit of CAL FIRE inspected the road and determined it to be adequate for the project. This has been included in your packet as attachment 16. The project site is located in a zone 4 for groundwater, which are defined as areas with low or highly variable water yield. Due to the project site's location within a zone 4, a hydrogeological study was conducted. Something to understand here, greenhouse irrigation utilizes point drip emitters and the use of climate control, which results in a low transpiration loss by plants and generally has a lower water use than a comparably sized outdoor grow. The groundwater study calculated that the cultivation water use would be 0.69 acre-feet per year. And just for reference, the average California household uses about 0.50 to 1 acre-feet per year. In regards to odor, the greenhouse plans include installation of an odor control filtration system, which when properly functioning within a sealed structure would contain all cannabis odors inside those structures and ensure that no odor is detectable at any property boundary. In regards to traffic, the project proposes 2 full-time employees, which would conservatively generate around 4 daily vehicle trips. The project includes an additional 4 seasonal employees to be utilized during harvest. These seasonal employees are expected to work on site around 12 days annually. This minimal number of peak hour and total daily trips would not have a significant effect on local traffic conditions. And in regards to site security, the proposed project will implement a security plan which is held confidentially on file with Permit Sonoma. The security plan on file meets the requirements as laid out by the cannabis ordinance. For the reasons stated in this presentation and corresponding staff report, staff recommends that your board exercise original jurisdiction over the project and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and grant the conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation subject to conditions of approval. That would conclude staff's presentation, and I do want to let you all know that Steve Mazurchek, our interim fire marshal, is here with us today to discuss any fire issues or questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Marina. I appreciate that. So let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for board disclosures. So maybe I'll just go in district order. So Supervisor Gorin.
I have talked with members of my district, community members off and on about this project and other projects in my district. I've had emails from many people, but as all of you have had over the past couple of months, from both opponents and proponents of this project. I have not spoken with the applicant, but I have received emails from the applicant.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit?
I haven't spoken to the applicant, but I have spoken to, I believe, neighbors within the area as late as yesterday. And after reviewing what's in the packet, I don't think I discovered anything new from them that wasn't disclosed to all of us. Thanks.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes, I spoke with a neighbor who's opposed to the project. And I spoke to the applicant a couple of weeks ago prior to our more general discussion of the overall changes to cannabis ordinances. But we did not speak specifically about the applicant's project in that meeting. And I have not learned anything I haven't that's not included in the presentation or in the background materials.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
No disclosures.
Thank you. And for my part, I have spoken with, oh, sorry, Supervisor Gore, did you remember something else?
Just one note, because Lisa experienced damage from the fires, the glass fire. My office and I have worked with Lisa and a number of fire survivors from the glass fire on the damages that they sustained on their property.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. And as for myself, I have had a conversation with a neighbor yesterday. It was really to review concerns that were already expressed via email that are also part of the packet and part of the public record. So I did not learn anything new through that conversation that is not already included in the public materials. So with that, any questions of staff before we formally open the public hearing? And Supervisor Gorin, since this is your district, I would defer to you first for questions.
Well, I really want to thank Marina. Excellent work and especially working on all of the comments for this application. And you've answered a lot of my questions that I've had early on. I did receive a briefing from Mr. Orr and Marina and other folks previously on the project. Let me ask the question, because I think this area was appreciably burned over in the glass fire. And luckily, it mostly escaped the fires 4 years ago. And I appreciate the fire marshal going out and inspecting the road and making the recommendations and sending the letter that they have. But let me ask if the fire marshal is on here. Los Alamos Road was pretty scorched over, and we're so grateful that no one perished in the glass fire because it was enveloped very fast that evening. And I think it maybe took 4 hours from the time the fire started until it reached Highway 12, maybe even less than that. And so there is some concern, understandably so, about building anything, whether it's a rebuild of a residential property or the cannabis application on this road. And of course, we have a park entrance, a major park entrance off of this property as well. And so do we have any, and maybe Linda Shilkren is on the, or Jennifer Klein is on the phone. You've been working with the Board of Forestry. We are in this sort of limbo almost, where we don't have a definitive ruling, perhaps from the Board of Forestry, on what we can permit or consider for fire safe roads, the width of the roads. Can you give us any guidance further, anything more than what was in the staff report regarding this?
Well, if I may, through the chair, so we do have existing fire safe regulations that are in place and grant inspection authority to the county. And I'll let Marshall Mazurchak go into more detail about that. And as Ms. Herrera indicated in her staff report, not only has our county staff inspected the road for compliance, but a CAL FIRE assistant chief has done the same. So Marshall Mazurchak, would you mind recounting your involvement in the application analysis?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Supervisor Gordon. Our process was when we were requested to do the review of the road for the cannabis application. We did a thorough assessment from the start of Los Alamos Road all the way up to the project location. In that time, we were going through a state of influx between the Board of Forestry rules and regulations and what we currently have now. In 2020, the Board of Forestry adopted new regulations that went into effect. And from that, we were required to go forth through our certification process if required by their sections and their codes. They, at that time, elected not only not certify the county of Sonoma, but to also not certify any other county in the state of California. That left us with only enforcing the verbatim language. Where that left us is having the opportunity, only as the delegated inspection authority, to utilize the verbatim language from the 2020 rules and regulations that the Board of Forestry adopted. And we did an extensive review of what those regulations are and enacted our ability to employ exceptions to the rule with working with the applicant on making necessary improvements to the pre-existing private road that serves the actual parcel. With that, we also did the assessment of Los Alamos that provided two-way traffic, two traffic lanes all the way up to Hoyt Road. And then that left the last rest of the I think it's like 1.4 to 1.6 miles of road that's less than the applicable width. The benefit to this project is CAL FIRE not only did an assessment based on the rules and regulations, but they identified that we are the inspection authority, which they have the opportunity to remove that inspection authority when needed based on specific projects if they feel that the either local ordinances or that the inspection authority is not applying the rules and regulations correctly. And with that letter that they presented in September of 2020, identified that we were doing everything correctly according to their rules and regulations.
Thank you so much for your great information, both Director Wick and the Fire Marshal. I have driven extensively on the side roads off of Los Alamos, and those trees are pretty scorched. And the road has really taken a beating from the debris cleanup. So I'm working with TPW on trying to find funding to repave the upper section of the road at some point. But that is additional information beyond the scope of the review of this cannabis application. And those are the questions that I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. If I could just follow up on that, because I really, truly want to understand the way that we looked at that, knowing, and I appreciate staff's indulgence. So just correct me if I'm wrong. So what I heard you say is that it's 5.6 miles top to bottom, more or less. The bottom 4 miles can meet the width requirement. There's enough room to pass in enough areas that, is that what you're saying? And then it's really the last 1.6 miles, but then the exception is made because of the improvements on property, the hammerhead and the additional width at the entry. Is that the thought process that goes into this?
That is correct. So the first half of the road is probably about 18 feet wide, a little bit more. It provides two-way traffic, which is meeting the original intent of the Board of Forestry regulations. Although the current 2020 regs ask for 20 feet, but when you're applying exceptions to the standards, they're asking for what they believe is concurrent or the same practical effect. When we looked at the last half, although narrow, there is ample opportunity for pre-existing turnouts along that road, which allows for two-way traffic to occur. Because of the limited number of driveways off that pre-existing road and the number of homes, we felt that the pre-existing turnouts were sufficient enough without invoking huge environmental impacts to asking for additional improvements on the public right-of-way. The additional width that was asked for at the applicant's property entrance, that aids for additional staging of resources, allows additional equipment to be staged at the entrance. And then the availability of providing a turnaround gives the not only the applicant and the employees, but also the fire apparatus the ability to turn around and leave if needed when either doing structure protection or wildland firefighting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So again, just to be clear, because I'm sure we're going to hear more about this, I would imagine. In that 1.6, that I take it that there are dirt turnouts or there are areas that are available to be turned out. Is there any need for conditions on those to make sure that they're clear? Or is there anything? And then the second part of that is that then is the same practical effect as having a some sort of equally spaced turnout that an ordinance would call for.
At this time, based on the review, that's what we felt was necessary. If any of the existing turnouts need to be maintained, that would probably be at the county level because it's a publicly maintained road all the way up to about the park entrance, and that's where most of those turnouts exist. So that would be a question for TPW about the maintenance of them. But as far as the number of what we believe turnouts were there, and on top of the evaluation that was conducted by CAL FIRE, they too feel that the access was acceptable all the way up to the applicant's property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the work. I appreciate it.
And through the chair, just to let the board know, we have Director Hovertz available for questions and Commissioner Smith from Ag Weights and Measures.
Thank you. Supervisor Corsi?
Thanks. I probably should have asked this question prior to the meeting, but does anybody have any idea how many residences in that neighborhood rely on Los Alamos Road to access Highway 12? Okay.
Sorry. Through the chair, I don't think we have a precise number, but I'll see if we can get a quick computation.
Okay. That's my only question for now.
Any questions, Supervisor Gore?
Not yet. Thank you.
Okay, so with that then, we will open the public hearing. And so the first person who will present will be the applicant, and we will allot 10 minutes for that presentation. And then we can entertain questions from the board of the applicant, and then we will have public comment after that. So I do see hands raised. Just to confirm, right now, actually, it would be very helpful if only the applicant raises their hands. I see folks who are starting to raise their hands for public comment, but just so that we can make sure that we're allowing the applicant to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I did promote the applicant, and hopefully she can let us know if there are any others.
Hi, it's just me. Will you be sharing my presentation?
No, but we can arrange that quickly if that's something that you need assistance with. Just one moment. Oh, I'm happy to pull it up. QMG staff, do you have it? Thanks. We do see it. If you want and are able to do the presentation mode, that would be great. But
Are you seeing me go to the second slide now?
Yes.
Okay, super. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Lisa Lai. I'm the owner and and the operator and the applicant. On my team today, we have Joe Henderson. He is my landlord. Matt O'Connor, my hydrologist. Cord Hoot, my biologist. And Ray Willett, who is the architect. I just want to introduce myself to you and tell you a little bit about who I am. I am a Humboldt State graduate. I graduated with a biology degree and minored in fisheries. My previous career was as an aquatic ecotoxicologist, which is kind of a fancy way of saying an environmental scientist. So I worked for many years in that field. I volunteer in the community at Flowery Elementary School, which is where my daughters attend. I am a local and I am raising my children here in Sonoma County. I also volunteer at the Hessel Farmers Grange, where I'm an executive member, very active in the grassroots cannabis industry at both the state and local levels. I am a wife and a mother of two. And since Marina did such a wonderful job, thank you, Marina, in going over how my application fits the ordinance, I'm going to skip forward also in the interest of time, because I know you folks have been on here for quite a bit of the day. I do want to briefly touch on water use. We are in a drought this year. So I want to just, make sure everyone realizes that my project will not be up and running this year due to the fires. We will be rebuilding. So we will not be using water this year on the property. We did a hydrology report to show that we have sufficient water use. We also are proposing a water catchment system, and this is zero net use projects because there used to be a 5-bedroom house and a vineyard on the property that are no longer in use. Something I was really excited to share with you folks is, the biological enhancements that we enjoy on the property. We had beehives on the property, which are really great for just creating habitat for other organisms through pollinating plants, which increases seeds. So that's food and habitat that's created by having bees on the property. We put up several bat houses, bat boxes and bird houses. And like Marina was saying, most of the property is unused. Our footprint is very small, and the rest of the property is available for wildlife, except for, of course, we did do brush clearing around the property, around the previous building. We do care very much about our neighbors. We have befriended many neighbors, some of them patiently waiting for public comment. So thanks to everybody who came out today. We also have been listening to the neighborhood groups and their concerns. And I'd just like to take a moment to discuss some of those on the next slides. So neighborhood compatibility, this is a remote property. So there are no RR, AR, or R1, 2, or 3 zones located next to this property. The steep topography does provide security and also line of sight protection. So this site is not visible from the public right away. It is away from schools and businesses, and it is larger than the 10-acre minimum that is required at 15 acres. We have also met the requirements for the park setback reduction. Smell and odor has been an ongoing concern of the neighborhood groups. So I just want to reiterate that this is for a greenhouse and indoor. There's no outdoor activities. So the indoor grow rooms, the greenhouse, and the processing rooms will all be carbon filtered, negative pressure, and odor will not be detected off-site. We're doing bi-weekly checks to make sure that everything is functioning properly and odor will not be escaping to the surrounding areas. I think really access has been covered quite well. Thank you, Steve, for that. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, my panel, my team is also available for any questions that staff may have.
Thank you very much, Lisa. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for questions of the applicant. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. I was intrigued when you pulled that one slide up that talked about a secondary exit through the property. And I was just wondering if you can talk about that a little further. What would it entail? Specifically, where would it go? What would it entail? What process would you need to have that go forward? Because I could imagine it might be an environmental issues out there as well. So I think
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much, Supervisor Rabbit. I did skip over that, and I appreciate you bringing that back because it's actually quite an exciting process that we're going through with a neighbor. So it's not a secondary exit off of my property. It's a secondary exit off of Los Alamos Road. We're working with one of our neighbors that's just down from Holtz Road, who has already a road going through their property and dumping out on St. Helena Road. So they are in talks with my landlord, the property owner of my project, to set that up, not just for my farm, but actually for the whole Los Alamos area. You know, we all just went through an evacuation that was quite upsetting, and we are trying to secure a secondary exit for the whole neighborhood up there for Los Alamos and for Holtz Road. And then just to answer your earlier question, there are between Holtz Road, where the road Los Alamos narrows, to my driveway, there are, I believe, only 4 residents. And 3 of them are owned by the same family, and then 1 other is actually the other cannabis grow up on Los Alamos Road, who is going to be doing public comment later.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Supervisor Corsi, I see you unmuted.
I'm sorry, I think this was covered in the presentation, but can you remind me, will you have someone on the property 24/7?
No, there is not a house on the property, and there's not a house being proposed on the property at this time. However, I would love to live on the property, and in the future would, desire to build a home there, but it is not being proposed at this time.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, if I may. Thank you, Ms. Lai. I appreciate the presentation. I'm interested in what it took to get you here when you first applied. If you can talk to us about, did you work directly with Permit Sonoma staff or one of the consultants? And I know this came through original jurisdiction. There was a staff had identified, I think, about 15 to 20 projects that we're bringing forward under that. And I'm just interested in the background that led to this here.
Okay. I mean, it's a long story, right? Because I've been in this application process for 4 years. So think of high school. But let me try to summarize pretty much what happened. When I was looking for I am a legacy farmer. So I had a farm in a different location that was not permit eligible, and went to transition to a permit eligible property. In doing so, I met Joe Henderson, who is my landlord and also works in real estate. This property was permit eligible. So we went into PRMD and spoke with Amy Lyle, who is, of course, now in Santa Rosa, but I am still in touch with her. And she gave me a glowing recommendation. Of course, she cannot add to public hearing because she still works for government. But she said that, and I quote, "This is the ideal property for this type of project." Things have changed since 2017. We've had some big fires. We've had a bunch of community outreach that, wasn't necessarily taken into account during the writing of Chapter 26. The park used to be considered a park with a playground under frequently asked questions and is now considered any type of park. So it has been a very long and tedious process, but I am very thankful to staff and Tinnis and, Marina for working with me for so long to get to this point, to get to staff recommendation for this project, because of course I am just, a local farmer and not a corporation with a bunch of money to be able to move to a different property.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And also, I think one of the reasons that I'm at original jurisdiction is because I worked with Nikki when she was with the county, and she thought that I would probably get an appeal because I had one particular neighbor who complained significantly about not only my project, but most of the original jurisdiction projects.
Thank you. I appreciate that as background.
All right. Any other last questions from members of the board before we open it up to public comments? And I have no further questions. So with that, we'll go ahead and move to public comment. And let's, I do know there will be a number of people who will want to speak on this item. And given that we are already quite after hours, I will limit it to 90 seconds, please.
Chair Hopkins, before we begin the public comment, I will share the names of those who submitted comments prior to, and of course, Permit Sonoma staff did create, as they do with all land use items, a packet of comments that they received, which are available with the board item and that were provided to the full board as well. So the names that I have to share are Nancy and Brantley Richardson, Gretchen Giles, Joe Bentz, Robert Cottam, L.A. Raymond, Rachel Ziert, Daniel Cook, Julian Peterson, Seth Donlin, Jacqueline Wilson, Mary Lee Gwynn, Chad Hall, Deborah Epstein, and Nikki Barakow. Thank you very much. And the first commenters will be Jamie, followed by Alexa, then Keela. And please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Jamie Bellacino. I'm the CEO of the local cannabis farm Hands in the Earth. I'm just here to support Lisa and her All Cali Farms. Like she said, think of high school, how long high school was and how much time she's put into this. She's one of the original people. She's an active member of the cannabis farming community. She's a very important member of the cannabis farming community, and she's very well respected by all of us. If she were to be cut off, she would be like an arm getting cut off. There's no reason whatsoever to deny this applicant their permit. She's been through a lot, and I think you guys need to give her a break and just let it happen. She's an ideal applicant. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Alexa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I'll keep this short. I am here today to express my full support for Lisa's project. We're talking about 0.15 acres of canopy here, or just 6,600 square feet, a very small footprint. This is not a mega grow. This is not an out-of-towner. This is not a corporation. Lisa, she is a stand-up applicant. She's my friend. She's a loving mother, and she's a true steward of our planet. She's also a legacy farmer. She's local to Sonoma, and she's done everything she is supposed to do to meet the strict requirements of this county. So this is the exact type of applicant that we, both the county and members of the community, should be lifting up as examples of the operators that we want in our county. If we can't get Lisa a permit, we have some problems. So I really appreciate you guys. Please support Lisa and her project. Opportunity for more jobs, more tax revenue, support your small farmers, support Lisa. I do. Thank you so much.
Hi, can our next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Hi there, this is Keela Peterson, Sweet Creek Farm, member of the Hessel Farmers Grange, and I would like to support Lisa on this is, like Alexis said, if this is not what you're looking for, then what are you looking for? We need to get this moving. She is a small legacy grower. She is a stand-up person in our community. And if the Hessel Grains would lose someone like this, we'd lose a legacy, and we cannot afford to do this. So please support Lisa. Thank you.
Our next commenters are Sika, followed by Monica, then Sam. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Sika Roman, fellow legacy farmer and CUP applicant in the penalty relief program. I know Lisa very well. We work together through the Hessel Grange, and her attention to detail and her intelligence is just meticulous. She's a stand-up person. She really goes all out for her community. I think that's the kind of business owners we want here. She lives in the community, raises her children here. She's part of the fabric of Sonoma County and part of the next generation of, Sonoma County cultivators. I think that I would like to ask you to approve her permit. I think she's doing the right thing. She's jumped through all the hoops. She's experienced losses. She's keeps on going. I think this is who we want as our local cannabis farmers. So please support her application. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Monica Betcher, and I'm very familiar with Los Alamos Road. My property is accessed off of that road. And I would just like to say that when the road heads towards Hood Mountain Park, that it becomes extremely narrow, so narrow that increased traffic is actually more significant than a person would think. And the reason that this is true is that when you have people who are employed in the cannabis industry, two things happen. One is they're coming and going at a certain time of the morning and the evening, commuting, and they happen to be in the direction opposing the residents. And so on a single lane road, this is actually more significant than if you just had 4 cars randomly driving up and down the road. The other thing is, in my personal experience, having lived on a road that had cannabis operations, is that there are times in which the operation itself, the people who are working there, were driving up and down our road in intoxicated states. I know that this woman is very responsible. Elisa had a great presentation, and I know that she's going to make sure that her employees do the right thing. But I just want to say this is a reality. Thank you.
Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Sam De La Paz, Greenway Consulting and Vice President of Hessel Farmers Grange. I would like to express support for Lisa Lai and All Cali Farms cannabis project. I do wonder why there hasn't been dialogue as much with the applicant as with neighbors opposing leading up to this hearing. I request that you approve this project today. This project has been in the CUP process for 4 years. Lisa received recommendations to pursue licensing from the board staff and has held on to this roller coaster for a long time. Lisa has been very diligent, compliant, and patient the entire time as well, I must say, not to mention thorough and polite, as many have stated previously. Lisa has been waiting 4 years for permitting, as many of our farmers have. The aggregation of fines and costs associated with the R&D process has been extravagant. On top of losing property in the glass fire and dealing with these costs, Lisa and Al-Khali need to get to farming. If that does not make it through, it makes our county look worse than we already do, while losing ground and giving our farming community the runaround. A greenhouse would be the least land use intensive. Please let Al-Khali put up a greenhouse right away and get to farming. After all of this is our farmers, families, and livelihoods we are talking about here. Please, I very much encourage your consideration of this comment today. Thank you for your time and attention to this. I very much hope your time with your families is good. Supervisor Gorin, thank you for being present for this item today. Thank you.
Our next commenters are Keith, then Vince, and Sandra. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Keith Reinhardt. I live at 1479 and
75 Los Alamos Road, we've had 20 acres up here for over 60 years. I've heard so much, I'm not sure what I'm going to say. Number one, I support Lisa's application completely. I think it's the right place. Number two, your staff has recommended it. So I think that's all the right place. I'm not going to throw any shade in this because I want to encourage positive communication about this, except for the fact I know that there's one neighbor who makes a lot of noise about not wanting a cannabis farm on Los Alamos Road. And I hope that you will take into account that she's one person with maybe 100 emails, as opposed to the rest of us who maybe only spoken once. Number two, if you get off work in Santa Rosa at 5 o'clock and you get off work at 2000 Los Alamos Road at 5 o'clock, you're not going to meet each other on the narrow portion of Los Alamos Road, addressing that earlier speaker. So, you know, I just think that I would want to support your own staff's recommendation that this is a project that's in the right place. She's not going to use any water this year. And I want to encourage you to please approve All Cali Farms for Lisa Lai and her staff. And I think it will be beneficial to the neighborhood. And I hope to future apply for a permit myself down the road. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name's Vince Scholten, NorCal Growers here in Sebastopol and president of the Hessel Farmers Grange. You know, I met Lisa about 3-4 years ago when we got into this process and realized what an upstanding citizen she was after that. She's always helping in the community, helping where she can, wherever she can. She has a young family and works hard on her farm. We need more honest farmers in life like Lisa. This project has been in the works for 4 years. A fire has occurred up there and burnt it to the ground. This project should be approved. She's an upstanding grower, great citizen of our community. I really support this project. And I do want to speak to the one person out there that lives on that road that has probably sent you 100 letters. She is directly connected to the pharmaceutical industry, which does not want to see cannabis happen here. They don't want to see cannabis happen anywhere. And I feel bad for these folks that they just don't understand the healing aspects of cannabis and the hemp industry. I believe you should approve her project expeditiously and we can move forward. Thank you for your time and energy. I appreciate all the hard work you put into this.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can.
My name is Sandra. I live in Sonoma County and in Sonoma. I'm also a local teacher, and I would like to speak about Lisa's character as a citizen and a community member. She is an upstanding citizen, completely cares about her community, cares about her kids, volunteers, is a part of everything, is a good person. I've learned so much from her about science and biology. She knows exactly what she's doing. She studied this. She cared about her bees before, unfortunately they were taken from the fire. She cared about her grow, and she knew exactly how to follow all environmental standards and ordinances. And I completely support her and the permitting process here. In regards to the traffic up and down Los Alamos Road, it's a very small farm and it's small batch. It's a small family-owned business, and I don't see traffic being a problem at all. So that I just would encourage you guys to go ahead and approve her permit. She is hardworking. She's gone through a lot, and she's gone through all the ordinances and knows exactly what you guys want, and she's exceeded them. So thank you, and that's all.
Our next commenters are Matt, followed by Nat, then Nick.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you. My name is Matt Pope, and I have known Lisa Lai on both a professional and personal level for 5 years now as the educator of her daughter and our joint participation on school committees, I've seen firsthand her willingness to support her school community via her active participation in fundraising for our school, as well as lending her expertise in biology as a volunteer in our school garden and our environmental education field trips. As a gardening and cannabis enthusiast, I've also had the opportunity to see their cannabis farm in operation prior to last year's wildfires. These opportunities demonstrated to me the commitment that Lisa and her family give to providing a quality product that is environmentally sustainable. In addition to the meticulous care put into the cannabis plants, the same high level of quality was also seen in her beehives used for beekeeping. Clearly, Mrs. Lai applies a lot of her background in biology into the nurturing of the lives of the plants and insects that are raised on her farm. Also, being a frequent visitor to the Hood Mountain Regional Park, I have never once witnessed any sort of environmental impact with this farm being adjacent to this open space. I think approval of this project can serve as a finer example of how we as a county can creatively and responsibly have open space recreation areas, critical habitats, and sustainable agriculture coexist without causing harm to each other. Mrs. Lai, in my experience, has demonstrated her environmental responsibility and expertise in creating a viable model that can be used to further develop agriculture in this county. I urge you to give your full support to Mrs. Lai and to this project. Thank you very much.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Nathaniel Pennington, and I'm the founder and CEO of Humboldt Seed Company. Obviously, we're up in Humboldt County, but I've known Lisa for a long time and her family. And, we have 5 licenses, cannabis licenses across the state of California. Before doing what I do now, I was a fisheries biologist for 15 years and was very involved with Klamath Dam removal and, salmon restoration in Humboldt County. So my point tonight would be that after, watching the cannabis industry sort of evolve to what it is in Humboldt, and knowing that Lisa has a small operation that has been running for some time, I kind of can't overstate how important those small legacy farmers can be to sort of the reputation of a county or a region's industry. And Lisa has, been working with us as California's largest seed company, cannabis seed company, and one of the biggest genetic providers for the state, and has kind of demonstrated a wonderful capacity to be able to.
Thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. Our next commenters are Nick, David, then Joanna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Nick Otani. I'm the owner of Revelation. I'm a lifelong Sonoma County resident myself. Known Lisa for a while now. I'd like to say, you guys got to approve this project. She's doing everything she can to jump through the hoops. Very sustainable, organic. I mean, a lot of people don't realize their water use. She's talking about net zero. That is doable with cannabis, especially with a greenhouse and indoor. She can recapture her dehu water. She can catch rainwater. I know we're in a drought, so that's a big thing right now. I mean, she's using soil, and it's not changing it out every time, just amending it. So it's a very sustainable operation. I've been out there before they unfortunately lost it. And I just want to say 4 years going through the process, that's longer than me. Went through it, and it's I can feel her pain. But I just want to say you guys should approve this, because if anybody should get granted a license, it should be all Cali Farms. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, this is David Drips, founder, CEO of Petaluma Hill Farms, Sonoma County resident. I'm also a gatekeeper, founding member at the Grange, along with Lisa and several other great farmers here in the county. I've known Lisa and her husband and family for years now. My son and her daughters play together as often as we can get them together. I've been to Lisa's farm back before the fire. Her methods are absolutely amazing. I know y'all have heard me speak numerous times over the last several years, and you've never heard me say a good thing about indoor farming. Lisa's one of the few exceptions to an indoor farm that I actually like. She does it organically. she offsets everything she can to be basically a natural farmer, even though she's growing indoors. And for Christ's sakes, that's where all these NIMBYs want us, is indoors. So why are they arguing against her permit? It's preposterous. You know, they say they want it indoors. She's going to be growing indoors. It's perfect. She's out on a rural parcel, you know, away from everybody. She's on the exact proper zoning according to the ordinance as it was originally written and currently stands. You know, she's one of the best farmers I know in her practices. The genetics that she picks, the damn quality of flower that this lady grows is absolutely top shelf. And as the gentleman from Humboldt was alluding to, you know, that's a very important thing for the reputation of Sonoma County when we start building out our appellations and our terroir, you know, and this industry really starts to get a foothold into regional recognitions, the same way it is with wine. Without legacy growers
Thank you
who
for your
have
comment. That does conclude the time. Our next commenters are Joanna, Cody, and then Deborah. Please unmute and state your name.
Joanna Cedar here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Joanna here with Sonoma County Growers Alliance. I'm a cannabis industry consultant and former Santa Rosa City school teacher for almost 2 decades. On a personal and a project level, this application is exemplary. Lisa is a legacy farmer on a near perfect property and this project meets and exceeds the requirements set forth by Chapter 26. It is recommended by staff and scores of supporters here today. Lisa is a fine human, wife, mother, and friend. I urge you to support her and to approve the project, All Cali Farms off of Los Alamos Road. Thank you very much.
Please unmute and state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you. Just 1 second here. Okay, just 1 moment. All right, Cody, why don't you go ahead and make your comment? We're just having a technological issue over here, but please go ahead and then we'll address it. Just please excuse the interruption. I'm going to ask that we take down the slide just very quickly. Right, my apologies for that delay. I didn't see, know that Cody was here. And I'm not sure. There we go. Hang on one second. Cody, are you able to unmute?
I am. I just got back, logged back in. Can you guys hear me?
We can. We'll get the slide up.
Excellent.
Thank you about that. Pardon everybody. All right, please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would just like to support Lisa and the whole All Cali Farm team. I know it's been a very long, stressful 4-year process for them, but she has maintained her diligence and her patience with this project, as stressful as it's been on her personal life, but on the community in general that we've all been experiencing. Lisa's a huge part of our cannabis community. She's a legacy operator, and there's no one that deserves it more in our county than Lisa Lai and her team. And I would just like to lend my support for that. Thank you very much.
All right. Hopefully without further interruption, our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Hi, this is Deborah Epstein. Can you hear me okay?
Personally, you're sounding very faint to me. I'm just looking to see if that's the case for others.
Okay, I'm on a headset because there was a lot of background noise. Can you hear me, or should I just talk really loud?
It's pretty faint. So if you're able to speak into your headset really directly and maybe with.
I'm trying. That's the best I can do.
I think that seems better.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, listen, I appreciate all the very positive comments that people have said on Lisa, and she does sound like, an excellent person. However, this application needs to be denied because for several reasons. Firstly, it does violate state law in the SRA regs. As Ted has said, the regs are in place and they must be followed. Many things are revised going forward. These are not yet revised, and it was going to be a long time before they are. When Sonoma County previously exempted existing roads, that was when the CAL FIRE said that their inspection agreed with Sonoma County. CAL FIRE has not inspected it since the Board of Forestry very definitively in a long letter in October 2020 said that existing roads are covered and that 12-foot wide roads cannot provide concurrent ingress and evacuation. Los Alamos Road, nobody mentions it, but it's 5.6 miles dead end. The only way to mitigate a dead end road is with another secondary access that's 20 feet wide, not a 1-lane road. This cannot, occur. This is just the wrong site. It's also very remote. It's a 45-minute sheriff response time, and I say that from personal experience, but we've had response on Cougar Lane, which is not even as far away. But also it's in a very high fire zone, and 7,000 square feet of indoor and mixed light would use the energy of 160 homes. The applicant should find another site, and I know she's applied for another one, so I encourage her to find another location. Thank you.
All right, the next commenters are Cameron, Patrick, then RR. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Cameron Hatton. Can you hear me just fine?
We can.
Thank you. I am the co-founder of Fiddler's Greens and High Tide Distribution. I'm also the lecturer of the local Hessel Grange, and my wife and I together have the first permitted farm in Sonoma County. However, we've already been zoned out by the moving goalposts in the minimum acreage. And I would like to offer our support for Lisa and All Cali Farms. This is the perfect fit. She's jumped through all the hoops. She's hit all the moving goalposts. It's a beautiful small family farm. They're ecological beneficial for what they're doing here. And if the only negative comments we're hearing here is that someone suspects that people driving on the road may be intoxicated, it shows a level of discourse and hoops that cannabis farmers have to jump through to get to be able to grow a plant that's been with us throughout all of human history. This is the best fit you're going to find. She's fit every metric that's been put at her, and they're wonderful people. And this is who we should be lifting up as an example of the shining example of Sonoma County. Thank you very much.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Patrick Bransford. I also live on Los Alamos Road. At least I used to until the glass fire. I just wanted to say that we definitely support Lisa and their operation up there. And someone who's lived there for 16 years, you know, there's not that much traffic on Los Alamos Road. And you know, the fire trucks can get up and down there if they want to. You know, just like everybody said, you know, there's one person who keeps complaining, and, you know, this is a democracy here. And I'd like to think that all the support that is being shown would lead to an approval. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
This is Ray Trujillo, and I'm here to support Lisa and all Cali Farms. And I think they should be granted the permit so they could get things moving. And we've been going through this for 4 years, and they are local growers and family-oriented people, and they'd be perfect for this permit. Thank you.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joe Henderson. I am the property owner of 2000 Los Alamos Road. I am an educator. I am a Sonoma County business owner of over 21 years. I'm a father, and I'm a proponent of this cannabis project. Lisa and I have gotten to know each other over the last 4 years as she has diligently jumped through hoops. I've watched her laugh and cry through this whole process, and I can tell you, regardless of how nice she is, that's really irrelevant in launching this entity that requires everything she's able to give as a consummate professional, and being an environmentalist, and being driven to make sure all efforts in this development are done at the highest level. I wholeheartedly support Lisa and her cannabis farm, and I ask that you approve this project. Thank you.
Right. For our members of the public, before we close public comment, I'll look to see if there are any additional commenters for this item, which is number 40 on today's agenda. All right, Ray and then Jenny, please unmute and state your full name.
Hi, this is Ray Willett. I'm an architect at CBE Architecture. I'm going to take off my architect hat because Lisa's my client, and I want to put on my friend hat and my community member hat and reiterate the things that a lot of people have said here. If this isn't the ideal, if this isn't the project that you can pass, then I think you need to reevaluate the whole program. I've been with Lisa since the freshman year of this project, and we've gone through the whole time. And I don't want to see us go to graduate school. This needs to go through now. The community needs this. We need this for our income. It was considered an essential business during the pandemic. This is a healing plant. Let's move forward as a society, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Jenny Scott Bransford. I'm Lisa's neighbor up on Los Alamos, and I'm in full support of her and her project. She's great for the job. She's been a great neighbor, a great friend, and she's been doing a lot to get this approved, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be. So, thank you.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name. This is for Cord. wondering if maybe the hand raise was unintentional. Right, Cord, we're not hearing you. So potentially you didn't mean to raise your hand for this item, but you can email any comments to bos@sonoma-county.org.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm speaking in favor of the project. I'm an environmental consultant on the project with Lisa, and I just wanted to throw out that, you know, from the perspective of working on the biological resources on the project, it's been a pleasure working with her because she has a background in protecting the environment, and, you know, working with her has been a great pleasure because she understands what needs to be done. And, you know, through this whole process, I've also been on this project for 4 years, and she's been working hard to meet all the requirements, and, you know, she's willing to do whatever it takes to make sure it's a successful project and it protects the environment. So would ask that the project be approved. Thank you.
Right, and the next commenter, please unmute and state your name. Matt, if you can please unmute. And Matt, I see that you have unmuted. We're not hearing you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, well, we did just hear you. Matt, do you want to try and go ahead?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm the hydrogeologist who did the groundwater report. My firm has done many of these reports in Sonoma County. This is a remote site. There are few groundwater users in the area. The total use for this project is similar to or less than a house that would be on a site like this. So there's nothing about the water use or groundwater use for this project that should raise any particular concern. And I was glad to see that there's some rainwater collection added to the water portfolio for this project. Thank you.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Randall Bettinelli, and I would like to encourage the board to approve this project today. We have heard nothing but good things about Lisa today and what she will bring to this cannabis community. I believe that she represents the ideal woman entrepreneur. She wants to support her family, and she wants to do that in ways that she believes in. And we all know that she is very passionate about her work. So again, I would support her on this movement and ask the board to approve this today. Thank you.
Okay, and with that final comment, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I did just get one additional hand.
Okay, we've now asked several times for additional comments. So if there are any hands at this point, let's give them 60 seconds to make their comment.
Absolutely. Please state your name and begin your comment. Please go ahead, unmute and begin your comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. This was actually a general comment, and it's my first time addressing the board. Are the 4 supervisors present, or I'm sorry, I've been coming in and out. But I did want to address the board on general matters of their jurisdiction. Can you just confirm?
That's the next section on the agenda. So if you hang in there, we will
Sure thing.
move to that section next.
Thank you.
All right. And now that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I appreciate you leading that. So finally, before we close the public hearing formally, I just want to check in with my colleagues. Are there any final board questions before we close the hearing and do not anticipate additional information on the project? I'm seeing shaking heads. Supervisor Rabbit, do you have one?
I do actually. I just was curious when the hydrologist spoke there, what was the base year for that study? And if they do the same, I just was writing or I wrote some notes yesterday regarding, urban water management plans, how it uses a dry year, 5 consecutive dry years, the average wet year. So I'm curious what they use. It may be moot because it seemed to be that it was a single family residence equivalency anyway, but I was just curious how what they use when they do that hydrological report.
And is that a question for staff or for the hydrogeologist? Because I do see the hydrogeologist having raised his hand.
It'd be great if you could answer that, because I just.
Okay, great. So we will have an opportunity for him to provide that information.
Hi, this is Matt O'Connor again. The year we use for our countywide model of groundwater recharge is 2010. That's close to an average water year in the region. And we have looked at dry year information. However, for groundwater studies, given the ability of the groundwater reservoirs to fill and be used more slowly, it's generally most appropriate to use an average year water input for a water balance of this type. So we don't make it more complicated than that. These are fairly small sites, and the studies that we do for these are fairly sophisticated but also limited. So it's a standard of care that I think is common amongst other hydrogeologists doing this work.
Thanks, appreciate that.
With that, are there any further questions? Supervisor Corsi.
Yeah, I have a question for council on the fire safe roads issue one more time. Do you want me to wait until you close the public hearing or do that now?
The thing that you sort of seek information on should be asked now from staff.
So to council, it has been said that this project violates state regulations. And that statement was currently based on a September of 2020 letter from the General Counsel of the Board of Forestry, is my understanding. Could you go through that one more time and explain why you disagree with that statement?
Through the chair, if I may, this is Linda Schulten with County Counsel's Office. I'm happy to address that. It's detailed out in the resolution that's available for public review and to your board to consider. The county's ordinance expired with all of the other local county ordinances on January 1st, 2020. So at that point, no local ordinances were in effect after that point in the state responsibility area. The county did go through working with the Board of Forestry extensively for 9 months, trying to get recertified. And the counsel for the Board of Forestry did issue that letter in September 2020 with his opinions about what the regulations required. The Board of Forestry never took action on that, and it decertified officially all local ordinances that had already expired January 1st, 2020, when the new Board of Forestry regulations took effect. And the Board of Forestry has been in a long process with many stakeholders in our community. These are critical issues statewide, fire protection and safety. It's not just cannabis, it applies to all residential construction and housing rebuilds. So these are big policy issues that our legislature is dealing with as well, about what exactly should be required. But in the meantime, as our fire marshal explained, and that Marina explained well, we have the current Board of Forestry standards, and we have this path of exceptions to standards if there's been a request that's been asked for. If there is a finding that there has been exceptions to those standards and alternatives that mitigate the problem, and also find same practical effect towards providing defensible space. So the fire marshal has gone through and inspected this and made the findings that he has found to make that determination. And in addition to that, CAL FIRE in September 1st, 2020, which was 9 months after the County of Sonoma's ordinance had been expired, CAL FIRE drove out at the request of some project opponents and drove up the road to take a look. And state regulations say that when that process is invoked, when there's a member of the public who complains that there's been a violation and wants CAL FIRE to independently inspect, the state regulations require CAL FIRE to inspect to confirm compliance with state laws, state forest and fire laws. And in the response letter from CAL FIRE, they confirmed that they were reviewing this for state compliance with state forest and fire laws. So that is set forth in the resolution. And it doesn't mean that the county is required to agree with this and find this exceptions to standards, but there is in current law right now that does exist. And if your board finds that there is sufficient evidence to meet those thresholds, you have the option of moving forward based on current law.
Thank you. And in regard to the letter from September of 2020 from the counsel for the Board of Forestry, he expressed an opinion, but essentially that opinion carried no weight because it was not the opinion of the Board of Forestry. And the Board of Forestry took a different tack after that letter, and has still not completed that tack. We don't know where that is going at this point.
We don't know where that's going. I don't want to be disrespectful to the Board of Forestry's counsel. He's experienced and knowledgeable, so I don't want to say that his opinion doesn't matter. But it was not a position that was taken by the Board of Forestry. They have been spending countless hours, and their staff have as well, meeting with stakeholders across the whole state to try to think about these hugely significant policy issues and what should happen on old narrow roads outside of parcel boundaries.
And I wasn't intending any disrespect to the counsel for the Board of Forestry either, but in effect, his opinion expressed in that letter does not apply to the decision that we're making right now.
It is an attorney's opinion, such as my own. It is not evidence. It's not the decision of the Board of Forestry. It is not a decision of an elected body. It is an interpretation.
Thank you, Ms. Shulkin.
Any further questions from members of the board? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing portion and bring it back to the board for either deliberation or for a motion on this item. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the passion behind all of the comments, whether you're supporting the applicant, the application, or opposing it. And I have to say, I understand fully well on a very personal level, the trauma of escaping from a fire, losing property, homes, and trying to rebuild lives. And the concern that you have and should have about the decisions to rebuild in an area that was swept pretty much clean by the fires last year and previously the fires almost 4 years ago. So I take fire safe roads very, very seriously. Supervisor Corsi, thank you so much for your questions, and County Council Shopkin for all of your work on this. It is a complicated issue. We have one-way roads or very narrow roads all over the county. So we not only have to take it seriously about fire safety, but we also have to understand what that really means on a land use item. And here we have an application that is a very minimal application on cannabis cultivation. And I know better than most Los Alamos Road, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I had paved, thank you TPW for paving a good stretch of it and really solidifying the hill that road was sliding down the hill in previous years. We're going to repave the rest of it when we can find the funding, and probably work on the turnouts in the process. Can we widen the road? Perhaps. Can we pave over the turnouts? Perhaps. I think there's room, but there probably needs to be some right-of-way acquisition. But I do think that that's not part of, Los Alamos Road is not really part of this application. The applicant did what they were required to do in providing turnouts along the private road to the property and widening the access from McCormick Road to Los Alamos Road. And that is as it should be. Quite frankly, I am probably more concerned about the homeowners, either who have survived the fire or are rebuilding up there, than I do about the safety of the applicant and the operation at the top. So I'm going to support the project, and thank you so much to all of the staff work that went into the analysis on fire safe roads, as well as the water consumption and the site analysis. Very, very important and a very visible part of the scenic area of Sonoma County. So thank you so much, and I will be supporting the project.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. And Supervisor Gore?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, and thank you, everybody. So I just want to appreciate staff's work on this. It's a pretty comprehensive report. So as I look at it as a staff recommendation for approval, original jurisdiction, quite honestly, because the site fits every policy that we have put in place to support 10 plus acres in residential and rural development, but no direct affinity. We talk about neighborhood compatibility, no direct connection to R or AR. Sorry about my dog, father in the world out there. Water use, net zero, even less than currently on. Access addressed. Odor with carbon filters and negative pressure, general plan consistency, setback requirements. So I'm going to be supportive and thank the applicant for what I feel is that still, I'm just going to say, is an onerous process. If you have to basically go through 4 years and spend probably $100,000 to $250,000 to get basically 7,000 square feet on a pretty big lot and fit all the requirements, then I applaud you for staying in the system and being here with us. And that's not to say anything I don't know, Lisa. I know there's a lot of people who are sharing love today, but as a land use decision, to me, this is open and shut. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Other comments from members of the board or a motion? Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and appreciate the testimonials today. It is a land use decision, though, at the end of the day, right? It is about making sure that we can make the findings to go forward. So I do appreciate that. First and foremost, land use, land use, land use. And I want to be consistent because I've always been one that felt, and I do, again, will apologize that it took you 4 years to go through this onerous process. It's a sign that the ordinance is broken. we will fix that for people in the future. You're stuck in the interim, and that's part of the reason that it was what it was. I think on this particular site, it was really kind of going through the state forestry regs in terms of the access into Supervisor Gorin and I believe Supervisor Corsi's comments and questions and whatnot. And I appreciate Council Schiltgen continuing to provide that background and that information. I mean, rules change along the way. I can tell you this from my own experience as an architect, and which code you design something under. Codes will change in the future, but if you go for a building permit today, you only obviously are applicable to that is what is in effect. There is some rumblings about what's going to happen at the state, but it hasn't happened yet. And we've been really pretty clear about that in terms of trying to get that information and really understanding that. I do appreciate the fact that the road, and I think this is a benefit to everyone on that road, that it will have a hammerhead turnaround at the top. It will have a widened area at the entry, and that there are places along the way down below. I think obviously it's up to us as county supervisors to keep after these things and to find resources to continually make sure that we can add to road turnouts to make sure that every route is as safe as can be. Excited about the opportunity to really go up and over the hill and down to St. Helena. That I think there's probably another 24 or more similar situations that should take place throughout the county, and applaud you for, if you can keep after that, that would be a great thing and a benefit, I believe, to the entire neighborhood. I don't have an issue with noise or odor because you're all indoor, and I do appreciate that. And again, being consistent with what I've done in the past, I'll be supportive going forward. On the security side, for this particular side, I think it's a little different in terms of being at the very end of the road, not having a neighboring driveway that one can be confused with. Quite frankly, it is your facility that will take the brunt of if anything were to happen. And that's really the case on the fire as well, as you probably know all too well. So I think in that circumstances, it is a little bit different. And I know that, again, I look forward to, fixing some of these things that we can really move forward in a much quicker, more thorough fashion. But on this one, I'll be supportive going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Corsi, anything to add?
I just want to acknowledge that Los Alamos is a crappy road. I've driven up there to the park. I've ridden my bike up there. But it is a road that I would imagine there are hundreds of people who live above the connection to Skyhawk down close to the bottom. The impacts of this project are relatively minor. The 2 employees, maybe 6 during harvest season is a relative minor addition to the amount of traffic on the lower parts of that road. The size of these barns and greenhouse is a tiny fraction of the 15 acres of the parcel. The restrictions on water use, the requirements for renewable energy, the 113 conditions that are put on this project are sufficient to convince me to support it. So I'll be supporting also.
Thank you very much. And I too will be supporting this project. And I think that my colleague summed it up nicely. I think Supervisor Rabbit perhaps said it more gently than I would put it. But I was thinking the same thing the whole way through. I as a person, as a resident of the community, I love that there is a good person, an upstanding person who is applying for a project. But also at the end of the day, this is really fundamentally about land use and sort of not necessarily about the character attestation. So glad this is moving forward with a good person, but ultimately it's really about the land use. And I do feel that the staff report and the staff assessment really demonstrated that this is in compliance with our ordinance. And I also want to concur with Supervisor Gore, who said that 4 years that's an extraordinarily lengthy time to, and honestly, it would probably break many small businesses. And had you not been a legacy grower, had you been trying to get into the business, it would have been even more challenging. So I want to acknowledge that as well. I would seek a motion, and I saw that Supervisor Gorin was unmuting. I'm wondering if that's what you're about to do.
I am. Thank you, Chair. I move resolution to approve this cannabis application. And not only would I say that this applicant has gone through 4 years, but suffered through the devastation of the glass fire last year. Not easy to do.
Second.
And with that, I would ask Marcy for a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Aye.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. So with that, that does conclude that item for the day. And given the lateness of the hour, I'm going to suggest that perhaps we do board member report outs at a future meeting. I think we did a whole bunch of weeks last time, so hopefully it won't be quite that long, but that way we can come to conclusion more rapidly. So that will bring us to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, unless any of my colleagues don't want to postpone that. Okay, with postponing that for a future meeting? Sorry, Supervisor Rabbit, I saw you leaning in to unmute.
Well, I think there's one announcement I would like to make, just so you're aware, because it'll probably be out there anyway, and that is that last week the ABAG Executive Board Committee took up the RENA methodology for the final vote of the allotment, and I wanted to let you know it passed 20-10, thereabouts. I did vote against it, and I voted against it because of the disproportionate amount of units to the unincorporated areas, not just of our counties, but to other counties. And I think that there was a mistake made early on in the methodology, in my opinion, and working with Jane Riley, she pointed it out as well, with the baseline year. And we had an increase of about the final number was about over 600% increase to the unincorporated area. And for me, it actually flies in the face of what we're trying to do with Plan Bay Area 2050, which is to, minimize VMTs, greenhouse gas emission reductions, but yet we're pushing units out into the unincorporated area. And I will say this, and what happens now is I get to look forward, since I'm on the administrative committee, to about 40 plus hours of appeal hearings, which goes to show you that perhaps there's that many appeals because the methodology might be a little suspect. The numbers were always going to be high. We knew that. I don't think we're afraid of taking on our share and actually pushing ourselves and being aspirational. But as you all know, you have to have basically piped utilities to have any kind of density. And we don't have that many places where you can have that type of density in the unincorporated county. And so at the end of the day, those numbers will stick with the county, but they'll be reallocated somehow, some way through this appeal process into other areas. And I will say this, and while I don't want to speak or begrudge Santa Rosa, but Santa Rosa can actually have the smallest increase overall. It's the largest city in the county. Smallest increase from the previous cycle, can handle twice that amount alone in their downtown plan. But somehow, because of the way the methodology worked, more units were shoved out into the unincorporated area. So I just want to let you know, I voted no. Susan Adams from Roanoke Park, our other vote on the board, also voted no. The appeal will be filed and it will be heard at some point in the future, and we'll still play this game out as we go forward. So I appreciate the indulgence. I thought that was important to get out there.
I appreciate that. And if everyone's okay, we'll hold unless there's anything else urgent, we will hold the other board member report outs for a future meeting. So with that, that will bring us to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. And I would ask Marcy to lead us in public comment on that item.
Thank you. Before we begin the live comment, the following individuals sent emails that were forwarded to the full board: Mike Ciccone, Michael Jacobs, Alina, Josette Bros Eicher, and Andrea Cordarolo. And seeing at least 10 hands right now at Chair Hopkins.
Okay. let's go ahead and do 60 seconds, please.
All right, for our first commenter, can you please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Rebecca. I'm a county resident, and I'm calling for the board for the immediate removal of Ms. Amber Lucas from the Sonoma County Commission on the status of women. I'm also asking that the board publicly announce the behavior of this representative as not being representative of the residents of Sonoma County or the Board of Supervisors. Ms. Lucas has currently been arrested on felony vandalism charges against a county resident in the home. And that kind of behavior is reflective of her character, and she should not be representing any members of the community on any boards and commission. Specifically to Mr. Corsi, we would let the residents in the county would like you to put a public statement out that you do not agree with and you do not support the behaviors of Ms. Lucas. This is unacceptable behavior of anybody in the county, let alone somebody who's sitting on a commission and representing voices for members of the county. I hope that this is something that you take seriously.
Our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please listen closely and press *6 to unmute.
California Superior Court, County of Sonoma. Dishonorable Presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo, it is your constitutional duty to help we the people survive satellite-launched laser beam and bioweapon attacks by Communist China. 1. We the people's, quote, Sonoma County Superior Court is committed to protecting the health and safety of our community while performing our constitutional duties. June 4th, 2020, we at the Sonoma County Superior Court are mindful of the health and safety of all persons at our courthouses, end quote. All persons except for the 11 court cases successful 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton, California, and their petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition prohibiting Joe Biden from holding the office of President of the USA. The petitioners 3 times attempted to file on December 11th.
Our next commenter, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Yes, my name is Andrea Cordarolo. Amber Lucas currently sits as the 3rd District Commissioner of Sonoma County, appointed by Supervisor Corsi. Commissioners are expected to adhere to high ethical standards. Amber Lucas's criminal behavior should result in her immediate removal. Your silence is deafening and appears to be condoning such criminal behavior. It appears the board may even think these crimes against our local law enforcement is acceptable and should be tolerated. Please address this situation immediately, as you have yet to let us all know where you stand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I wonder if this is the type of individual we should have representing our county. Not too long ago, the ex-mayor of Windsor, Dominic Fopali, had sexual assault allegations against him, but had not been criminally charged. And yet the board quickly responded by rescinding his Golden Gate Bridge district appointment. I am confused as to the message being delivered and find it deeply disappointing. We deserve an immediate response and answer. After all, the sexual assault allegations were immediately addressed as they should have been, yet not one more board member has addressed the disturbing.
For your comment, that does conclude the time. Our next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Yes, my name is Robin, and I'm a Sonoma County resident. I am calling for the immediate removal of Amber Lucas from 3rd District Commissioner. Her behavior is unconscionable, unprofessional, and highly unethical, with the pending felony charges for vandalism and terrorizing an innocent family, being a member of an organization that's probably militant in nature. Is this the type of person that the County of Sonoma wants to be representing its people? Is this somebody that we should hold up to as an example for our young people? I don't think so. Look what happened with the mayor in Windsor. He's not even been charged, yet the board acted swiftly and quickly and removed him. Yet she still sits in her nice little commissioner job after she terrorized an innocent family and committed a felony vandalism charge. What is the board going to do? Or are you saying this type of behavior is acceptable in Sonoma County? Thank you.
Next commenter is a phone attendee. If you can please press *6 when prompted.
All persons except for the 11 court cases successful 9/11 Truth Campaign in Drayton, California, and they're petitioning for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition prohibiting Joe Biden from holding the office of President of the United States. Petitioners 3 times attempt to file on December 11th and 18th, 2020, and January 12th, 2021, in the Sonoma County Superior Court that 3 times refused to assign a Superior Court case number, 3 times denying petitioners constitutionally secured rights to petition government for redress of their grievances in a court under constitutional rule of law for the health and safety of Californians who suffered 7,000 direct energy laser beam demolished homes, over 5,000 homes in Sonoma County between 9:45 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. on October 8th, 2017.
Thank you. That concludes the time. Our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Demolished by Communist China's satellites directed energy laser beam attacks that murdered only 24 Sonoma County citizens on a Sunday night, which no county official, including your dishonor, wants to hear. And that 600,000 Americans have been murdered since last February by Communist China's COVID-19 bat plague, with 321 murders in Sonoma County, which no member of Congress nor your dishonor wants to hear. Number 2, the 9/11 Truth Campaign exposes that Enron puppet president, bad boy born again Bush, caused over 2,900 unplanned murders on 9/11, probably with the aid of Hoover fellow Condoleezza Rice, by leaving our First Lady Laura to face certain death in the White House, with desperate Enron builder Ken Lay's intended 9/11 targets, energy czar Dick Cheney and his anti-Enron VP staff from Halliburton. Because John sponsors the 9/11 Truth Campaign, that exposes the truth about 9/11 and other government organized crime. John could be the most oppressed and unsafe Sonoma County resident alive.
Our next commenter is a phone attendee. Please go ahead. We can hear you. I can see that you're unmuted, but now if you can please unmute.
You hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thankfully, our bound by oath of office authority one in the accompanying 25 authorities and 35 exhibits, County of Sonoma elected Sheriff Mark and Sheriff Department staff supported. The Lapser Sheriff and staff were abusive, then uncomfortable, and then open, but never supportive. Corruption, but not with New Times documented traitor Joe Chinese time bomb Biden. President was elected by the elections for ballot and voted for all landslide. It's not.
I'm here. Okay. I think that person just got offline. Our next commenter is a phone attendee. We'll move on. You can please unmute and state your name.
For the Shannon Island Truth Campaign? No?
Yeah.
Oh. Thankfully, our bound by oath of office Authority 1 and the accompanying 25 authorities and 35 exhibits, County of Sonoma elected Sheriff Mark Osnick and Sheriff's Department staff are supportive. The last 3 sheriffs and staff were abusive, then uncomfortable, and then open, but never supportive. There is evidence our fragile democracy could survive our overwhelming government corruption, but not with 8 times documented traitor Joe Chinese time bomb Biden as our basement president, who was elected by elections that were contested for mail-in ballot and machine ballot voter fraud in at least 6 states. On election day, after voting polls closed, televised an early voter count landslide, re-election of Donald Trump, Americans woke up the next day to inconceivable landslide overnight election for president of pedophiles Joe Biden. And Joe got to go. Your dishonor, continuing failure to provide due process of law for our petition for extraordinary relief
for your
in the nature
comment.
of prohibition.
Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name. This is for Lori. If you can please unmute.
Okay, are you talking to Lorraine Spina?
Yes, please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm a longtime resident of Sonoma County. I grew up going to school here, now raising my children. We live in Sonoma and are just giving feedback to the supervisors as to how these emergency orders have affected us. I wanted to speak out for the children that are, in my opinion, being really molested by having to wear masks daily. I want the board to put it on the agenda, as I have asked Kyra Sherman in the Unified School District of Sonoma Valley to address whether or not there would be masks through the summer school, considering most of the kids have to continue into summer school, being that the school year was a disaster. You can hear how upset I am because I really need a lot more time to address this. But number one, please put it on the agenda. We have a lot of people that need to address this situation of the mental health of our children, the physical repercussions, and the unlawful orders that are being placed on them. We have vaccines, we have treatments. This is unnecessary. Stop the emergency orders now. Thank you.
Our next commenter is a phone attendee.
Hello.
Please go ahead and state your
I'm still
name.
here.
Judge DeMayo
Judge DeMayo
won't let us petition
won't let us petition
about treason
about the treason
by Trader Joe.
by Trader Joe.
All of our rights,
All of our rights, including holding Joe for treason.
but
Judge DeMayo,
he don't think so.
he don't think so.
All of our rights
All of our rights
in constitutions,
in constitutions, including holding Joe for committing treason,
our right to be safe
rights to be safe from Joe's sponsors in communist China comes from the oath that this judge don't act like he don't know. Goodbye.
All right, our next commenter, phone attendee, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, your dishonest continuing failure to provide due process of law for our petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition, prohibiting Trader Joe Biden from holding any office under the USA, gives aid and comfort to our enemies for which your dishonor should be arrested for treason. 4, on the court's own motion, quoting Honorable Dean A. Dupre, by whom? Probably by Enron investor, California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Enron's top
speculator sees Candyman Warren Buffett, John's former tenant, with his dishonor, Beaupre's 3-page vexatious litigant order dated January 9, 2009, and our accompanying 9/11 Truth Campaign collection of facts to end treason. His dishonor, Beaupre, has silenced John in court by his vexatious litigant order against him that
Thank
was
you
based
for your
on
comment.
7
That's-
past.
That concludes the time, and quickly I'll look to see if there are any additional hands for comment. And there are none.
Thank you so much, Marcy, for leading us in public comment, and thanks to all of our staff who have been with us through this very lengthy meeting. Appreciate all of the work up until the bitter end here. So in terms of adjournment today, I do want to acknowledge that it is the anniversary of George Floyd's death. And so I would like to adjourn in his memory today countywide. And so if we could just take a few moments just to acknowledge that, to think on what has changed over the past year and what has not changed and still needs to change. So if you wouldn't mind joining me in a moment of silence. And with that, we will move to adjourn the meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting will be held on June 8th, 2021.